Rahman Rahim here. Covenant. We got 7 seals. Short presentation, brothers and sisters. Had a little. They'll have resolved. Keep this short, but relevant. Hey, brothers and sisters. No, rain comes from clouds. And rain comes from. Before that, let's remind you fear. What's fear? Very emotional. Maybe a lecture reaction will lead to an after sexual, even more profound. In fear, you have unreasonable fear. Sexual is not reasonable. Absolutely. Alter that usually in a emotional, very powerful too. Way different aspects. And coming, he's going to kill the subject. Goes away. Really just and God to see your evidence is not going to become backwards. One is emotional. These two is emotional fear. Sexual realization as a real fear. Terminal. Here's how you feel. One last year lecture. Sexual. Fears coming upon primarily emotional. A fear upon his heart feeling fear of those things coming. What is that? Yeah. They respond. See something. Fear. What is that? Realization of and appreciation. There's it. The appreciation. There's no fear of God. Appreciation. There's mass. Appreciation. Still Bible. Israel. They're saying people use but not. They're not. They're believing that thing flows from there. They are with Ham. First to be saved forever. they're righteous and they're doing God's will, saving us and everything, they're doing God's will. They need to. The Bible is their rational, gives them their from that perspective. The Bible's perspective is what people call Jews. There is so everything they do, justification of what it was given that guys back. They would do Bible. The Bible's given them as a given this unsealed Bible. It was given exception. Premise and logic. This word, this is your foundation and your prayer. They cast your logic. Hey, you realize if you read it back, people said everything flows there. We could not. So he said, they take mind and right. He's the brain. Therefore, justification of everything. You see the Abraham. That's a huge, that's his blessing. We justify. Justify. Damn, what happened? If I face of folk cannot check my sound, bro. This is me. So that's the you gotta understand the Torah. These it's in 1948. That was the proof. They returned home. See, that's what they tell you. See, return home. Restored, written. It's no. They full. They are Muhammad. They are illusion. Do it. See? Things flow. And all I did, they restored their death. Exactly. Then you have to go to the altar. If you that we are, turn everything on the head because the justification they did was evil. You see the afflicting Israel. This is not the promised land. The genocide is not afflict, what they call it. Kill all the women, just white people, just anybody gets in the way of your. The whole idea was anybody getting in the way of you going to wipe them out. And wouldn't the children? I'm gonna lick that call. Wipe them out. But they were justified genocide. They didn't feel treated. Wait till the promise. Right, but anybody gets in your way, everything. That's so doing that here. They did fear. Was doing good. In fact, that there was a war with Israel. What was Israel? Over the 2 years. That's no. That was the. Let me speak to that because we're still saying it was. They were still saying it was Israel. They were saying that because they attacked Jesus, they lost covenant. Who's the right to be Israel? Covenant. Their heritage because they attacked Jesus. Therefore, they became spiritual seed. It still remained intact. It's just real. Still Bible season. We don't understand these things. There's scripture for every season. There's scripture 1,500 years ago. Angels for the season now. You take an narrative here. It's not a problem. Genocide. The theft. They've been killers, murders, all. They've been bringing peace. They've been bringing disease and hellfire. Against them. But now everything they did, they're not going to be blessed for, cursed for. Consequence of what they did would not be blessed, and God bless America. God, evil, not good. Because Joshua, that's what he was doing. Throwing anything in his path. What's that? With energy. Get rid of evil. He was destroying evil consequence. He was blessing. The more he did, the more he got. They were doing, they attacked people. The consequence is evil. And the more they do it, evil is. So now they realize everything they did, they was getting blessings for. They aware of everything they did. They felt more safe. Eating the street. Was cursing. Remember, he cursed. Now get blessed for we curse. They know everything they did. He is going to come. Earthquake. Be fear. It's already the blood there. Negative. Against them. Aim not. We here to get my justification what they that justification you was told submit, retaliate, dam up the consequence, dam up, punch you in the face. You have the right to punch. And there's doing that, you owe that. You owe punch in the face. Here. You have, you owe me 365. If you decide to give me all those punches, that's the matter. They didn't do is told, hey, dam up those 20 years, nearly 500, dam up those consequences. And we're told at the end, release it. Do unto them what they done to you, release it. You first told submit, now you're telling them to retaliate. Those things are still once you get the injury. You think it negative. Eating yourself, you think you are hate. You think Israel is people claim that Israel here and they're not. You working. Here's a dope. Negative to folks. That mind. Hate was mine. You hate so much. You who the devil are. So he's the mind they have. They have. Hate yourself. That means it tells you that's, remember, that means I hate you. Now you hate yourself. And Mark, if you're beating yourself up, remember you had their mind. It means they had a mind to beat you up. That's their true mind. They said about you doing it, they did nothing. If you doing it, what on? They see us being self. That's them being destructive. They say, okay. Sit back and keep doing it. Report. A-B-E. Them, but to us. He is now. Yeah, there's first of all, stupid, but Jesus. And he said, okay. You have to. But still them. Here is about levels of America. Levels. See it coming. Let's see it coming. failing once they see it coming. Don't see it coming. They can really feel it. It's for America's fault. They do all that. They think, oh, visible. They find out kind of fear you think will come. Emotional. Enemy's close. That fear just keeps getting closer. Enemies get closer. Where that fear is when they close in. Those in goes in. God's face from the. They will have no mercy toward anybody. Doctor. Great fear concern. You as a snake. Great fear is going to. None of us going to be in hell. You need to. Yes, such. You got to leave your. You can't do it. What you can't get. Means you're going to be. You be. Wow. Be able to manage that. They won't be able to. You will. Here. Keep this. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. A, B, C, D. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1. We got some. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Rahman Rahim here. Regular 7 seals. Beam. Beam. Beam fears about word to one will direction. It will raise some, others. Everybody will raise. Fear will grip America by the throat. America fully turned down. I should be great cities, suburbs, farms, everything. All be obliterated this year. Huh. Will be soon. Turn down. California. Fear. Fear came upon this men's heart. Fear. Things come upon the earth. America. Broken. He's broke. Usual fear. President fear. Feeling gray headed. Feeling. Universal level. Fear. I feel. Fear of anticipation. Feeling for fear. Those coming. Got here yet. But fear what they have. Impact. Get here. Feeling. Patient of it. Think you can. It's my theme all week. I'm going to watch that broadcast where might be worthy to call it broadcast. Take away one icon dating fast. So apps. Okay. Simple. Means anticipate many people showing up. As that means the best petroleum concert hall, 8 million people. What do they call it? Eating capability for between 300 and 600 people. Or close to 300, I believe. Times that. Remember, he's supposed to be a big minister. People from people's Baby's Day. We're coming. He has less than 600 followers. He's just go. Let's see. You don't anticipate any? You don't anticipate? Was that early? Who comes? So-called Savior's Day. Mention people that come in visitors anticipate temple because they call this is what you pay for it. Money. But a few people show up. Thirdly, inspired be present. Might be so present because it was born last, you know, and walk. Disney crap. This deal with dog. Charge it down. Sure. It's not had banks and oops. Upset. Mention. Who is Not so who's been him? Maybe spirit fed. Healed that. He's never a virgin. Look at the word about me. So that's the time. Quickly follow. You know that. Yeah. Once we refuse this, it's on. The blood. So yes, not a consequence we're facing. What when you get here, has to come here. We're going to treat it as guests. Come here. It beat and murder. Here's here. On a Magog. Us. We did not respond. Absorbed it. First, first. Was told. Great. Oh, yeah. So, it absorbs it. You know, it is. And usually, even the benefits, are eliminated from creation. Like every, it's just my thing. Or civil war. Things they knew. 13 was go through that discovery. Which was the rest of the glorified school. I mean, then just we spoke. We want to take this is my ignorant when the image this not be God. He did Just let loose. Away. Please. Virtual. No. Even people. See. Even. Overcome. Yes, ma'am. No. 2, 3. Suleiman Rahim here, mentioned the covenant break of the 7 seals. Brothers and sisters, follow up from yesterday. It appears to me comments that came to a little garbled again. Working on my enunciation, brothers and sisters. Working on it. At any rate, you need to understand this. Climate of fear is about to grip America. A season of fear. Intense fear. Right? Fear, panic. Beyond comprehension. Unprecedented fear. So much fear would turn children's hair gray, white. Unprecedented fear is going to grip America specifically. Europe also, but particularly America will be gripped in great, extreme fear. Because they're going to come face to face with consequence. Something they have ignored. Something they had no fear of. It says there was no fear of consequence before their eyes. It's saying there was no fear of God. And the question of God is a whole different issue altogether, because they believe in God. But what God are we talking about? It tells you have to pay attention to these things, brothers and sisters. It said the God of this world is Satan. That's their God, because it's his works and they are doing. They're called Jesus is Satan masquerading as an angel of light, like Farrakhan is masquerading as a minister of Elijah when he's not. That's the part of deception. Satan masquerades an image of, excuse me, masquerading, right, as angel of light. He's also masquerading as Israel. You get it? See, that's another meaning of what they're saying. Satan is masquerading as an angel of light, right? It's also talking about that. So I might as well point it out, because he's masquerading as Israel when he's not real. Synagogue of Satan. Some of these things, I was told not to assume. I think some of these things that, I pointed things out. I said, well, maybe I should have understood that. Well, maybe it didn't. Anyway, it says he's masked. It means he's pretending to be something he's not. And isn't that what false Israel is doing? Fear. Unimaginable fear. Our people will be a victim of that fear also. Initially, because they're going to be caught off guard. This is coming upon them as a shock also. The shock of the hour is going to affect the entire planet. Only a few will survive that shock. Well, I shouldn't say it that way. Only a few, right, will be protected from that shock. Only a few. Those, the ones that know it's coming and know what's coming and what's going to be like during the angel. Otherwise, everyone is going to be in shock. Some in shock to their destruction, and some in shock, temporarily paralyzed, but will come out of it stronger. But fear is about to grip the entire world, including our people. Great fear. Because see, the people think they're protected, especially America, but they're protected. They don't realize their military can protect them. You know, the Quran says when you see mountains, they become as carded wool. What do you think? What do you think you're talking about? Carded wool is something like what? Like a cotton candy or something? Right? Let me just get a better, perfect translation here, brothers and sisters. We always be correct here. Carded wool. We're not like Farrakhan, those folks that just make up stuff, have no idea what they're talking about. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Look it up. It's right. It's like turning to not cotton candy, but some along those lines look like that. What are they talking about, brothers and sisters? Who are the mountains? That's America and its so-called great military force. So when you see it, look at because it has no power. See, the mountain becoming credible. It's not suddenly their power be broken. That's why I said the powers of heaven be broken. You're going to turn that's what the Quran is telling you. Turn the carded wool of nothing, no consequence, no power. And when that happens, see, people, they feel secure because America, nothing can happen to us. We can't be invaded. We got protection. God's with us. And they feel secure. And part of the reason why, and part of the symptom of that is, oh, everybody's coming out. Oh, I'm gay. I'm married to a man, and I'm a man. I'm married to a man. That's my husband, and that's my wife, and all this stuff that's going on because they feel it's free, safe to come out because we're under the cover of America. We're in the cover of America. Nothing can happen to us. Now I have more here. Camera problems again. Okay, I see. I'm not going to finish this today either, brothers and sisters, because that opened doors to a lot of topics. You understand? When you see wool become as carded wool, you're talking about the wool, the mountains, the powerful militaries. See, Trump talking this stuff, but his military has no power. It just looks like it. Right? And they're getting their ass kicked all over the planet. They're bullies. They're only going to kick people that can't fight back. Right? Anybody fights back, they end up losing. Afghanistan. Right? They haven't really control Iraq. We're in Vietnam. You know, what's happening over in the Middle East? Little Yemen, little country, little small country, kicking their ass, and they cannot stop them from closing out the waterways. But I said, when you see the mountains turn to cotton wool, that's what they're talking about, brothers and sisters. See, they got you afraid as this vaunted American, and it has no power. It just looks like it. Your personal find is just nothing. And that's what America's finding out. That's why I say men's hearts be filled with fear. Those coming upon the earth, because the powers of heaven be broken. Because now everybody's going to see it's broken. When America is thrown out of the Middle East, everybody will see it has no power. And the source, the fuel that fueled it, is just gone anyway. So even if the military was intact, it has no fuel. This whole reality has no fuel. Your car has no fuel, it stops. It was going uphill, then it rolls downhill. America was going uphill, invading countries, kicking ass, taking names, going uphill. Right? And so all of a sudden, the fuel is gone. Then what? Then it rolls downhill fast to a crash. You know, this whole thing is one big lie. They said to go out and see the whole world. And lie is so, the fog is so great. I mean, you know, sometimes you see fog and you can't see through it. You can't see 2 feet ahead in front of you. But this fog is so great, you can't see anything. You can't see the fog. Totally black. Angel, the only light in that fog. Like, the angel points out so many things so simple. Why are the Arabs locked into struggle with was Israel with a fuel? It's like feeding your enemy. You make him strong, you know what he's going to do to you. They fuel, if they cut off, where do you think false Israel gets fuel? Why do you think they went to Syria and Iraq? They get that fuel from false Israel. America claims they don't need any fuel. That's what they want. That's part of the reason. There's other reasons too. But one of the things, but if that wasn't part of the reason, America has so much fuel, then why are they taking their fuel? Why are they taking fuel from Iraq? Why are they taking fuel from Syria? And now here they're even taking fuel from Libya. Why? And where's false Israel getting their fuel from? Where are they getting it from? They get it from Arab countries, the Muslim countries, who they're attacking, they're beating. Why would you fuel someone that's destroying you, out to destroy you openly, attacking you all the time. Why are you feeling them? Why are you doing that? Oh, you could stop. They could have shut them down 48 years ago. They could have shut them down not 76 years ago, 1948. They could have shut them down because how were they attacking with? They were attacking with bows and arrows. They were attacking with armor and artillery and planes that require fuel that they was getting from you. Ask those questions. See, no one asked these questions. No one asked these questions because that's part of the deception. And all these religions, I can't call them fake religions because they're like calling counterfeit money fake. I mean, that's like what they call it. What's the word they use for that? Get the word they use for that, right? Oxymoron. It's an oxymoron. Right? Because they're already fake. Wow. That's like saying that fake twice. Counterfeit, his money is fake. When we say it's counterfeit, that counterfeit means it's fake. Okay? So you can't really say fake in the situation. But it's all fake. All of it. Designed to keep you blind. So they figure out a way to get rid of you. Great fear. Unimaginable fear. Catch you unawares. So I'm going to try to speak clearly and slowly. And I used to, you would say, if you speak for 30 years, you should be good at it by now. I guess you could say that. But Elijah taught 40 years, he wasn't speaking any better from the, well, I can't say because I can't put that on him. He wasn't speaking any better than he was in the beginning. Right, so I don't know. I'm not a speech, what we call a speech therapist. Oh, and that's a strange thing, right? Because my demon wife, she was a speech therapist. Right? So maybe she could have helped me, but if they, I don't know what you can, actually, I'm not a science on voices, at least not as far as just talking. And I have a bad voice and see like get worse as I get older. Right. At any rate, balance system, like I said, I'm working on it. So I want to kind of review what I said yesterday. I said a lot of things yesterday. And when I look back and look at it, I wasn't at all happy with what I heard because these things need to be clear and precise. And someone who has to deliver, I keep telling you, I've said it often, it seems like it's a, what you call it, I don't know, it's contrary because it seems like the people that chose to do these jobs are people less qualified to do it. I mean, at least from the outside looking in, look at the Quran. The Quran says the most beautiful literary aspect of Arabic that they've ever seen. If you speak Arabic to the Quran, it's absolutely beautiful. There's no poet, anything can match it. That's what's told. If you speak Arabic, it said it's the best ever. No one can compete. There's no Arabic literature that can compete with the Quran, not even close. But yet, Prophet Muhammad could not read or write. But he delivered the best literary rendition of Arabic ever, at least far as we are knowing this particular reality. And then look at Elijah Muhammad. He had to stand up against these scholars, these educated people, toe-to-toe with them by himself. By himself. And the man, I think he had third grade education. Couldn't speak well. And yet he was going up against these educated people, scholars, scientists, historians. Then said, Son of Man, he got to go against the whole world. All of it. All of it. See? The things these three individuals had in common was power. But the quality of it wasn't good. You know. And it seemed like it averts to what, because the angel is precise. It's not like the Quran. The Quran is in general. Some of the verses are decisive, some allegorical, like the Quran says. But the angel is precise. And then you got someone who doesn't talk clearly. Deliver it. I'm sure I have some ideas why that is. I'm sure there's a great science behind it. I just don't have time to investigate it. It's not going to change anything. I don't think it's going to change my voice. So, and right now, this light needs to be totally bright. So that's why I'm doing this over and over. Pretty much the same thing. But now I'm conscious of I need to speak slowly. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's part of it, right? Now that I know that I don't speak well, I'm going to work hard to try to speak well. So there was a story. I forgot what his name was. It wasn't Diogenes. It was in Greece, ancient Greece, right? It wasn't. No, Diogenes was the guy who was looking for a lamp, looking for a righteous man. That's another story altogether. I forget this guy. He was a famous orator, and he couldn't speak. He grew up with like a speech impediment. So you don't give up, right? And so what he did was he went out to the beach, according to the story. This is not a fable. This actually happened. At least, and he put pebbles in his mouth. He filled his mouth with pebbles. Then he kept every day struggling, trying to speak with pebbles in his mouth until it got to where he could speak intelligibly. I mean, he wasn't speaking well. But if you got pebbles in your mouth, it's hard. Anybody understand what you're talking about? Like you got food in your mouth. He got pebbles. It was difficult for him to talk with pebbles in his mouth. And he kept on talking to people to understand what he was saying with pebbles in his mouth. And once he got to that level, now what made him think that he could do this or whatever? I don't know. He took the pebbles out. And so if he could speak clearly, he get people understand what he said. I ain't say clearly. People understand what he said with pebbles in his mouth. I guess the reasoning from his point of view was, if I take the pebbles out now, they're going to really understand me. I'm going to speak very clearly now because they can understand what I'm saying with pebbles in my mouth. Man, it worked. He became I'm not sure if he was the best, but he became one of the premier orators of ancient Greece. I think he became the very best because he could speak so clearly and so perfectly. Right? And that has an impact on people like Farrakhan. See? Because people listen to people that they can understand what they're saying. Even though they ain't saying nothing. Even though they're not saying anything, here I go. But people that may be saying things very important but not saying it clearly, they turn them off. Man, I don't know what you're talking about. Boring. Okay, let's move on. A war with consequence. Now, I know I'm not going to get this today. Because I looked at it, and yesterday I got through maybe, I have over 130 slides here. I'm not going to get to that today. No way. I might be lucky. I'm lucky. I might get through it by the end of the next week if I cover all these. But new things happening, so I have a lot. There's so much to talk about, and even with everything here, there's still so much. I had to go to a doctor Thursday, I believe it was, because I'm retired, so I got to see him once every 6 months, I guess. And he finds me very difficult. He says, you're doing all the right things, man. You're in good shape, health and everything, man. But you're stubborn. Because I don't want to take all these medicines. Every time I look around, this medicine, that medicine. He said, man, this pH or something when very high, man, is going high. That could mean you have cancer. And then remember your kidney function. You need to check that because you may be on dialysis. He said, but this stuff, man, I've been hearing this stuff for years, right? I keep telling him, I said, look, I said, I'm 76 years old next week, right? I said, you think we're going to worry about that? Well, I don't want you to feel bad. I don't want you to get sick. Then he pulls out this test on me. I never did that before. Memory test. And he said, repeat these 3 words. He's got an accent. He's from out of country, right? And I didn't understand one of the words because I couldn't clear about it. And I got it. I repeated it. I thought that was it, right? Then he told me this diagram and said, I want you to draw a picture, do something with this. I did that. Right? And I gave it to him. He said, oh, that's cool. He liked that, right? Okay, so, you got that. You aced that, right? So it had to be it was a diagram. You had to fill it in, put some numbers and stuff in the right place and everything else, right? You aced that. Then he threw those 3 words back on me. What's those 3 words I asked you? Oh, man, you got me. I know you want me to remember that stuff. Right? And I couldn't remember them. I remember one of them. One was banana. So I couldn't remember for nothing. They're trying to be chair and restore something. I got the 3rd one. I said, man, that was cold, man. You didn't tell me what they said. It was part of the test. I said, why don't we remember some stuff that I don't need to remember? I said, when you get my age, you start memory management. Because you got so many memory cells. It's not infinite. Right? And so you start remembering a lot of stuff you don't need to remember. And so you start getting rid of stuff you need to remember. I hope you understand that. You don't have infinite memory. You can't remember everything. In fact, 90% of your life, you don't even remember. 90% of your life, even if you're in the 20s, you don't even remember. 90% of you don't remember. You go back and say, what you did last week? What you did the week before that? What you did? And so I said, okay, well, whatever. They said, well, you got 1 out of 3. I said, okay, fine. See? So, and I told him, I said, well, I ain't going into all the details. I said, no, my memory is not that good as far as things like that. I said, I meet someone, they give me a name, I never remember it. Why should I remember it? I may never see this person again. Hey, my name is Corey. Well, fine. Right? Why am I going to remember this person? I may never see him again. I don't think about it. I don't remember anybody's name until I meet him 2nd time. And then I figure, then I record it. It's a conscious thing. I just don't remember stuff unless I decide. I say, okay, like when you store stuff, okay, I'm going to store this, where I'm going to store that. When you get to my age, that's where you get to. Okay, I need to remember, okay, I remember this. You know, you just store this and throw that away. But at some point, your memory cell get full, and then you got to say, well, kick this out. Remember this. Anyway, you learn things when you get older. You know, like I was trying to explain to someone, and about wisdom. You got experience wisdom, and you got mathematical wisdom. Like, you got 3 stages of it. Like Solomon says, and Solomon was the wisest man ever lived. Who's this Solomon says the wisest man ever lived? What does that mean? The wisest man ever lived. Think about that one. And he says, he says, get knowledge and get wisdom, and all I get and get understanding. So he put in 3 categories. He said, get knowledge, get wisdom, and all I get and get understanding. So, you know, like the first 50 years of your life, you're getting knowledge. If you survive to be 50. If you ain't just a dope bag, crazy or stupid. Because what's knowledge you're getting? Because you get knowledge from all the people around you. You're seeing this, you're seeing that. You see the things you've done. Because that's by the time you get 50, probably 9% of people you knew are gone by the time you get 50. I know just about everybody I grew up with is gone. I know about a couple of people that I grew up with, and I haven't heard from a couple of them say they might not be around anymore. They're still around, and they're not in good shape. So 9% of the people, but when they was growing up, you saw people making these decisions. They said, taking this path, going this way, that. And that over years, you see, oh, this person's going, that person's going. But you said, how that path ended up. Or they end up in jail, end up dead, end up on drugs, end up getting killed. And you just look at it and say, that's the path they took. And you watched it, and you had 50 years, 20 years, depending on the person, the journey, and then you saw the destination. So you saw the path it went on, right? And the journey along that path, and then where it ends up at. You understand? Destination. And so you've seen this over. And very seldom, there's 2 people have the exact same destination that may be close. Or you saw your friends took drugs, and almost all of them end up in the same way. Another people they did this. I did robbing still. You say, oh. Yeah. So you get knowledge. Also, from your personal experience, you get knowledge if you survive it. So now by the time you get 50, now you go into a stage of wisdom. I'm talking about experience type of knowledge and wisdom. I'm talking about mathematical. So that's no level. So now, you know this, so you can tell people, hey man, don't take this path. So you can now you got wisdom. Because now you know how these path ends up. You say, hey, don't take this path. But they can't see it, but you can. Don't take this path, don't do this. Don't do that. Shouldn't do this, shouldn't do that. Give advice. And so that goes about 25 years. You give advice to people. Then by the time you get 75, then you go into the next phase, understanding. Because now you see what happened to people that took your advice. Right? And remember, now you see somebody, in the beginning you saw people from Jump Street going to the destination. That's from 0 to 50. 50 to 75, you saw people that was going along this path, and then as a vector, you gave information. They changed it to some extent, maybe not 100%. In other words, your advice influenced their path, the journey. So the journey is going to be different than what it would have been if they started out on that path to begin with. So now you see what happens to people if they take your advice, or if they change their journey, right, in the middle, along the way. Then you got that. So now you come to the level of understanding. Okay. See what I'm saying? So those are 3 different levels. Now I understand. So now you can better give advice, or maybe not give advice. Or maybe it's best don't give advice. In other words, you can make a decision on this, right? So you get to understand what this all means, how it works together. Because you giving advice, how you affecting people, how people are affecting you. A level of understanding. Those 3 levels of wisdom, as far as experience is concerned. They talk about the mathematical level. That's a whole different type of way of looking at it. See, I come from the mathematical side. You get the other side, but then the mathematical side, that's another way too. That's right. But anyway, let's move on. See, I already diverted already. How much I had to about 20 minutes already? Let me do this too. I tell myself I'm not going to, I keep doing it anyway. Make a liar out of myself. So much talk about, brothers and sisters. So much. So like I said, I was telling a person that, trying to explain to him, right? Because they just got to their 50s. He said, "Do you understand?" Oh man, I didn't think of it like that. Well, maybe my advice, so you can get a good advice, has a bad effect. What I mean by that? Okay, don't take drugs. That's good advice, right? This person, maybe they stop taking drugs, right? And then they go to something even worse. They was better off taking drugs than what the worst they started was doing. Because you didn't think they were, I ain't going to take drugs no more. You think they were going to do the worst thing, start robbing people, killing people or something. Because somebody stopped doing one thing, like you can say, okay, I'm going to stop smoking cigarettes and I start smoking weed. Which one's better? Okay? I'm going to stop beating my wife. I'm going to stop beating my children now. So you don't know the effect it's going to have in person with your advice. That's what I'm saying. That's why you get to the level of understanding, because you have to understand. Remember, you're giving advice now. But now you say, what if this advice is having? See? Because don't always have a good result. Because you give good advice, don't always have a good result. You give the same advice to a devil and give it to a original person, they're going to have the same impact. Because you have to consider the nature. That's why you understand it. Consider the nature of the person you're giving advice to. Because you're assuming that, hey, you tell them to stop taking drugs, that means they're going to be a better person. Will they? And you better stop smoking that weed. Okay. They start smoking crack. I ain't smoking weed anymore. See, that's why you got to go. And that's the next 25 years, from 50 to 75. You get 75, so okay. If I tell this person to stop smoking weed, this nigga will be smoking crack, so leave him alone. How come you don't tell him to stop smoking weed? See? Now you under fire. Why don't you tell that boy to stop smoking weed? And you can't explain it to him, because right through that, he's going to start smoking crack. Would you rather be on weed or would you rather be on crack? That's the understanding level. So, I don't think any of you are on that level yet, so perhaps you'll get there one day. I have to be careful about the advice I give. It's like right now. See what Farrakhan's doing? He's so wicked because he's looking at it from the Bible. Well, he's a demon anyway, but people are buying that. See? So therefore, you're reacting in a bad way, and you're feeling bad about yourself. You're so sinful, you're so wicked. You understand? You're sinful, you're so wicked. And you're not sinful, you're not wicked. But it just looks that way. Because you're not understanding. So if you step in, our people, if you're not understanding what I've been teaching about the angel, you say, yeah, man, look how people, they're wicked, they're wicked, look how sinful they are. They're ignorant, stupid. See? And you buy into that. And then you tell them, well, you need to stop being wicked stuff. Then you're blaming them. You got to atone and all this stuff. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? So you don't give advice to them. You don't give bad advice. Because you give advice to them based on what you think they're doing. They're sinful. So you tell them they got to atone. They got to blame themselves for what happened to them. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Okay, consequence is the most funnel nature of the universe. Consequence is the universe. Because consequence is mathematics at its most fundamental level. That's what consequence is, mathematics. All mathematics is consequence. That's why we have an equal sign. But so on this side has to be on that side, other side. That's consequence. If you say Islam is mathematics, Islam, you have to be saying, right? Islam is mathematics. That's what you have to be saying. Okay? And religions, Islam is not a religion. And see, I'm going to go be distracted again. It says, it told them, I will give you Islam as a religion. Wait. Did you try to break that down? I'm going to give you Islam, that's what's in the Quran, as a religion. I mean, give it to me as a religion. That means it ain't a religion. Because you get some as something else, that means it's not that thing. Like you say, he's like this. Well, he's like this, then he's not that. He's similar to it. He resembles it, but it ain't it. Like, he's like the Son of Man. If you say he's like the Son of Man, I mean, he's not the Son of Man. He's similar. But it says some as something, that means it's not it. That means you say Islam is not a religion. He's telling you right there, I give you Islam as a religion. So right there, that little piece right there tells you Islam is not a religion. But you didn't pay attention to that until I just told you. I guarantee you, probably no one on this planet paid attention to that before I just said it. If anybody's paying attention at all. That camera issues, brothers and sisters. One issue after another. Man, tenor issues too. I know my screen was blank for a while back. You understand? Did you pay attention to that? It says, I'm saying that's why you have to start thinking mathematically. So those things, you pay attention to those things. You don't just let it fall past. I'm going to give you, it says in the Quran, try to show the verse, I'm going to give you Islam as a religion. That means it's not a religion. Then what is it? But the Quran will tell you it's a religion. And the Quran says, no, it's not. That's definitive enough for me. I will give you Islam as a religion. Okay. Because religions didn't come into existence until 50,000 years ago. I think less than 35,000 years ago. When they got out of sync with the universe, out of the mathematical standard. Because that's what Islam is, mathematics. When they lost the mathematics of the universe, right, then they come conjecture about how the universe works, and that's what religion is. Conjecture about how the universe works. I don't care if it's Buddhism, Hinduism, Christian, it's conjecture. They don't know. It's guessing. They have no idea. I mean, some of them didn't even know the world was round. They had no idea. Okay? Conjecture. Because they lost the mathematical. Now the angel's giving you the mathematics again. Think about that. Even with Elijah, you didn't get the mathematics of the universe. You gave a mathematical language in the problem book, but you didn't get the mathematical universe. You didn't get it. Now with Elijah, you sure ain't getting it with Farrakhan. It's not in the Bible, straight up. You only get the mathematical universe. You probably never even thought of it like that. I've never thought of it like that. How the universe opens and contracts, energy deprivation. Why because Elijah Muhammad never explained why we had to go through what we went through. He told the history. Yakub came along, but why didn't we stop Yakub? Why did we allow it to happen? He said, close he came was, Earth was in an unrighteous orbit, and that's close as he came to it. Now, I don't know if Master Muhammad knew. I believe he had to know. He knew the history. He has to know the mathematics of the universe because, the plane he built is based on principles that govern the universe. And those will never learn. They'll never understand. Because it's beyond their ability. But you didn't have any idea how the universe works until I told you. Those just paying attention. If you think about it, you know that. You had no idea how the universe worked. You didn't know how you fit into it. You had no idea why things were happening, why they happened. You really had no idea who God is, was, or should be. You had no idea. Because it wasn't anywhere. No one was teaching you anything close to it, not even similar. Forget about the fact, demons and jinn and dragons and Gog and Magog. You had no idea any of this stuff, any of it. If you go back and honest yourself and say, damn, what was I thinking before I heard this? You know, you were somebody else. You were someone else. In fact, you was no one. You was a zero. Now, someone said to me, and I kind of like, I guess, okay. See, I'm getting ready off topic. Let me say this real quick before I forget it. Let me make a note of that because I'm going to forget that too. Okay, let me make a little short note of that. Told the doctor, told me to get a little test, right? Now I forget. Go up, write it right down. Which one I'm going to read? And I almost forgot the other topic already. Just that quick. Well, let me tell you what this one I do remember. What was talking about? Oh, man. And she had a little background. And I'm praying for my son. I said, sister, don't waste your time. I'm praying that God help my son. I said, don't waste your time doing that, sister. What you mean? I can't pray to God help my son? I said, what did God say? He ain't gonna help him. He said he want to help those help themselves. Oh, did she give me a look? He gave me a look, boy. You waste your time. He got to help himself. That's what it said. God will help themselves. So stop praying for God to help him. He got to help himself. That's what God says. Only help those who help themselves. See what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? Now I remember my topic before I got off of there, right? I don't remember. Well, anyway, maybe I'll come back to it. But brothers and sisters, we these religions, right? I said the whole idea is to take and it's conjecturing, and you didn't know anything before this. You didn't know anything. If you admit it, what does that mean? Because those of you who accept this, I told you, if you're someone just accept it and don't apply it and don't understand and study it, then you're wasting your time, because you waste your time with me, because I don't have time for you if I find that's what's happening. Okay? But if you applying it, that's why I say open up people's eyes, because the world is blind. You was blind. If you look at it and analyze it, you was blind before you heard this message. That's assuming that you picking up on, you study it, you was blind. You had no idea of anything I'm telling you. Nothing. Zero. And if you apply, you go back and say, that's everything I'm saying is actually absolutely correct. But you had no knowledge. And this knowledge comes from you from every angle. Science, mathematics, history, sociology, psychiatry, if you want to talk psychologically, comes from every biologically, from every, clean all that up. That's why I said a great light. Because if you go back and look at the knowledge you had before, you had none. You was total darkness. But you didn't know you was in darkness because you didn't look at darkness like that. Because how could you know what light is if you've never seen it? See, people walk around in a blind, they're blind, they think they can see. Because that's the only light they've ever seen. If all you've been drinking dirty water all your life, you think that's clean water. How you know it's dirty? You never seen clean water. Why are you concerned? That's the way water is. As far as you're concerned, that's the way water is. Until you see clean water, then you see the difference. And so what you're hearing in your religions and things like that, right? They tell you step on faith, you think that's the light. Oh, Jesus want to take care of me. When I die, I'm going to heaven. And you never ask any questions, because that's totally right. What's the word they use? Indians use what's the I'm kind of word they use? Taboo. That's totally taboo to ask questions because they don't have answers. So to have this light is a blessing beyond comprehension if you're getting it. But sometimes you get something you don't appreciate it because you didn't pay for it. Sometimes you get something and you don't appreciate it, you don't have it because now you got it. You never go back and compare it to what you had before. Now I know how I was before I got the angel. And what it took to get to this level where I'm at right now. I know it's the difference between night and day. I mean, I knew what Elijah taught, that was a lot. That was a lot more than I knew before I met Elijah. But the angel took me way beyond that. Because it reveals everything. It leaves nothing out. You want to talk mathematics, go and break that down. You want to talk consequence, break that down. You want to talk about physics, science. You want to talk about atoms. You want to talk about neutrons. You want to talk about stars. You want to talk about universe. You want to talk about energy deprivation. How we got in this situation here, who the devil is, right? The covenant. You didn't know about it in the covenant. You didn't know how you had a reward coming. You didn't know you had a reward coming. There's a great reward coming. You don't even know it. If you don't appreciate it, that's on you. Right? If you're not acting on it, that's even worse. But the war with consequence. Now, every action has an opposite equal reaction. There's no exception to that, and most of you didn't understand that or know it. Because you don't understand the law of consequence. Because a lot of you doing things that was bring about consequence, you didn't realize it. And those are people that are seeing angel. That's a consequence of something they did, right? And they've seen a positive consequence of that. They may have done something when they was in Holocaust, right? Made a great sacrifice or something for somebody, and now they've been paid for it. That's been open. Well, if you're seeing this, that means you did something. It's a consequence of some act you did. You don't know what it is, but these things, like me getting an angel, that was a consequence of something. If you go to look at my story, look at all the sacrifice I made. I said, I was making sacrifice. I didn't know I was making sacrifices. I was hanging out in the street. My father gone, my mother was gone. I was on my own. I was hanging out. Right? I would go to the library and stuff. I was hanging out with the guys, the girls. Right? Wasn't hard on the girls, but I like girls. I love girls, but I did like reading science. I did like that, but and the girls liked me too, but they just didn't like me. They started talking to me. They weren't interested in what I was talking about. I was talking about science and stuff like that. They had no idea. I thought everybody wouldn't talk about that. That's why I was fighting all the time, because everybody got tired of me being around me. And next time I'm in a fight, what are you talking about that crap for? Well, I said, and a lot of people don't understand it. See, because I went in the army in '66. In '66, when Motown was blasting, everybody was doing their thing, man. The girls was fly, right? Partying, going to parties all the time and everything, man. And Motown sound. Blasted, man. People, black folks, starting to think black, and I didn't know about Elijah Muhammad, that influence. I didn't know what that was. And they do it. I didn't know anything about any of that, except like I said, my father did take me to the temple, but I didn't understand what was going on. He was converted, but I didn't know that. And, man, it was jazzing. And if anybody's seen that movie, Dead Presidents, the scene when he goes in the bar, the guy going to the bar at the beginning. And then they put a record, and they said, man, that's the way it was. Man, you was, boy, that whole time was rocking. And I just walked away from that and went to the military. I said, I'm going to get off the streets here. Everybody said, man, what you, everybody's just jamming, man. Nobody understood that. I said, man, I didn't see any future. I saw it was jamming up there, I couldn't dance, but I was, I was cool. I mean, everybody knew. Everybody knew not to mess with me, right? Because they knew where I was coming from. But I was there, so that was one of my sacrifices. And I'm in there. I'm rolling. Got promoted. A lot of stuff happened, right? And a lot of things happened. I'm talking about the major things, right? Then I got in Vietnam, and then I ran across a thing by Elijah. I'm a sergeant at the time, right? I got down on a Porsche. They had a special program. If you was in the military in Vietnam, I was going to have me a Porsche, right? I already put 4 years in. I was going to have me a Porsche. I was come back home. College education paid for everything, man. I was going to be the man. I was going to be super fly. And I ran across thing by Elijah. I dropped all that and went looking for Elijah. Put myself on the line. If they caught me, they'd put me in jail. Fort Leavenworth, someplace for 10, 20 years or whatever. Right? I didn't care. I said that was right. I didn't want to do it. I said, this Elijah must have existed. Remember, I didn't know. I'm just going with what the scriptures say. And that's another thing that's kind of bugged me lately, right? But that's another story together. Right? I put my total faith in the scripture. Well, let me say it, I can't leave it like that. Right? This whole thing about the timing, that bugs me. It told you, but Jonah, it bugged him more. because he put total faith in this. And then, because remember, he wanted to die. He was so bad about it. It's just, because I put total faith in this. I had no idea. Nobody was telling me. I put faith. I said, Elijah must exist. I got to go find him. I give everything for that based on just what it says there. And so when you do that, they put total faith in something and then found that's very troubling. But I'm going to leave that alone. Right? Because you see it, tell you, Jonah, he was very young about that. He said, the time, that's the timing. That's still the timing. And then it didn't happen. He wanted to commit, he wanted to die. I'm going to leave it alone. See, I'm not going to let my faith be shaken over that. But, Judge Jonah, Jonah said he wanted to die because he said, man, you don't put me in a position here. You put me in a rare position. I don't know, man, why you... I mean, that's the only time you see any messenger or prophet, anybody, arguing with God. Satan didn't even argue with him. But he did. Jonah did. Because he was real upset about that. That don't mean God's a liar. It just means that whatever anyway, move on. So, and I put myself to it. I went, and that was sacrifice. And the other sacrifices. And so, point is, I make all these sacrifices. What's the consequence of these sacrifices? Well, that was preparing me to build enough sacrifice, enough positive energy, and the proper motivation and the mindset to go after, to run those angel and then break the seals. See? So consequence can work for you. Sometimes you don't, for you, against you. If you're doing positive things, right? You're positive consequence, negative, you get negative. See? Well, let me be careful with that. You some positive. Oh, let me leave it. Anyway, right? So, the consequence, you cannot destroy it. It's impossible. There's no exception. No. What do we call it? It's impossible. No miraculous thing. Nothing. You cannot destroy consequence, and it cannot be. That's what Christ said. You will pay for every action you've done. Fundamental principle. Okay. But devil deception going on. See, the devils said they would come out to see the whole world. But the consequence of that is deception in return. They came out to see the world, but they was being deceived themselves because they was caught in deception and in the process deceived themselves because they was going out and they were going to take everything everybody got. And so, especially when it came to us, because we were the deception to them. How was that? Okay. Because we submitted, that made them think they was doing the right thing. They was being deceived. They was being deceived. Because they thought they was doing the right thing because it says the time come when men we abuse you and kill you, and they're thinking doing God's will. So Adam thought he was doing God's will, which he was. You see? But God did not tell Adam what his end was going to be. He didn't tell him that. You call that deception? He didn't tell him what his end would be. If you told Adam, man, after all this here, man, I'm going to tear you, I'm going to destroy you, you didn't tell him that. Man, I'm talking about, if you follow my guidance, think about this. If you follow my guidance, no fear will come to you or grief. And when God told Adam that, he knew Adam was going to do it. You know, Adam was not going to follow his guidance. You see what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? So you got to start thinking clearly. But he wanted Adam to do what he did, to afflict us. Because he said, let's make man our likeness and image. You got to understand the master. He said, what does it take to do that? You got to be afflicted. You got to be under strict pressure. And the best way to be totally against your nature, you can be a force against you is against your nature. That's the maximum pressure you can be under. But it has to be affliction. So another way to look at it is, if you say God is foreseeing, see, Christians can't handle this part. They can't handle any of it. Because I hit them. I say, I'm going to give you an example. I said, did God create and make it? Yeah, he made Adam. Can God see in the future? Yeah, he could see in the future. I said, he could see what Adam's going to do after he made him, could he? Oh, so you get a pause. See, but they know where you're going then. They're ready to move on. I got a meeting. I got to go. I got a meet or something. Yeah, I got to go to lunch. Because if God made Adam and Eve, I mean, that's the whole story. What kind of physiology did Adam have if there was no Eve? And then he had to make Eve later. Wouldn't he have to change Adam's physiology? Would he need certain things if there was no Eve? Everybody asked these questions. Okay? So, okay. But he knew, God said, I see in the future before it happens. I know I made this thing, this character. I know he's going to sinful. He's going to do all kinds of bad things. So why did you make him? And then why are you going to punish him when you know you made something that's faulty? You don't ask these questions. Isn't that deception there? Oh, I'm going to punish you for doing evil. But I knew he was going to do evil because I made you. And there's a flaw in you. Not the flaw is because I didn't make you perfect. So now you're doing evil. I'm going to burn your ass up. What the hell is that? What is that? What is that? I'm going to put your ass in hell forever and ever and ever. Well, I didn't make myself. I don't give a damn. You had a choice. Well, yeah, but you made my mind. You gave me free will, so the free will you gave was default. It was faulty. You don't talk back to me. I'm going to burn your ass up. Don't see another word. I see you in eternity. You're wicked, evil. But you made him. So who's the wicked person there? The object that was made or the person that made it? See, you can't ask those type of questions because the answers would destroy you, would literally corrode your brain. Because then you have to say in that question, if you look at it, obviously, God must be the evil, wicked one. Why would he do something dumb as crazy, evil as that? But I thought it was love. Well, how is it love? He put somebody in eternity forever and ever and ever. Something that he made. Didn't make itself. They didn't ask to be made. They said, God, please make me. You made it, it's faulty. Now you're going to punish it for being faulty. Well, they have freedom. Whatever they are, you made it. But you can ask those type of questions. Yeah. So I'm really getting way off base. But I say I got to be more disciplined and just stick with my topic. But those questions you don't ask. And most of you, if you listen to this here, that's too much for your mind. Your mind's already quaking. Because if I accept that, man, that must be the devil, man. And Jesus going to get me. I can't, I'm saying God's evil. It's wicked. Is he? He's a mathematician. That sealed Bible, those events didn't happen like that. There's messages. God didn't make no Adam like that, then Eve later on. They're talking about American Britain. But see, if you look at it that way, it's deception. And Adam was made to be deceived. He was made to be destroyed. If you make a snowman, don't you make it to be destroyed? If you make a snowman, don't you make it to be destroyed. When the summer's wind's always going to be destroyed. God damn, what's so hard understanding these things? If you make a snowman, you make it to be destroyed. If you make the devil, you make it for that period of energy deprivation. Then he's going to be. He's made for the winter season. As the winter season's over, he's going to die. Period. He's made for the winter season. So he made him to be destroyed. A snowman cannot survive the winter. And that's it. But your mind can't handle that. Because he's a devil. He's wicked. Look at the stuff he's saying. Saying God's wicked. He's evil. I'm not saying any of that. That's what you're saying. Because your mind is weak. And you're not thinking mathematically. So that's what you're looking at from a sealed Bible point of view. And then that's why you make these bad ideas, bad assumptions, bad decisions. Let's get back to the topic, bro. Let me see. I know it's been about 2 hours already. Just. I'm in here. Yeah. Okay. So the thing is, Adam was not controlled by how his end would be. He's told, if you follow my guidance, there'd be no, you would not be no fear of grief. When he told me, he knew he wouldn't follow his guidance. He knew he wouldn't follow his guidance. So why would you tell him that if you know he's not going to do it? You know he's not going to do it. So why are you deceiving him? You think he's going to get something he ain't? Because he can't comply? If you take him, do his job, I'll pay you. I'll pay you $1,000 to do this job. I know damn well you can't do the job. When you start doing the job, I said, if you take this job and you finish, do everything I tell you to do, finish it up, right? At the end of the day, I'm going to get $1,000. We know damn well he's not going to be able to do that. So if he works all day, and at the end of it, you don't give him $1,000. I said, well, you didn't do everything you're supposed to. Well, you knew that when you gave it to him. You knew that when you gave it to him. So now you don't, so then you deceive him. You got all that work. And you don't have to pay $1,000. Adam is not going to heaven, but he was promised heaven. If he did certain things which they knew Adam couldn't do. See? Because your idea of deception is totally wrong. See? God is not a deceiver. He's a mathematician. Let me give you one example. Why am I saying these things? I'm trying to shake your mind out of these emotional ideas and false concepts you can grasp, hold on to. What it said, I'm not saying this accurately, right? But there's a situation here where it says there was an attack, I think just during Prophet Muhammad's time. And he says, Allah made you, it was like, I'm just giving an example. If you can read it, this example is accurate, it's just, right? It's paraphrasing because I don't know the exact words. It said like, it was like, say it was 1,000. Say it was like 10,000. But it said Allah made them look like, made the people, his people, see on like, there's only 100. Now you can find the verse in there. And maybe I can show it next time, right? And he said, the reason Allah said he did that, to encourage you. Because if you sort of look at 10,000, you've probably been afraid. But since it was 10,000, it was only but you made it look like he made you to see them as look only like 100. That means that you'd be fired up and you'd be ready to fight. And that he knew that you could beat them, but you wouldn't beat them if you was in fear. Oh man, because you start thinking, because we thought, oh man, it's 10,000 of them. It's only 1,000 of us, man. So he made them look like it was only 1,000 of them. They said, oh yeah. Because if they had perceived it as 1,000, he made them see it that way. God said, I made them see it that way. Because they didn't see it like they were. They would say, oh man, we can't win this. And then if they went to battle, right, they would have been in battle half-assed, and then got slaughtered. So was that deception? He didn't tell the people how they were. He made the people see something that wasn't there for their own good. See? I'm trying to get you. These devils throw words at you. They twist words like they say, oh, it's a mind game, and they put words and things and concepts. And the angel Bible, sealed Bible is about concepts. Right? To keep you down, to keep you in a mind of submission, a mind of submission that was good for you, but you didn't realize it because it's going to transform you to gods. But the whole world was deceived, even you was deceived about yourself. The sealed Bible deceives you about yourself. You're sinful with fire constant, you're sinful, you're wicked. Deceives you about yourself. Who wrote it? Who wrote it? Because it was a purpose, a greater purpose to be resolved there. And your submission, but wow, how did it make you submit? The sealed Bible is one big lie to enforce your submission, which would cause transform you into gold. And you're better. Anyway. But that doesn't change the fact or consequence. Because the consequence of them changing us into gold would be their destruction. But they weren't told it would be their destruction. And we weren't told, right? We was told that we was going to be enslaved forever. That's what the sealed Bible tells us. And then once I explained to you, it says, no, it's the opposite. They're going to hell, and we're going to heaven and turn to gold. It's just the opposite. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. I know I'm confusing a lot of you. But what's confusion? That's another thing. I'm totally off topic, brothers and sisters. You know, when you go in the gym and you start lifting, pain, right? Pain. But that pain doesn't tell you to stop. There's some deception. This pain is deception itself. Because you feel pain, I should stop this. Isn't that deception? You see what I'm saying? You be careful you use the word deception. If you lift and you pain, your first thought is, man, I shouldn't be doing this, hurt. But if you keep doing it, you get stronger. No pain, no gain. But pain, that's deception to your brain because it says stop. It hurts, it's hurting you. That's why a lot of people don't do it, man. Oh, man, that's hard. Right? Isn't that deception? It's the block. And if you accept it, then you won't get stronger. You have to fight through the deception. And then you become stronger. But the pain tells you should stop it. Because normally that's what pain does. You see pain, you shouldn't do it anymore. You put your fan in the finger and you stop burning, you don't stick your finger in there longer. Things ain't going to get better because pain usually is something to tell you to stop doing what you're doing. But when you start doing it, you get pain, you say, oh. So if you're wise enough to get through it, say, no, that pain is good pain. It's deception, but it's good because it's going to make me stronger. The same thing with your thinking. See, pain on the mental level is confusion. Because you start thinking and you're confused. The same as that's pain on the mental level. And a lot of people say, oh, I'm confused. I can't do it. I'm confused. But you goddamn right, you're confused. You don't know the stuff. But we don't see that. And most of our people fold up and roll off. As soon as they see something, get confusing to them. That's confusing. We're supposed to. Oh man, that's so I can't do this no more. So they don't go back to the gym. Oh, it's confusing. That's what confusion is to the brain. You understand? That's what I mean. That's what pain is to the brain. Pain is confusion. When you try to study something, and then you work through it. After a while, the confusion goes, and now you're stronger. I understood that concept earlier in my life, because I said, "Oh man, it's hard." And I said, "Well, if I keep on going, I learn it. That means I'm going to be stronger than anybody else." I go and take this calculus course, and it's confused as hell. If I learn it, that means I'm wiser than anybody else that don't know calculus. Mathematically, I'm above them now. That fit 100-pound weight. Oh, but now once I can lift 100 pounds, I'm stronger than anybody else that can't lift 100. That's went home and said, "Man, that's the way I can't handle it." That's why I looked at it. See? Like the angel. Once I got idea what's going on, I said, "Damn!" And I realized the weight I'm gonna have to pick up to learn this stuff. I said, if I go ahead and do that, man, I'll be the wisest person on the planet. Nobody's gonna know more than me, because I know it all. But look what I got to go through, and the pain was enormous. I tried to spend 3 years on Demon Island. I mean, all the stuff I went through. The confusion was, I couldn't tell you the confusion was getting injured. The confusion was like, oh, awesome. Some of the things I tell you, it took me years to figure it out. Years. I had to figure this out, that out, and put the, oh, wow. And all the time, I said, come on, I just kept fighting it. I knew it. I just kept on, and then finally I got it. And then I opened other doors, other things. You know? No pain, no gain. You know? You go ahead and go, then now you're on a higher level. And you went to the first floor, the second floor, it takes a little pain to walk them stairs. But now you're up there, and you buff everybody else on the first floor. That's the attitude you have to have. So they were a consequence. Because all they did is seal Bible lies to them, deceives them, because they're thinking they're doing God's will. Remember the conversation here with Jesus? They thought they was doing the right thing. Jesus, no, you're doing the wrong thing. He told the truth. And they killed him for it. At least that's what the Bible says. He said, no, you follow the devil. Because based on sealed Bible, all Israel is Israel. They're God's chosen people. Ain't that what the sealed Bible says? That's a lie. They ain't. But they were. What does that mean? During Adam's rule, they were. They ain't now, because Adam was in charge, and Satan was God's world. Am I confusing you, brothers and sisters? See, it ain't straightforward 1 + 2 stuff like they was trying to teach you in school. See? Because the sealed Bible was the truth during sealed Bible times. That's what said on that day, then the disbelievers will be at that time, then the disbelievers will be the wrongdoers. That means there wasn't wrongdoers before if they become wrongdoers at that time. But during energy deprivation, during the 5 years of Adam's rule, right? They was the righteous. And the jinn was the wicked. And the jinn, they was doing the rituals of God. They got God's holy places. Right? They said, we're going to keep worshiping you. And God said, hell with you, you're the wicked. But Adam and they miss you. Yeah, but they're the righteous, I'm with them. But now that time is over. Now they're the wicked. See? Okay. So now, it doesn't, with all that in mind, it still doesn't matter. Consequence is still king. So they got to pay for everything they did. Pay for everything they did. So now, We're in the springtime. Having springtime. Well, what's the consequence of being a snowman in the springtime? It was great during the winter. It ain't so good during the springtime, is it? That's the consequence of being a snowman. That too complicated for you? And a snowman is nothing he can do. Let's find a freezer to hide in. Nothing he can do to avoid the consequence of spring. Nothing. But during the spring, during the winter, he was God, he was mad. Unless he can adjust to the spring, you see, that makes us the eternal righteous because we can adjust to every season. But some of these nations, right, are seasonal. Especially the devils, also Orientals, they're seasonal. That's why you don't see them in it, right? On the ark. They're seasonal. They're winter. There's nothing they can do besides spring, nothing. But they're war of the spring. They're war of consequence. It's a war they cannot win. And their power is fading all the time because when spring start coming in, things start melting. Depends on how fast the spring comes in. So now their power is way fading, like I told you, quite a war. All that power they had, that winter power. Oh man, we got ice castles, ice spears, ice balls, and now all of a sudden that stuff means nothing in spring. But you would fear them. When you fear that stuff, oh man, that guy you're gonna drop an avalanche on me. You'll hit me with an iceberg. Oh man, it's cold as hell out here, man. Oh, you're gonna throw me in one of ice prisons, man. Oh, I better leave him alone, man. I do mad circles. You can lock me into an iceberg and you see what I'm saying? Because you got all that power. And all of a sudden the spring come rolling in. Things start melting, right? And you don't see it right away because snowman will get a little soft, iceberg a little melty, the water's running, right? Eventually, you see it getting weaker and weaker after a while. It's gone. Cotton wool. That's what you see those mountains. What's that? It says mountains seem firmly fixed. That's what it says. Mountains firmly fixed. I mean, that's some America. They firmly fixed. Make power. You can't. They the power so awesome, so firmly fixed. It's gonna be like cotton wool, like go away. What are you talking about? You're talking about the military power. So you're talking about a real mountain? You need to understand these things. And that's happening now, as we see. That's what I call Master Muhammad, Lord of the Dawn. Dawn of spring. Okay? But they're going to fight it. And they cannot win. It's impossible. They're going to try. That's the war, that war of consequence. And then the other side, that is, we are the consequence. What's consequence? Consequence is vengeance. If it's opposite but equal, well, who did they do the evil to? They did it to us. Who suffered injury in our Holocaust? We did. All the evil was done to us. That's what said. Tell us to do it. It's done. We have to do it because it was done to us. Not no disregard anywhere. And things that tell you, vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. Well, okay. Can you add and subtract? Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. That's what he said. Vengeance is mine, I will repay. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord, I will repay. You got that? Lock it down. Do to them as they've done to you. Hold it. I thought, I'm the one going to repay. Vengeance is mine. So how in the hell are you doing it if I'm supposed to? Because that's you. You're the one that's doing it. You're the God. You're the Lord. You better start learning to add subtract, brothers and sisters. Make an own agreement plan with God universe. It's tell you to God. You're the consequence of what they did. The personification of it. As there was a personification of our misery, the Holocaust, we're the personification of the consequence. Because what we do is the consequence of the Holocaust. And the Holocaust was on us. We're the consequence of it. What they did. Understand? Okay. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Oh boy. I could be a couple miles. I haven't really got to my subject yet. Not really. Okay. Review this. Hopefully I'm talking clearly. Hopefully. Oh, to me, that's the hardest part of this thing. In a way, just talking clearly. No, I think I'm looking at it seems like I'm getting worse. And I got to keep telling myself, take your time, talk slowly, clearly. Now here we go right here. As I said yesterday, there's three sides to this. And you didn't notice that. See, it says, Son of Man would notice subtleties unaware. I need to find that verse again. It says, he would know subtleties unaware. That means something so subtle things that people don't pay attention to. He would know them. He would recognize them. People wouldn't aware of them. So subtle things. Because the three major enemies of us, said Esau, totally destroyed. Ishmael was going to be broken. And the demons destroyed, totally destroyed. Right? Of course, it says the leader, son of perdition, be consumed and then destroyed. Totally eradicated. We say destroyed, don't mean killed. It means his whole seed, his whole family, all this wrapped out, all of this wiped out. Holy. Everything about him. Okay? Got that? So, what are these three people? How do they reflect to us? Okay. We got Esau, our full brother, our twin brother. So, it makes that very clear. Right? See, here I go another, I'm going off. Let me say this. Stuff can come to my mind when I say twins. Okay, I remember this. If you go in there and okay. I'm just saying stuff that come about. So okay. You know, there's this person in the Bible called Thomas, probably one of Jesus' disciples. Now, he's supposed to be Jesus' twin. Jesus didn't have a twin. God had two sons? Because he's his twin. It means, right? So now they're trying to confuse the issue. In the past, that was clear. Thomas, they call him Doubting Thomas. So he was Jesus' twin brother. He's a doubter. So he doubted. But he was twin. So we know Jesus didn't have a twin. Even that story is about something else. What does that mean? So Thomas would be another name for Jesus. And Is it a coincidence that Jesus is also National Covenant, also Son of Man? Remember, hair like lamb's wool, feet as black as brass, which neither Master Muhammad nor Farrakhan has. But his birth name was Thomas. His birth name, but it got changed. I'll leave that to you. Think about that one. Anyway, you got one is full blood Esau. You got his half brother, his maternal half brother. Right? Who's the paternal half brother? That's Ishmael. Then you got his maternal half brother. Who's that? Legion. Demons. That covers all, don't it? Brother, half brother, maternal, half brother, maternal. Didn't notice that, did you? Why they do it like that? They tell you that's one way of telling you everybody's against them. But these three right here, and the angels particularly talk about these, and they had to go down in a certain order. The first one goes down is the weakest one of all. Right? The deceiver, his maternal half brother, which is not his blood. He's the enemy's son, but he's his maternal brother. The Demas, maternal half brother. Well, if he's maternal, he had to be half by definition, right? And then you got his paternal half brother, which is Ishmael. See, because his maternal half brother, he's deceiving him, pretending he's someone he's not. He's a hidden enemy. He's working for, right? His daddy, who are an open enemy. Remember, Farrakhan's daddy is our open enemy. He's our hidden enemy because he's our brother on the eternal side. See? So he's the one that's closest to us and deceiving us. He's the main source of our deception right now. Because the devils, they had us in bondage and everything else. Remember, in Mark, the devils had no control over us no more. He said, nobody could control them. But Legion did. Mine. See? He said it was many of them. But they had control. And so Jesus had to destroy his control first. And then you got Ishmael. Now remember, the demons, they're attacking us before we're born, before we conceived. Okay? Elijah didn't conceive us. That's how we all story together. Deceive. If you understand, there's your key. You got before the pregnancy, during the pregnancy, and after the pregnancy. The pregnancy hasn't happened yet. Okay? Because this is going to happen quick. They should be born in a day. Everybody's born in a day, ain't they? See what I'm saying? As soon as you can see, you bet every child in the world is born in a day. I mean, women, when they're born in one day. Ain't a child born in 2 days. When they come out that instant in some day. But they want to talk about that. Whoever heard such thing, you couldn't be talking about that, but that's universal. You're born in a day. But it takes 9 months, right? To be conceived. Not to be conceived, to be grow, embryonic. It takes a second to be, may take a day to conceive, but it takes, depending on how long the sperm gets to the egg. I don't know the time limit there. I don't think it's very long, right? From the time the sperm gets to the egg and then fertilize it. And then you got the gestation period. I believe it's gestation, I think you call it. That's about 9 months, approximately. And then the birth happened in a day, in an hour. So they're talking about that. Saying Nathan born in a day, that means we're talking about the time, the pregnancy they're talking about. Right? So the pregnancy hasn't happened yet. Because it happens, right? You understand the Injil key, that's right. Understand the Injil key. When they attack us, when this war is lost in the Middle East, then that's when the pregnancy starts. And it will only last a day. Within a year. Sure, and it actually could be a month. It will be a short period of time. It won't be a year, I'll tell you that right now. You see? That's what we're talking about. I didn't get that one either. That's what we're talking about. Okay? So right now, we in pre-pregnancy. Preconception. And that's the part Farrakhan comes in. Keep us from being conceived at all. We ain't going anywhere. We're still here. Keep us this, because Elijah Muhammad was trying to conceive the nation, and he made sure it failed. Give them birth control pills. So, you understand? So the conception, he's to stop the conception. We ain't going nowhere. Devils ain't devils no more. We're going to stand miracle. You understand? But I'm trying to talk to you in angel language. But that's what he is, to stop the conception altogether. Because the Nation of Islam is not about conception, it's about getting back into NASA. I can be a little more dragged than that, right? Reversing the process, going back to where it came from. But like that. Sperm. You see? That's what his job, to stop the conception altogether. Because who's going to do the conceiving? The messenger of the covenant. To stop the conception altogether. But then the conception happens. They get pregnant with us. See? Because he's destroyed. He's the one invented. He's destroyed. You see how this falls together? Because he's accused of our brethren. He's trying to prevent the conception. So he's our half brother on the maternal side, the demons. And then once we conceived, right? Then what? It's Esau. He begins his trouble. He tried to prevent us from being born altogether. He tried to prevent us from being born altogether. He attacked us while we're still in the womb. But one tried to stop the conception. One trying to destroy us, make us born stillborn. Stillborn. Kill us while we're in the womb. He attacks while we're in the womb. See how these stories, see how this falls? I tell you, when you get the map, everything I said is totally consistent with everything I've been saying. It's going into more detail. I told you I would. Try to show how these things connect. Because I'm trying to get you better grip on the angel. Because none of you have the angel's light turned on yet. You wouldn't. Because if you did, you'd be able to use the key. But part of what I'm doing right now is I'm helping the process. So when the time comes, and when Master Muhammad pulls a trigger, it'd be easier for you to, because you right now, you've been thawed out. You ain't in the frying pan yet. You thawed out. But our people are still in the freezer. And they're going to hit this information right in the frying pan. And your blessing you have is that you're being thawed out. But any woman tell you put meat right from the freezer into the frying pan, you're going to have some trouble. It's going to be some problem. If you let it thaw out first. The advantage you have is that you're being thawed out, you're in a thawed out process. That's the advantage you have. You're in a thawing out process. Our people, they're still in the freezer. So he's going to attack us while we're still in the womb. And then what it said about the dragon, Ishmael, it says he was watching. As soon as she was born, right? The value, as soon as she was born, See the 3 stages there? That's the 3 stages. I tell you, it's more to the angel. I told you, well, last week I said, there's much more angel I've been telling you. I can't get to the 3rd floor because you're still down in the basement. See, it's right there. It's perfect. Fits right in. And that's exactly what it's saying. That means we're going to be attacked. We're already under attack now. Because it says, he would make war with the saints and overcome in 40 years. That's what he's doing. He made war with us to try to keep from being conceived at all. And now that we conceive, Esau says, well, let's make them stillborn. And those of us decided to survive that. See? So he was to stop the conception. So last sperm didn't get to the egg. Those that got to it, he tries to make them stillborn. Those survived that. Dragons to finish you off. Those survived that, and he's going to get them. Dragons stood by to survive the child. So was born. That's your birth. Sunnism. Because Pharaoh can't take away from Islam. He's trying to keep him being conceived at all. You understand what I'm saying, bro? You see the pattern there? That's what happened. And so what we're doing is our people, and I'm going to show it in a minute, and then I'm going to close out because I can't. We're running from one thing. After Elijah left, we ran to Farrakhan. Farrakhan goes, going to run to Africa. That door shut, we run to Sunnism. We ran around trying to figure out what to do. Because we're in a dark cave, and we hear lions and bears roaring, and we don't know what to do. They run here, run here, run here, run here. They ran to Farrakhan. Elijah was going to ran to Farrakhan. Farrakhan's taken out, bam. Run to Africa. Africa get attack you. Finally, they we're trying to run to the Sunnis. And they have knives out for you. Yeah. And see, you think as soon as your friend, you see, Farrakhan was part of that. You think as soon as your friend, the Africans, your brothers, and the angel, there's nothing in the Bible that tells you different. Except when the angel explains to you, once you understand the angel, then you know. Because you know there was all your enemies. You know Farrakhan was your enemy. He's Aaron. You know he's your enemy. These people are your blood enemies. And you didn't know it. The sealed Bible does not tell you that directly. You didn't know it to your angel. And our people lost the lack of knowledge. Why? Because they're going to run to these people. They'll run to Farrakhan. Oh, man. And then he's going, oh, let's run to Africa. They're going, in the process of just running around, they're going to be destroyed. They're trying to find a way out. Because when that war starts, they're going to close the borders here. If you ain't in, you ain't going to get in. If you ain't out, you ain't going to get out. They'll close the border, it's better be closed. And no electricity, atomic totally collapse. And you're all alone at what to do because we're not unified at that time. What am I going to do? No food. Within 48 hours, you have cannibals running around. Within 48 hours, they start eating each other. These people can't go 48 minutes without eating something. And you'll be told, you'll be much about fear. Be in great fear. The Bible tells you to be great fear. Because it said, when you see Jerusalem by armies, that means when you see that situation, it says, run for your life. That means you're going to be in great fear. Don't go in the house, leave your baby, don't do anything, just run. That means you're panicking, you're in fear. You're not going to be happy and rolling. If they're telling you, if that's the condition you're going to be under, you're going to be in great fear. People are going to be in great fear. It says, flee for your lives. It tells you, don't stop, don't think, don't just go run. It means you're going to be running in panic and great fear. I told you that people are going to be in fear. Initially. But those that get through that are going to survive. So here you go. See? And what happens? They all out to get you. All your enemies. And they start disappearing. Demons. Yeah. Because you running from one, you run to, oh, they're gone. See? Run Africans. Right? Right? That didn't work. Run Sunnis. They after you. Right? But after they're all gone, then you find the right door. See? Oh, that's the right door. That's when you find Messenger of the Covenant, Master Muhammad, after you travel those 3 doors. How many people we lost in the process? How many people we lost in the process finding their way out through those 3 doors? They're going to run all those doors. You try Farrakhan? Where are you going? Let's try African brothers. They attack you. Let's go to Sunni, other brothers. And they're waiting for you. Attack you as soon as you're born. You say, oh, what am I going to do now? And then you see the light. Then you see the light. But you got to go through all those 3 stages. That's what I'm trying to prevent from happening. See? And that's why these people are going to pay a heavy price. Ben X, Silas, all of them. Because you should have came this right away. You should be there right now. Wasn't for them, you'd be there right now. That means you wouldn't have to go through the fear. You might even avoid the tribulation. But you definitely would avoid the fleeing and the fear and the panic. You'd avoid all that. You wouldn't have been lost because of lack of knowledge either. That's because of them. So what kind of consequence you think they're going to pay for that? Think about that. That's because of them. Because you've been there. That's where you should be right now. You're not there because of them. And so a lot of people lost the lack of knowledge. That's going to be in their hands. Okay? They run around in fear and in panic. That's because of them. Which, I don't know what door would do. When the door was right there for you. If you'd been right there right now, you didn't have to go to tribulation. You'd be taken right out of here. Remember? It says, those sleep in the dust. It says, at that time, he would deliver all those in the Lamb's book. And then those sleep in the dust would awake. Then that's when you awake then. Then you see it, but it's too late. You're going. The elect already going out of here. But you was asleep because of them. Because of them. The ones condemned to everlasting darkness, every shame and appallment. If they even get through. Because of them. They'll see you right now. Hope you understand, brothers. I think I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to leave it there, brothers and sisters. Hope I talk clearly. I endeavor to talk slowly and try to talk clearly. I hope I be able to achieve that. I could go, let's say, I 4 hours. I got a lot more here. I'm talking almost an hour and a half already. You understand, brothers and sisters? You get the picture? Yeah? Because of them. And it's a losing war. Because all of them going to be, it says what? What happens to the first one? Demons are destroyed. Boom. Esau, right? It's, you be obliterated. All these going to be destroyed. The Ishmael, he's broken. You know, how Daniel says it. It says these things will be accomplished when the holy people, right? They've been broken. The power of holy people been broken. That's happening in the Middle East right now because they're taken down one by one. Iraq, Syria, so forth. They're talking about Arabs. And now they say Egypt is nervous and Jordan is nervous. Breaking the power of the holy people. These things will be accomplished. That means there'll be all this disaster in the Middle East, which is going on now. So, at what point does that happen? Their power is totally broken. Well, when Iran makes this move to power, their power will be broken because they're going to have total control of the Middle East. So I put these things together. I can't tell you the exact time. I already told you what the angel says. But they tell you what the angel says is not right. But what you make of that? But it says, nobody knows but Master Muhammad. That means whatever, I couldn't know it. Whatever the angel says, it can't be right because it says, I know what knows but him. He doesn't know the angel. And I don't like it. So that was one thing Jonah had a big problem with. So I'm going to leave that alone. I mean, we had a real problem with that. We said, hey, I wanted to die, man. What the hell is going on here? Why are you putting me in this position? Him and God had an argument about that. Why are you putting me in this position? And God said, what you getting all upset about? Yeah, what you mean I'm getting upset about? You had me doing something. I'm the one to pay the price. I'm the one to lose credibility. And then I don't do it, and I end up in Diamond Demon Island for 3 years. Yeah, you helped me when I was there. But you're the reason I got there. You know, so, man, I'm just doing this, man. I just want to die. I don't, because he wanted to give up. But he didn't. But he was really angry about it. He let the God know he was angry about it. What was that story about? Why is that in there? Why is that story in there? Who's it giving that message to? You're not giving it to me because I'm experiencing it. And it's real because I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like that. It's tells you right there. Jonah didn't like it. He didn't like it. He got mad to God about it. He says, "Told him, I don't like this. What the hell are you doing?" So how can I tell you, Bill? So I know his time is close. Time is close, right? And the problem is, it's a severe test for me. Because there's three people in the angel that can destroy the angel. Right? Well, what does that mean? He said, if the devil knew what hour his time should be broken into, he would stop it. That means if he's able to stop this, the rest of the prophecy is gone. It's dead. That means I'll be blind. Master Muhammad would not be blind. He's on no scripture. I don't know what he's on. I know that supreme wisdom is some aspect of it. But I'll be blind because everything else would fail. Everything after that would fail because the scripture said this, and then something else happened. Everything after that would fail. So that means the devil, if somehow he was able to get that information, then he could destroy the rest of the message angel because it wouldn't happen as they said because something happened that wasn't supposed to happen. That means everything else after that has failed. Okay? Let me see if I can walk you through this process because it's complicated. I still don't like it. Do I understand it? Okay. We got another point of view. Suleiman can change it also because he knows what the prophecy is. So he changed something. Elijah Muhammad talked about that. He says that was one of the things the scientists said. They said he could change prophecy. They said scientists could not guarantee what happened afterwards because he might do something different. Now, Elijah Muhammad spoke to that. So according to the scriptures, let me say another way to let go. It's too complicated. I still don't like it. I'm going to let you know up front. Let me put it this way. Okay, you see a person, they're getting ready to go on this road, and they don't know that at the end of the road, it's like a big, what do you call a sinkhole. And if they go down there, right? They got their family in a car, right? They're gonna hit it and it's gonna kill everybody. You know that, right? So what you do is that, right? You say, okay, you arrange for another car to hit them before they get there. The other cars will hit them, it's going to major accident, they're all in the hospital. And then they're mad because they're in the hospital, man. Look at that dumbass, he hit us. He was a drunk driver. Look at it. But they didn't realize he saved their life. Because if they kept going the way it was going, it was going to be destroyed. But he said they never know it. They never knew that. And all they know is this guy, man, put him in jail, lock him up for the rest of life, man. They might show him in therapy and all this stuff. Understand that, okay? I'm trying to give you some feeling for this. So science looked and said, okay, if he says this, and he says everything accurately, then what impact that's going to have on the people around him? What are they going to do? How's that going to affect things? If he do it like that, then it's going to cause that situation to happen. This situation happened. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put something there that's going to trip him up. Right? And he won't like it. But it's going to keep that worst thing to happen. That's where I reconcile it in my mind, brothers and sisters. But they saw that if I had everything exactly right, like I said there, that it was going to end up a bad situation for me. There's a way to protect me, because remember, look at the hard costs. That's exact example. Which is that hard cost. What can make us more angry than hard costs? Damn, man, look at our women and everything else. But look what that does for us right now. Now, we wouldn't have done it. We wouldn't have done it intentionally. And you wouldn't even know if I explained to you now, because you didn't even know what happened. What happened? You told you was sinful and everything else. I'm telling you, no, it was for your benefit. You know, in fact, God, I'm going to get this next time I'm going to show the quote. God said he put us in here for our own benefit. And I read that. I like to file my chair. How the hell is this our benefit? I think I read that before I got the angel. How the hell is this for our benefit? He said he put us in this situation for our benefit. I understand it now because it says how we transform everything else. You see what I'm saying? So he said, yeah, but man, all that, it's like, that's what Jen said, man, why we going to smith this guy, make men shed blood? You see the pattern there? So Jonas made you look like a fool to keep something else worse from happening. Because he wasn't, something else was worse going to happen. I don't know what it is, what it was, what's supposed to happen, what was supposed to happen. That's why I reconciled it. I still don't like it. I still don't like when he buy a car. I still don't like the hard costs. But the hard costs are for our good. If you understand it, it's for our good. But damn, that same concept you see with John. That's why I look at it. He was very angry about it. I said, man, why? Ooh. I'm going to lose credibility. I mean, you make me look like a fool. Well, was that designed to keep the greatest things from happening? Save my life, keep me being crippled. something. I can't speak to that. But that's where I reconcile it. That's why, brothers and sisters, start thinking mathematically, because everything that happens, it's a mathematical reason behind it. Now, you may understand the math, you may not understand it. But if you don't understand, the bottom line is always keep the math positive. They don't have to understand the details. Just keep the math positive. Keep positive energy. Now, you may understand the quality, but you understand it's for your own good. Remember they say, everything happens for the believers to their own good? I'm going to leave that concept again. Let's say it again. If you make sure you're doing the 5 pillars, doing things so your energy is positive, then whatever happens is going to be for your own good. Because it's positive energy. No matter what happens, it's for a better good. It might seem bad, but it's a better good. Like I told you, when we wished the other place, and it was a whole bunch of crap. I said, man, we're going to get out and move away from these crazy people. We got a better place. If a better place found it, and my wife said, and I told her, stop worrying about money. I said, I said, don't worry about that. We have plenty of money. We always had plenty of money. Right? Enough money to do what we need to do. We billionaires. We always had enough money. We've never been a money problem with us. Right? I told her, I said, don't worry about that. So I found this. I said, well, let's find a nice area, nice neighborhood. I said, that's where we're going to go right there. Oh, man, it's much more expensive. I said, what you want to worry about it? That's the place. We're going to get it. We got it. Right? And then a few days later, I'm going down to see one of my clients. Bam, this woman runs a red light, pulls my car, right? Spins me around. I'm a little sore. Didn't get right. She ran the red light, everything else right. Next thing I know, man, I got a brand new car, a big settlement, and everything else. And I gave it all to my wife. You see, she just looked at me. I said, don't worry about stuff. That was more enough money to cover everything for quite a while. I said, stop worrying about stuff. I said, I'm in good shape. Ain't nothing wrong with me. I said, because if you do positive, everything's going to work positive to your benefit. So everything works for the righteous towards the good. I forget exactly how they say it, right? Let me say it and never close. Exactly how they say it. Everything works towards the good. I'm going to get that quote exactly right. As we know that all things work together for good, those who love God and those who are called according to the purpose. We know all things work together for the good. It means if you got positive energy, the mathematics going to work out to your favor. So if something bad happens, that means it's because good thing happen. Like I said, I went to the doctor's office the other day, and the woman up there, she started talking about, they was talking, they like me, right? I treat them real nice, and we have good. And so she was telling about, she got divorced recently and everything else. And I don't want to give people advice, right? I said, something? I said, sometime to get to the second floor, you got to the first floor. Sometimes you got to get some bad out your life to make the open door for some good to come in. That's what happened to me. Because my demon wife, when she walked out, she opened the door for my wife I have now to walk in. Right? So keep that in mind. You don't have to understand the deep mathematical details. Understand math on a general level. Just keep positive energy. And no matter what happens, it's going to be to your advantage. It may look bad, but the good's going to turn out bad, going to turn out good. I'm going to leave it there, brothers and sisters. And I'll continue this, part 2 of this tomorrow, probably. Okay, Assalamu alaikum. Suleiman Rahim here, National Covenant, break of the 7 seals. Brothers and sisters, great fear, unprecedented fear is about to grip America. Fear beyond comprehension. It says, men's hearts will be failing with fear of letting things come into America because the powers of heaven be shaken. And they're in fear because in anticipation, their hearts are failing in participation, in anticipation. Their hearts are failing in anticipation of what's to happen. What do you think will happen to them once it actually gets here? Their hearts are failing just anticipating what's coming to America. Haven't got here yet, just anticipating. What do you think it'll be like once it actually gets here? It'll be a bloodbath here of unimaginable proportions. And we're trying to save you from that fear, because many of you will experience that fear because of lack of knowledge, because lack of understanding, lack of preparation. Why? Because of people like Daniel and Jeffrey, those people got their heads up Farrakhan's ass, and Ben X, and so-called Son of Man out there, and Silas, you see. And so, but that fear that you would experience, you will be healed of it. It's possible healing for you once you understand and listen, observe the light of the angel. And that fear, like a sponge, you're going to absorb all that fear. But then, once you get the angel, like somebody squeezing that sponge, all that fear that you received because of people blocking the information that would save you from that fear will be reflected back onto them. Reflected back, because they're going to fear you. They're going to fear you. They're going to fear your retribution. I suffered this because see, it's obvious that they were lying, they was talking and shouldn't have been talking. They should have, instead of saying, in the name of Allah, they should have been saying, I don't know what's going on, but I think this what might be happening. They should have proceeded like that. Then maybe they got some mercy, because then they acknowledge and they don't know what the hell they're talking about, but they're trying to, get some information to you the best they can, but they're not sure if the information is correct or not. See, that you might have some mercy on them, might, and I doubt that too, especially when the light is there. See, if there was no light there, if there wasn't a bright light there, then you might get away with it. But there's a light. Well, how come you didn't reflect that light? Why didn't you reflect that light? You're saying, oh, I was trying. Well, why did you do that? There was a light out there, the messenger of the covenant, who you were supposed to be seeking, and you wasn't reflecting that light. Why wasn't you reflecting that light? Because that light would have saved us from this fear. It didn't say only devils, man. It said men with hearts be failing. That means some of your hearts could be failing also. Some other people's hearts could be failing also, because they identify with this because of lack of knowledge. It says, our people are lost for life. How will they be lost? They be caught up in the fear. You're caught up in it. Heart failing before they get a chance to recuperate, recover. Because of people like you out there with your bullshit, talking what you don't know you're not talking about, and especially those with the heads of Farrakhan's ass. Oh, there will be no mercy for you. Oh, the chastised, when the Quran says chastised be severe, it says be chastised like it's chastised any other nation. Wait. Did you read that in the Quran? I would chastise you like I chastise no other nation. If you hold on to that, you're going to be chastised as well, along with them. Remember the story of Noah's, Lot's wife? Right? She couldn't separate her emotions from the calamity that was coming upon her relatives and things, those that didn't listen. And so she turned to a pillow of salt. She became so bitter, it destroyed her. She became so bitter, she could not recover from it. You don't understand, brother and sister, but you understand in a minute. That fear is going to grip America. It's going to grip everybody in America. And the only ones going to have protection from it is the ones that has the angel mind. Even the ones that claim they have some angel, they were going to be affected by that fear also. But they'll be able to recover faster than anyone else. That's because at least know they're going in the wrong direction. They can turn around quick. But the other ones are going to take a while. How long? How long is a while in those circumstances? A minute, 5 minutes, half an hour, a day? Great fear hits you. And then you have to get that fear destructive. And you have to overcome that fear or dismiss it quickly. Otherwise, it will destroy you. So now people are lost for lack of knowledge. How will they be lost? You ask yourself the question, they lost how? In what way are they lost? In their fear? In the cannibalism that will follow? How are they lost? Their lack of knowledge will cause them to be lost. How would they be lost? You ask yourself that? We don't ask ourselves any questions. See, Farrakhan don't encourage you to ask. He never asks. Only question he asks is, do you believe what we talked about today? But they never ask any loud questions. I tell people, I never get any. Very seldom. I encourage questions. Great fears about the grip. Let me play this, brothers and sisters. I'm just going to play this for a minute and I'll talk about it afterwards. See if it plays okay.
What do you mean by legitimate?
Joe Biden.
This is called, you're justifying criminal activity. The United States was totally unjustified in its bombing of civilian areas throughout Germany and Japan. Destroying the civilian population. I mean, but we excused it. I mean, look, the reality when you stack up history, the United States pillaging, murdering of native Indian tribes here in the United States is part of its creation. Our creation as a nation. It stands as a stain on America. We massacred Indian civilians, and we always presented the Indians as sometimes as the bad guys. Apart from the Thanksgiving when they saved the Pilgrims, as the story goes. But how dare they attack settlers? Well, we were invaders. So, when people react to an invasion or react to oppression, it depends on who gets to tell the story. That whether it's justified or not, legitimate or not. the Netanyahu and his Zionist cronies, they believe in what I call the mythology of the Old Testament, the Torah, that they are uniquely selected by God, even though when you get into the language of the Torah, God's name, there's Elohim, there's Yahweh, it's actually sort of a confused picture, but they've convinced themselves and convinced a lot of Christians that, oh yeah, this supreme being has given them exclusive rights to this territory, and not only that, told them that they can kill anybody that gets in their way. And it's okay because God says, hey. Well, if you believe that, then it's easy to, fall into this whole narrative. I don't believe it. What do you mean by legitimate?
Joe Biden.
And the previous one, he talks about how the country, that's why they don't allow these people in the media, how the country was established, genocide on the Indians and so forth. They never mentioned the worst of it all, the Holocaust, what it did to us. It kind of always seemed like to leave that part out. And the next one I'm getting ready to play now shows you that. It backs up what I've been saying. Because that's one thing they like to they have a problem with. Oh, yeah, how the country got started. But this one I want you to pay close attention to.
I went to Israel immediately after their attack by Hamas, 8 days later, whatever it was. And I told him we were going to help. I said, but Bibi, I said, you can't be carpet bombing these communities. And he said to me, well, you did it. You carpet bomb, not his exact words, but you carpet bomb Berlin. You dropped a nuclear weapon. You killed thousands of innocent people because you had to in order to win a war. I said, but that's why we came up with the UN. New deals by which what we would do relative to civilians and military.
So he was comparing 21st century war tactics, battle tactics, with World War II.
Well, what he was really doing is he was going after me for saying you can't indiscriminately bomb civilian areas. Even if the bad guys are there. Even if the bad guys there, you can't take out 2, 10, 12, 1,500 people, innocent people, in order to get the one bad guy. And he made the legitimate argument. His perspective said, look, these are the guys that kill my people. These are the guys that are all over in these tunnels. Nobody had any idea the miles of tunnels are down there. It's amazing what they built. And they're sometimes 200 feet under the ground. Well, the way to get to them is to take out the places where they were under which they got to the tunnels. And so that's the first time I had the discussion about bombing civilian areas was when I went over after the 9/11, after the the massacre that occurred.
So on that first trip, 10, 11 days after October 7th, you already raised the issues of how to get to a ceasefire.
Well, not a ceasefire, how to prevent innocent death.
Yes.
And then I pushed really, really hard for more humanitarian aid to go in.
It was a legitimate argument, as he mentioned, the way that Netanyahu was dealing with.
Now, what I wanted you to notice there, brothers and sisters, no mention at all about how they treated us. They always have a mental block when that comes. But if you recall, it wasn't that long ago when I was saying about how when they go and attack false Israel, false, going to say, what you attacking us for? Daddy, we're doing what you did. And remember that? I said, I went like a whole week I was explaining it. So, hey, how can you, we just doing what you did. How you get America? How you do this? Hey, see? So, when he was saying, he said, oh, well, he came and said this, he also brought that up too. You know how you treated blacks over there? You know how you did that? They ain't going to say that part. They can't say that part. But that was part of the conversation. Damn well, I guarantee that was part of the conversation. Look how you treat those blacks over there. You enslaved them. You apartheid with them. You killed them. You had no mercy on them. And that's part of it. He said, oh, well, you did World War II. You dropped a bomb. And that's the exact same word that says, all they're going to say is, hey, I'm just doing what you did, Dad. What's your problem? But see, they whitewash that stuff. They make sure they don't talk about some of the Holocaust and World War II and even the Civil War, but they don't mention exactly the real crime, the worldwide crime, the greatest crime in history, the crime that they're going to be, that the consequence was all about. That's all war's about right now. The greatest crime in history. And that's the one they don't want to mention. Beat all around it. Damn well. Now you have to say, wait, hold it. Look how you treat those blacks over there. That's what we doing over here. Now you complaining? That's what we did. That's what you did. Remember that? Okay. I'm going to follow up. Yes, this is going to take several parts, bro. And I'm going to try to keep from being distracted. Because there's so much to talk about. And things, some go down the path. Right? I'm going to try to avoid that today. See, I'm going to focus this consequence war. That's this war. It's a war of consequence. A war they cannot win. It's impossible to win this war. It's war against God. Consequence is God. You can call God, I don't know how you say consequence in Arabic. Maybe I should look. That would be God's name. That's the most fundamental name above Allah, above everything else. Consequence is the very nature of God, very nature of the universe. Every action has an opposite equal reaction. There's no law more fundamental than that. That's the very nature of the universe. That would have to be God's personal, perfect name, consequence. While I'm thinking about that, maybe I should just do that real quick. Might be surprised. I never thought. Like I said, I get distracted and start saying things. I said, well, and do that before. So when I'm thinking about it, might as well just do it. Give me a second, brothers and sisters. They say consequence in Arabic.
عاقبة عاقبة عاقبة.
I think it's saying up. Let me see.
عاقبة.
Well, I'm not. Well, I can spell it. Ak. Oh, there it is.
عاقبة.
I can read Arabic. I just don't know. Can't. I can read it. I just don't know the words mean yet.
عاقبة.
Agwibatan. 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 That's what you say in consequence in Arabic. Most fundamental. They can call whatever they want to call. That's the most fundamental name of God. Consequence. Most fundamental principle of the universe. There's nothing more fundamental than that. Every action has opposite reaction. Opposite reaction is the consequence of the action. And it's equal. And it's opposite. Aquibatan. I remember that one. Right? We'll stick with that's the problem. I mean, we'll stick with Allah. Aquibatan. What's fundamental? Look at that word again, make sure they, because they got dialects, right? Over there. That's what it's all about. And why is grace? Because you got two opposing the universe at two stages. It's going from one stage to another. It's going from a stage of absolute energy deprivation to, right? The universe is expanding and contracting. So when it's contracted full stage, right? That's our worst condition. Worst condition, because all the energy that was here is out there now. So we're suffering energy deprivation. What's the consequence of that? The universe starts contracting. That's the consequence of it. Restoring. That's why in the Bible, I should have printed that out. It's talking about the universe is groaning. For the restoration. Okay. So you look at it that way. The consequence of the expansion is contraction. The expansion was against us. The contraction is for us. And they're the personification of the maximum contraction. I mean, the maximum expansion. That was there. Right? So they suffer the consequence of the universe. And you look at it from a pure mathematical point of view, they're trying to stop the universe from contracting. Can't do it. Impossible. Okay? Because contraction destroys them. But contraction, right? Because they was created in haste in the full expansion. But now the contraction comes and that energizes us. But it crushes them. See? And that's what they're facing. They're trying to avoid the crushing. See? They're not going to suffer energy deprivation. They're going to suffer the crushing. We suffered the energy deprivation, the tension. Because tension pulls everything apart. Tension pulls everything apart. Right? But pressure forces everything together. So it forces everything together. But the point is, when you pull everything apart, are you strong enough to withstand? Can you keep from being pulled apart? Are you strong enough, right? You keep from being pulled apart. You see? Because you're pulling. Like a rubber band, you pull it. Okay, here you are. You're the Hulk, right? You got this super rubber band, you pulling it. Are you strong enough to pull that rubber band apart? If you're not, you pull it as far as you can and it snaps back together. The universe was not strong enough to pull us totally apart. Just like it wasn't strong enough to crush us when the universe totally contracted. It wasn't powerful enough to crush us. And the pressure was not great enough to crush us, and the tension not great enough to pull us apart. You understand, brothers and sisters? But the point is, they was created in tension when the universe was totally contracted, but it was under great stress. I mean, great stress is a pressure aspect. It was under great tension. So tension pulls things apart. We lost everything. Great tension. But we survived it thanks to our women. And they're going to be rewarded for that. I don't give a damn what you're saying. The women are going to be rewarded for that because no one's giving credit for that. Because Eve is always, they always put women in a bad light. And the women saved us in the end. You understand? They saved this nation. At the risk of life and punishment and suffering and torment, they saved it. They saved our seed. They protected our seed. Our seed was exposed to destruction, and they saved it. And they're going to be rewarded. And they're going to be rewarded because the kingdom going to be given to them. You don't understand that, but you're going to see it. And you're going to love it. You have no problem with it. The kingdom was ours. In the beginning, if you want to call it beginning, when the universe started expanding. But it was both ours, see, both of us. Because we was one at that time. But then we separated. And we had the strength. And the universe was all about strength. There wasn't any beauty there. We had to produce it. You take it, right? And now there's beauty everywhere. So now it took strength to produce the beauty. And now the beauty. It's time for the beauty now. And that's what you want. You want heaven, right? Let's look at this now, brothers and sisters. You know, what did Elijah say? What did Master Father tell us? The women are heaven. Let's analyze that. If they are heaven, when you want heaven to be in control, you want to control heaven? If you control heaven, you're going to turn into hell. When you want heaven in control, if they're your heaven, don't you want more of it? Don't you want to be total engrossed in it? Encompassed by it? Will you be controlled by it? Your heaven? You understand? Okay. And they're going to reward you by acknowledging you after you avenge what happened to them, as you promised, as you avenged them, as you promised, and restore them back, everything back to them. You understand? Then they're going to acknowledge you and respect you because you never have, I haven't, and neither have you ever seen the respect of original black woman. You haven't seen it. Why should she give it? If she give you it, you don't deserve it. Why should she give you? None of us ever seen it. Not in the last 500 years. How can we see something that we don't deserve? That we, I mean, if there was a beating our women, raping our women, exploiting our women, got them on TV, got them naked, all kinds of weird stuff they have them doing. And they take them, pick them up, and call themselves marrying them and all this kind of stuff. And betray them, that's our women, not yours. Our women, not yours. And I ain't mad at your sisters because I understand the situation we're in. But why should they respect us? But when they see, when you get out there, because you're going to war. You're going to war. Or you're going to wake up and go to war. A great, what do they call it? A 70 great army. You're going to war. And you're going to war against outrageous odds. 17 million against what, like 5 billion? Armed and dangerous? You're going to war. And when they see you in battle, they know you're fighting to deliver your promise to them. That's why you're fighting. You ain't fighting personally yourself. You're fighting for our women. When they see that and they understand it, then you're going to get respect and you're going to see something you never saw before. The woman, the respect. An original woman is like, whoa, that's heaven in itself. The way she's going to treat you, the way she's going to talk to you, the way she's going to take care of you. You think a mama's love is something? That's way beyond that. That'd be in heaven within itself. As you can get more beautiful. I mean, I keep asking, how can an original black woman get more beautiful than she is now? Well, she will get a whole lot more beautiful than she is now. That tells the heaven's going to be a voice. So Whitney ain't got nothing according to the way his sister's going to be talking. I mean, I don't think they be talking. They singing. Look at birds. Do they talk or they sing? If they can sing, you goddamn well know our sisters can sing. Those birds came from us. How you think they learned to sing? They learned from our sisters. You know, a lot of stuff you're going to understand in a while, brothers and sisters. Kingdom be given to them. So, well, you have Master from who's going to rule it for the next 6,000 years. And the kingdom come back to Shabazz. And the kingdom catch. But the point is that it is de facto rulers. The sisters going to be the de facto rulers. Understand? You understand after a while, right? But this is a more consequence. Who suffered more? Okay, put it this way. Who deserve more of the kingdom? If there's a war consequence and the kingdom is the reward for what we did, who suffered more? Look at it from that point of view. The sisters did, so that the king should be there, shouldn't it? Now, in fact, they saved our nation. They suffered more than we did. At least we had some strength to ward off. They had nothing. They had nothing to protect them. Nothing to protect them. In fact, their beauty was against them. The more beautiful they were, the more pressure they was under, the more they was attacked. And the weird thing about it is, most sisters out there hate me. But I love them, and they're gonna be restored. And I shouldn't even say this, right? But it says that the women, I should find that verse, once they return home and everything's restored, they said they're gonna weep because of the Son of Man. They're gonna weep over him. And what does that mean? He's dead or something? I don't know. I ain't gonna go into that, but because he's responsible to. He's their champion. They don't realize it now. They will realize in a minute. Okay? Anyway, what consequence? So you had to find out, well, what's the consequence? Who's the consequence against? Who committed the acts that reserve consequence? And we look at all the nations involved. I want to focus on two, because they're family. But we also, the demons, they're family too. Have family, right? They have family. You got some of us in them. But Esau and Ishmael, there's three levels of family here. You got 100% Esau, half brother Ishmael, and you got half brother demons, but they half brother on their mother's side. You see how they cover all three sides of this? Yeah, I probably never noticed that. Ishmael, 100%. Esau, 100%. Ishmael, half brother. And Legion, half on another side. One half on the father's side, one half on the mother's side. Did you notice that? Probably not. That's what I'm going to focus on today. And I'm not going to try to probably try to keep it short if possible. You see here, all three of them. All three of them. Okay? They're all out to get us. All three of them. Our comes in the background laughing. You know, we're fool because he's putting us right in. Remember, he wanted to go Sunnism. Remember, he wanted you to worship. See, you didn't get this. He wanted you to worship who? Obama. Now, once you understand, you know who Obama is. You get it now? You get it now? He wants us to call Obama the Messiah. And as soon as, right, worship them. See, and he's the leader. You never probably noticed this. I've never noticed that. And Farrakhan's, he's pushing you in both directions. He's a hidden enemy pushing in both directions. Oh, Sunnism. Right. Obama, he's the Messiah. They both was dead. One betrayed us, right? One betrayed us. Joseph, was it Jacob, betrayed us into this condition. And the other one, not a betrayer, he sold us into it and tried to kill us. He made war with us and they captured us, They sold us into get rid of us. It was in the north, because another way to look at it, right, is that, remember, we were on the, I said it wrong yesterday, we was on the northwest side of Africa. Like I said, east side yesterday, right, was around Morocco. That's where the term Moors come from. Now, we was relocated there from Arabia. Now, we was the ones that accepted Prophet Muhammad. Accepted. But the rest of Africa did not. They was in their, whatever religion they was into, right? That's the Levites. They did not. They hate us. See? Then once we lost 1492, the Battle of Grenada, when the Moors lost in the battle against Spain and was kicked out of Spain, out of Europe, then they attacked us. We started losing, right? We got weaker, energy deprivation, right? And then the rest of Africa attacked us. Nearby, who's Muslim? They weren't. So you understand from that point of view. That's where the word Negro come from. Okay? Because it was a vengeful thing at first from Spain, because remember, Negro means black, and Moors also means black in Spanish. Both of my Spanish names. They call them the blacks. It was British took it to the next level now. But of course the Moors, because that was a Spanish name, and we controlled Spain for like 700 years, I believe it was. And then we lost in the Battle of Grenada in 1492. That's why Spain, most of Spain and Europe, they got dark hair and dark eyes and carrying on. A little tangle was going on during that time. You see? And then they had the purge afterward. They call it, no. What do they call it? What do they call it? How can they call it? Getting rid of heretics? No. They was trying to get, the whole idea was, I had to tip my tongue, I forget what they call it. But anyway, the purpose is they removed Inquisition. Right? Inquisition is to all that was trying to, because they was Catholics, right? Trying to remove any objection to Catholic. No. Inquisition was to get anybody out of there that had any contact with Islam, any emotions, anything, right? All Spanish, that's what Inquisition is about. To get rid of Islamic influence. Because Spain was controlled by its Muslims for about 700 years, for Moors, us. Not the Arabs. And so what happened is that, remember, the Spanish first took slaves out of here, and it wasn't because of remember, they're not God and my God. They wasn't taken out, right? because they thought it was inferior. They was taken out because they were getting revenge. See, oh, they control us. Let's get them back. It was revenge. Then it turned into a slavery thing by the British. Gog and Magog. And they made Gog, Magog, and then God came out. I'm not going to, that's just basic history, but so you can look at it yourself. I'm giving general. So I'm going to say, well, it was this year, this year. When you're going to nitpick, that's your business. That's basically what happened. But they hate us. And most of our people don't know that because they don't understand the trap. See? Because right now, the demons got them. The devils had them. Now, they were still righteous and everything, right? Okay, we let the demons loose on them. Now, them demons got us, his enemy. Kevin Hart was guy, and you follow the example and everything else. They tell you, no, man, stay here, do reparations. It's a demon mentality. Remember, they still devils, but it's a demon face side of it, demon aspect of it, perspective. That's what we're influenced by now. And we out there, and these people, we fall in love with them. Fish basketball player, these people are demons. They hate you. Like O.J. Simpson, big time demon. Did he marry? Did he find a black woman? No, he found a devil. And that's why he got mad, because she did him in. See, so we on that. That's what it says. We'll be under his influence for 42 years. He make war with the saints on behalf of the devils. See? They were too obvious. Send demons in there. They won't protect them. They'll send our message, but they look like us, and they'll buy it because we come in there. No. So now you're under demon influence. And what's his job? Farrakhan. Because now, when this thing breaks out, right, you're going to run to Arabs. What you hacking? Oh. Remember, it says, the first thing to attack you, as soon as I got it backwards. I got ahead of myself, right? Because it says, once you was born, then the dragon attack you. But before you were born, right? Before you're born, that's when Esau going to get you. He's going to try to get you stillborn in womb. That's what's about the four winds. The four winds start blowing while you were still dead. He's trying to attack you in the womb before you birth. And once you give birth, then as soon as he's going to come after you. The dragon, as soon as he's watching, as soon as you was born, he came after you. The devil was at you before you even got pregnant. See? You understand, brothers and sisters? They're all after you. Right now, mostly, that's why it says, soon had destroyed the demon, legion, son of perdition. The Lord will consume the spirit of his mouth and destroy. You got to destroy him. Because that demon ideology and everything, right? That's just got, we grip because we look at that, we found an example. You understand? It was heavenly, brothers and sisters. All out to destroy you. They hate you. Arabs got a land. They ain't giving it back. And Africa got land too. All ours. Esau, he's angry because he felt we tricked him. We took his heritage from his older brother. He said it belonged to him. We get rid of you, it's all his. And demons, they know they have. They got to support the devil. Because if the devil goes, they're going too. That's their strength. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. They're the only guy out to get you. And you don't understand it. So you're going to run from one to the other. Oh, run to Farrakhan. Oh, found out he's some petition. Then you're going to run to Africa. Let's go to Africa. That ain't right. Okay. Soon as, they're going to get you. And then you finally, when you in all these 3 doors. That's why a lot of people lost with economics. They run this way. Look, a lot of people lost because all these lies and dogs deceived by Farrakhan. How many people lost in that process? How many people lost in that process? Right now. How many of our brothers and sisters that was with the messenger has died and everything under his spell? They lost. Their children lost under his spell, claiming Elijah Muhammad was a lion. How many going to be lost? Because it says, before Wednesday, they're going to attack. They attack, that means somebody's going to be killed. And they're attacking, and you don't have your protection yet when they attack. You don't have the edge of mind. You don't have the 5 pillars. So how many of you that when they attack you because you think you're a friend, you're going to run to them and they're going to cut your throat. Let's go back to Africa. Make them go back to Africa. Let's go back to our brothers. Yeah, they are brothers, but they hate you. The Bible tells you they hate you. Obama, yeah, Farrakhan. See, they said Farrakhan. Oh man, Obama, man. He's promoting Obama. Obama's the Messiah. And then, our Sunni brothers, man, they Muslim, right? Yeah. No, they jinn. They're not even Muslim. You're the Muslim. Because you submit to a will of Allah, and they resisted. Oh, boy. That's what you're up against. That's why a lot of Muhammad said, don't pray that day, because you have to deal with what you're up against. You're up against everybody, everything. And you'll be running from one to the other. One to the other. Oh, let's go Farrakhan. After Elijah left, let's go Farrakhan. You were like, oh, let's go to our African brothers when everything falls apart. You see, Farrakhan is lost. He was a liar. Oh, let's go to African brothers. They don't want you. The scriptures tell you clearly, they want you destroyed. Oh, well, maybe the Arabs. Sunni. All of them. Yeah, come on over here. Yeah. Your enemies here. They have to destroy you. I see you. It's total bullshit. Bullshit. Okay. Images like this, designed to fool you, throw you off guard. Oh, we want a happy family. Oh, she's so comfortable, happy there. And see, her eyes, she got a vision. See, I mean, look at her eyes. Think about this. I don't know, they got looking green. Or turn the Hulk or something, right? But look at her. See? The vision of a future. They do this on purpose. Vision of future with, like this. She's like, see? That's a new vision now. She have a vision of ours now. That's the vision. We're all going to be one together, one happy family, right? And maybe because they don't want the black, because she green for some reason. So break that one down. Okay? You got this is a vision now. She got a vision, hope. Hope is in her eyes. See? She's at peace and safety with her. She happy. She worry about nothing. See? Put these images out there, and you don't pay. They work and design these images. They don't just put this thing together. They look at it and design it because it's out. Picture speaks louder than words. So I'm not going into all these details, brothers and sisters, but I don't think you understand this. I'm trying to tell you that this out here, this covers the whole thing. This out one covers the whole thing. That means thought is pressure. That means he thinks on this level. This large one thinks on this level. Calculus. This one he thinks on an algebraic level. I'm not saying that's the way it actually is. I'm just giving you an example. So therefore, this one cannot understand anything this one's doing. Because he does it in a calculus way, more powerful. He cannot understand anything this is doing. But this one can understand everything this is doing. He can understand anything that was doing. That's why it says, right, they're being crushed because this is high pressure, great Lord pressure. So they're going to be confused because this pressure is crushing them and they can't figure it out. They have to come to understand what it's doing. They have to understand calculus. They can't because the highest level is algebra. So they can't, they understand it's a mystery. They're being crushed and they can't do anything about it. Their math is not strong enough to do anything about it. And they can't understand anything that the one that's crushed them is doing. All they know is being crushed. It's a basic concept, but I don't know if you understand it or not, brothers and sisters. What's happening? Because Injil is taking you up to a high level of thinking, high level of mathematics. It's teaching you the mathematics, just the basic mathematics. They don't have this. They don't have to understand the consequences. There's no fear of consequence for their eyes. They have to understand the consequence. They have to understand how the universe contracts and expands. They understand energy deprivation. They understand the universe on that level of mathematics. They understand it. And what I'm showing you is something they cannot 5 pillars, and you get your angel minds, nothing they can do. It says no hair be harmed because they can't harm you. They said they can't even devise a weapon that can harm you. I mean, they can't come with anything. They all this decisions, conferences, or they can't come with any kind, nothing. They can't come with anything that can harm you. No hair be harmed. No weapon form will prosper against you. Nothing they can do, and that's what they're telling you because their mental level, their pressure, thought is pressure, and their pressure is lower, like on the algebraic level. And algebraic level can't understand anything on the calculus level, nothing. But the calculus level can understand everything on that level. That's why they can't come with any idea. They can't come with any weapon. Remember, any weapon form means come out an idea. Nothing they can't come with anything, any kind of idea, anything that's going to harm you. Once you got Angel and 5 pillars, when you want to start on that plane, when you think on that plane, there's nothing they can do to harm it. Nothing. Zero. Nothing. Hope you understand that. We talk about this heaven and hell, right? The capitalism is the system for energy deprivation. That makes a perfect system for it. But that system doesn't exist. The system is fading now. That's why capitalism is working against them. The Quran talks about usury. It said they don't give it up. It said there'd be a war with the prophet and Allah. You understand what are they saying there? Is that to my son of perdition? I mean, son of the mission of the covenant? They said they're at war with both. It's true, they're at war with there. Think about that one. Because that system no longer works. That system worked for 500 years because we put $100 in and we got a penny back. We worked our ass off and got nothing back. And they did nothing, they got, right? It works opposite effect. In other words, if I give you $100 and you give me $10 back, right? That's exploitation. But for you, that's a profit. You understand? It's slavery for me. That's profit for you. So that's how they profited. And that was okay during energy deprivation. Because the way they was created and the way we are. We put the less energy we had, the more that situation became more aggravated until we got to we was giving all the energy to them. It was getting nothing in return. It was aging like, they were saying that the average person, and you saw those pictures, they look 90, 80, 90 years old, those men. They said it was only 30, 20, 25, 30 years old. They worked you so hard. And they gave you nothing back. They gave you shitlings. Right? They put you locked in a dirt closet at night. No toilet, nothing in there, no food, anything. Just threw your ass in there, all you and your family, and you crapped on yourself and everything else because you was locked in. You couldn't get out. Yet you worked all day long for them. They produced gold for them. And they gave shit back. So you was a slave, you was exploited, and they was profit. That's what capitalism is. There's no other way you can explain it. You go out here and you work at Burger King, you make these people that run the place rich. And what you got? You can't even get one burger. You better eat one of them burgers that you flipping all day long. They gonna about to get robust to do for you. Then you only have that. Right? Exploitation. On the other score, the Quran tells you that you put 1 grain of corn is basically get 100 back or whatever, that analogy, because that's what happens. Now, you're not so interested in information anymore. So now the universe is contracted. So you get more energy, more energy, more energy. So you put in $1 and you get $100 back. Put $1 in later on, you get $200 back. Put you get $1,000 back. Because, see? And that's blessings. That's our kingdom. See? I can't bless. They say, oh, you don't deserve it. See, because they try to put negative. See, put a positive connotation on capitalism. Hey, capitalism is great, man. It saved the world. Put people out of poverty. Capitalism impoverished more people than ever any other economic system ever. Impoverished China. China was a basket. China was a rich country. Impoverished China. Impoverished Japan. Impoverished Africa. They say, yeah, well, no, but enriched Europe. It enriched Europe. How are you going to explain that one? It enriched Europe. That's capitalism. Because you took from everybody else. They gave nothing in return. A heartache. You understand? That's capitalism. But they try, oh, capitalism is great. Yeah, it's great for them. But now they're in debt and everything else because it's failing. Because it doesn't work anymore. Because now we're being energized, we don't need their food. See, that was the anchor to capitalism for us. Because we controlled anything, we had lost everything, but we still need to eat to survive. To eat to survive. We had to depend on our sisters, right? To keep our population going. But we had no energy to do that. So we had to go to the devils to get food. And they say, okay, you give me 1,000,000 calories, I give you 10 calories back. Well, you had no choice because you had to have the food to survive. You had to have it. The bottom line is you had to be a slave to them. Over here, you lost your land, you lost everything. You was over here stranded, and you lost everything. But you still need to eat. And they were so terrible about it, they gave you some meat, but even when they gave some meat, like you give them $100, they give a penny back. So now all you guys are paid to buy the food you need. But even that, when you want to buy the food, you want to buy a penny something, they would only give you like 1/10 of a penny of food. I mean, they gave shitlings. You had enough to buy maybe a pork chop, they gave shitlings. You understand, bro? So that's article based on blessings. Yeah. As the Quran tells you, put a little, you get a lot more back. And that kingdom gets better and better and better. First you put a penny in, you get $1,000 back, then you get $1 million back, you get $1 trillion back. You get so much more for a little effort. And it's not even considered effort. Because when you're doing what you want to do, like to do, it's not effort anymore. But we have entertainment. We have that, all those things. We don't have no movies and things. We don't need movies because you're living a life. What you need movies for? We have TVs and things like that. We have computers. We have to be able to communicate with each other. But that's a whole different issue. That's about I don't go and brothers and sisters, right? Because you live, and you won't sleep, and you'll be 24/7. You'll be with family and friends. Everybody's your family. Everybody's your friends. You're always going to be with people all the time. People that love you. People that care for you. The women. Right now. Hey, babe. We tell her, oh, well, you know, hey, honey, well, you've been 15 minutes trying. Can't you get to the point. That's where we are. And basically, we're all stupid. We're energy deprivation is stupid. They're talking about ED. That's ED too, ain't it? I ain't gonna leave them alone. Right? See? But yeah, I'm victim of that. I was a victim to it. It says, son of man will eat shit. Animal shit. He said, what they first happened with us said, well, we won't take it that far. The animal shit, but you won't, because they could say we have to eat human shit. No. We're all suffering it, all ignorant on that point. See? And hereafter, right? It takes 2 hours to get a point here. You're like, hey, baby, can you get more details? Because you sound so beautiful. Look so beautiful. Act so beautiful. Right? A whole different attitude. So I ain't mad at you, brothers. I'm blaming myself too. Energy deprivation, you ain't got time for the bullshit. That's what we call it, bullshit, man. Can you get to the point? That's simple energy deprivation, which we're coming out of it. Okay, I'm gonna cut this short, bro. I'll see you again. Never get very far. Unless I'll be 2 or 3 hours, and I know this will take about 5 hours if I do all of this. We're going to talk about this here. At the end, the king of the south. See, there's several translations, so I'm going to get you to understand this because it's kind of confusing because of translations and the way they say it. And there's nothing wrong with the Bible, it's just the translations, the way they see it. But look at this one. At the end of the king of the south, the king of the south represents basically Britain, America, and false Israel, the 666. Just remember, there's 666, so I hope you understand that by now. Right? Which way war against him, who? The king of the north. And the king of the north will storm against them with chariots, horsemen, and many ships. He enters the country overflow and pass through. Also enters a beautiful land and many. Okay. I just want to concentrate that. At the end, the king of the south will wage war against him. In this case, one's trying to say you push against him. Once they wage war against him. Now we know that this is going to end. Now, when they attacked them recently, right? They didn't really wage war against them. I mean, it's translations, right? Because they went in, they did a few bombs. They claimed they disabled Air Force and all that kind of stuff, right? Air protection or whatever. But this, if you look at this translation, it says, we'll wage war against him. And we know that's what America's been pushed to wage war against Iran. But see, that's what's going to happen according to this translation. Let's look at the next translation here. At the end of time, right? Talking about the same thing. That's where we are right now in time. So let's look at it and the king of the south should push at him. So in this case, they push at him. The king of the north should come against him like a whirlwind with chariots and horsemen and many ships, right? See? Where it says, in this case, it says push at him. Otherwise, it says make war with him. Push at him, right? That's general. I mean, wage war is more specific. So one is, right? But like when it says war broke out in heaven, it says Michael's angels. The war broke out, phase one. That's how much desolation Michael's angels waged war against the dragon. They fought back. See? So how does that fit in this situation? Okay. So it's the translations. I'm not saying anything wrong with them. Okay, what did I miss the previous? That's one translation. Second translation, that third one there? Yeah. At the end of the time, the king of south will attack king of north. See? One says push at him, one says wage war, one says he's going to attack him. It says that attack is what triggers. Right? So the first two, push and attack, right? That will consider what happened when false Israel attacked, with the same planes and everything, attack and blew up a few things, right? But the third one, where it says wage war against them, that's a little more detailed. Now, I'm not saying it's correct, but that one is saying that they're actually going to go to war. It says that false Israel, and that's what Trump is talking about and everything else. But we know this is going to happen soon. This year, no doubt. I mean, I don't want to say this year because that's like way in the future. I'm still holding out for a few days, a few weeks, right? But the point is that they do translations. They see it three different ways, and I have not found a transliteral of Daniel, right? Well, there's some, but whatever. Not an accurate, not a precise transliteral like you have for the Jehovah's Witnesses have for the New Testament, because this is talking about so-called Old Testament, the Torah, and usually when you get transliteral there, they really talk about from Aramaic or something, right? Anyway, we know it's about to happen. It's going to happen soon. But they got three different aspects. One says push at them. Okay, that encompasses the whole thing. One says, right, it says it's going to attack them, right? And they have been attacked. They have been attacked by false Israel quite. They killed Soleimani and they hit the embassy. Those were attacks. They haven't waged war against them yet. That's what they're building up to do, because that's part of the reason why they went after Syria. Because remember, see, I'm going to close out in a minute. See, they got their plans, but their plans are going to fail them. It's going to backfire. Because in the past, false Israel said, and they get to Iran, they had to fly over friendly or conceding Arab countries, and fly over Arabia or fly over Syria or whatever. See, and these was persona non grata. They shouldn't be flying over us. They had, because Iran said, if you do that, we're going to attack you. Told Saudi Arabia, okay, you let them fly over you, we're going to consider you part of it. We're going to attack you too. But now with Syria down, right? See? And with Iraq supposedly under control, they can fly right into Iran undetected. See? Unrestrained. I don't know if you noticed that or not. They can do that now. You say, think they can. They're trying to close it on Iran. I told you the motivation why false Israel wants to do it, because they know America's secrets and America's planning for us. They know they have to control the Middle East before they take us out. I'm not going into details about that, bro. It's just they need to do that, right? So they have control of the Middle East and the oil. So America cannot. Because remember, America hates, the Christians hate the Jews. They hate them. It was about to destroy, called a final solution, and nobody was going to help the Jews. So-called Jews, well, they are Jews, whatever. Those called say they're Jews, right? Or not. Say they're Jew, whatever. Right? You can go into the fine print on that one. But those called themselves Jews, right? False Israel. They was on the brink of destruction. And that's Germany. And one reason they were saved, because Elijah said, we're true to Abraham. They said, oh, they backed off. Said, no, we got to lead them up there because we can't have these black folks understand that, because they would come together and they would fight against us. alongside the enemies, then they flee the country. It says it right in Exodus. Now we can't have them understand that they just choose Abraham. So you put them up there and say they are, and that's that's what saved them. Because it was at Esau's throne for 2,000 years. What changed them all of a sudden in 1948 when they was just burning them up the day before? You understand nothing. That's to counter our claim, a legitimate claim. So now, that's why I support them at all costs, because they cannot have us see the light before they destroy us. They're planning to destroy us. It says so in Exodus. You understand? That's what's going on here. So false Israel knows this. They know once they get rid of us, they're going to come in and finish them off. I explained that whole situation in Genesis. That's exactly what Genesis is saying. Exactly what Genesis is saying. Right? After they get rid of us, then they get rid of them. But they don't want either one of us. But they can't have us understand before they do that, because then they got trouble on their hands. They got a war on their hands. That's what's going on. So false Israel has, and the only thing stopping them taking the Middle East is Iran. So they get America. See, America's trying to play them, and they're trying to play America. America's playing them. Oh yeah, we still there. You're serving a purpose for us. You're working a double purpose for us, because not only are you deceiving us, but you're deceiving the Arabs over here, because now we get cheap oil. Because remember, the ideology, right? That's the weapon. But what fuels the weapon? Oil. If you understand nothing. Oil fuels this. If the oil cuts off, this whole thing collapses. That's why the Arabs are full of shit over there, because they could have shot Israel, false Israel, in a heartbeat. What they do is cut the oil off. Why are they giving them oil? They're talking, oh, why are you shooting me when I'm giving you bullets? If I giving you bullets, you wouldn't be able to shoot me, would you? Why are you shooting me? Why are you shooting me? And then you selling them bullets. Why are you taking our countries? Why are you beating us up? And you give them the fuel to do it. Those planes and trains and tanks and stuff could not move without fuel. And usually they're getting the fuel from you, and so is America. We're giving that bullshit. Read between the lines. They're on board with all this crap. But they could have stopped the heartbeat. All they had to do was cut it all off. We had Simpsons back in the 70s when they cut it off because of, I forgot what they cut it off. What did they cut it off? That was during Carter's time. And they cut off, Saudi Arabia cut off. And this place went to chaos. We almost had an economic collapse here. You couldn't get gas. It's like you go to gas lines, there's like 8,000 people in front of you. And you had to have a certain gas number and all this, that was, you understand? So the thing is that all this whole thing is a big charade. Everybody's playing games, but the point of you are the target. The Arabs are supporting false Israel, right? They want to keep them there because they don't want you to understand who you are. Because then you're going to come back. That's why paying Farrakhan and Wallace all that money to keep you, to tell you ain't going nowhere, that land is not yours, when it's right there in the scripture. It's right there in the message. Farrakhan said, yeah, we will see Abraham, and it says we'll be here 40 years. And then the next verse says, we're going home to Arabia. It says, like, oh, we ain't going nowhere. He called God a liar. They're paying us to do that. Like Muhammad said, we'd be fools to stay here in the land of our imprisonment. The point is, all these are working together. You're the target. Your mind is a target. Your mind is a target to your heart. They stop your heart. It's over. And right now, they got you committing suicide. Because you're about to give yourself a stroke. Beat yourself to death. That's what says the mark. You're beating yourself. You're about to give yourself a stroke that they can wash their hands of it. And if you don't give yourself a stroke, right, they're going to buy you out with reparations. Always a target for you. Always targeted towards you. And everybody's talking about reparations now. Give drugs, legalize drugs. Or you're the target. They legalized marijuana because they found it was giving you strokes, black folks strokes. Or you're the target. And so that's what driving foreign policy, and false Israel knows that, because once they take care of you out, then they're gonna finish them off. They need them right now. So false Israel say, wait, trying to get them to take out Iran. That's the only thing stopping them from taking out the Middle East. Iran going, they got the whole Middle East, they control the oil. Remember what's controlling all this whole thing? Oil. They got control of it. Case closed. Now, they can take us out. And they can't take them out because they have control of the oil and they got nuclear weapons. Remember, Kennedy tried to stop them having nuclear weapons because they knew the plan was to get rid of them. But if they got nuclear weapons in the Middle East too, now they got America by the ass. Because remember, it's a war between the Christians and the Jews. That's what it's all about. Right? They was hating each other. But hey, we're a strong neighbor. They're brothers, they the family, they fight with each other. Then a strong neighbor moves in, we stop fighting each other, we got to take care of that neighbor. We take care of the neighbor, we go back at it again. Understand? But you help me now because we're in attack with that neighbor. So I make sure I can use that advantage so when the neighbor goes out, I'm stronger. Otherwise, you're going to take me out too. It's simple when you understand the math behind it, brothers and sisters. Okay? That's what's going on right now. False Israel needs America to take out Iran. They got Iran, now they could take out. Now they can overrun the Middle East. They control the oil that America needs to fuel its reality. And they can instead of America controlling them, they control America. America will not be getting no cheap. You're paying $10, $20, $30 a gallon for gold once they get control of it. There's not damn thing you can do about it because he's not going to use nuclear weapons on them. Because then you blow up the goddamn oil too. This is what's going on in the background. This is what they're doing, but it's not going to work because Master Muhammad, who's a master, he's a master scientist, technical, analytical, and you got Superman as a master scientist, spatial, and both are kicking your ass, and you cannot do a goddamn thing about it. See? Don't stop you cold. Or take out Southern Perdition who's pushing this shit, deceiving our people in the background. Take him out. Then it's going to take out false Israel. It's got your mind. They'll take out the fuel. That's fueling this whole goddamn thing. That's how I'm going to take it out. Bam, bam, bam. It says you're going to flee from the bear and you run to the lion. And you're going to flee home to the lion and the snake going to get your ass. We got you. There's not a goddamn thing you can do about it. We got you. Got people that's in the snare. And we got to pull them out of it. I'm going to be caught. It says some people we lost for lack of knowledge. There are people in the snare because they don't understand it's all about them and the plans you got for them. Right? But once they get their mind, apply the Philippines, not a goddamn thing you can do to them. But we got to get them to there. Master Muhammad's going to give an upper hand because he's going to cut this, going to kill what's got your mind messed up, what you're clinging to. Energy management will destroy. It's fueling this whole goddamn thing. Destroys false Israel. And Suleiman's right there to give you the umbrella. There's your mind. And it's 5 pillars. Ready to put it there, ready to crown you. That's what we're working together in conjunction. Not a goddamn thing to do about it. But a lot of people can be lost in the transition. And lost in the fear. I'm going to close out, brothers and sisters. I'm going to close out here. Yeah, I'm going to close out here. And pick up tomorrow. I finish up this weekend if possible. Our system is based on blessings. There's a capitalism. Yeah, Farrakhan. His father raped his mama. He's a result of it. Like father, like daddy. Now he's raping the Nation of Islam. See? Like father, like daddy. Like father, like son. Excuse me. Like father, like son. Okay, let's close out, brothers and sisters. Close out here. Okay, close out. Yeah, hopefully I'll follow up tomorrow. Finish it off. It's gonna probably take the rest of the weekend, bro. There's a whole lot of stuff in here. I keep looking. I say, man, how it goes by so fast. I know it'll be 3-4 hours to cover everything I have in here. Every time I talk to you, I keep kind of like distracted, going on another path because there's so much. Like something I talked about today, I wasn't planning on talking about. But it's information you need. And like I said, you're running back and forth. Sunniism, Farrakhan, Esau, and all of them your enemies. It's the master's cut has to save you from it. Assalamu alaikum. Brothers and sisters, Sulaiman Rahim here, Messenger of the Covenant. Break our 7 seals. Great fear, unimaginable fear is about to grip America. Coast to coast, north to south, going to grip America with an iron grip and will not let go. Fear, unimaginable fear, it's about to grip America. Men's hearts will be failing with fear of those things coming to right, that they perceive is coming. Their hearts are failing based on what they believe is coming or happen when it gets here. If you're frightened by something that you think is about to happen, how are you going to feel when it's actually happening? Great fear. Blood actually up to the horse's brow. Unimaginable fear. I'm going to follow up what I've been talking about the last couple of days. And I probably won't finish today because it's a lot. I'm trying to get a comprehensive view of what's happening and what to expect. Let me see if there's some camera issues, see if how that's going to work. See, there's so many misconceptions. But see, it says many false prophets arise. And you got all these folks out here. They run their mouths, have no idea what they're talking, and they know they don't know what they're talking about. They think, well, if I say in the name of Allah, that right there is going to get you destroyed, because this ain't in the name of Allah that you're doing. The name of Allah, and then you proceed to lie, conjecture, talk about things you have no idea what you're talking about. But you say it's in the name of Allah. No, when you say in the name of Allah, it better be mathematically correct. It better be mathematically correct, or directly come from Allah. When in the name of Allah, I say, well, you know you're righteous. Okay. All these clowns out here, they have all different views, some of them against the other, so all of them can't be. You better, when you say that, I don't say that. I don't need to say it. Right? I could say it. I don't need to say it. Because I'm not getting into your rituals. See, Islam is not ritual. It's not ritualistic. It's mathematics. In fact, it's not even a religion. It's mathematics. Here I go again. I'm about to get distracted. So when I start talking about something, brother, all kinds of things open up and I start talking about them. Next thing I know, I got off subject. Islam is mathematics. Mathematics is Islam. There's no conjecture there. 5 plus 5 equals 10. That's not conjecture. That's a fact. 25 divided by 5 is 5. Right? That's a fact. That's not conjecture. So if you say in the name of Allah, right, then you better be talking facts, not conjecture, not what you think is happening, not what you'd like to happen. So right there, right, you're putting Allah in, you're cloaking yourself with Allah and Elijah. And then and then you talk against whatever Elijah Mama taught. Elijah said, "We leave here. Oh, we ain't going nowhere." He said, they're devils. No, they ain't devils no more. See, so forth and so on. So you cloak yourself. Which think the consequences that's going to be? See, let's weigh the consequence. I tell you, I tried to explain, maybe I haven't talked about it lately. I said, weigh things like, I used to tell my children, I said, something, they ain't listen to me, but I told my daughter, I said, if you meet someone, weigh them. How you going to weigh them? Put them on a scale. Tell them everything that you don't like, but tell them you like it. Oh, I don't like football. Right? See? Or I like football. And tell them everything that you don't like, tell me you like. Oh, I like pork chops. Right? I like getting high every now and then. See, tell me all those things that right? That you don't like, to tell me you like them. If they say, yeah, man, I'm down with pork chops, man, and I love to drink too. See, then you pull them out because, they ain't for you because they like all the things that you don't like. But that's deception. Oh, yeah? Really? That's deception? You better read the Quran again. There's a lot of deception in there. Old sealed Bible is deception. Right? Everything comes from Allah. So if there's such thing as deception, it came from Allah. He created everything. Everything comes from Allah's creation. So it's in Him. So you cannot come with anything that didn't come out of Allah. Otherwise, you're self-creator. You always deceive your enemies. In the Quran, it's always talking about deceiving the believers, leaving them in doubt, leaving them confused. How you think you confuse somebody? Deceive them. Deceive. I tell you right away, I lie to my enemies all the time. I'm out here to deceive them, period. I'm going to tell them the truth. Not them. Keep them in darkness. You keep your enemies in darkness. When you turn the light on, that's to destroy them. See? Oh, I said, no, that's what you find. Because they like all the things you don't like. And if they're lying, then you still got them. They say it's just a pleasure. You still got them. They ain't take my advice and they suffer the consequence of it. See? That's how you weigh. That's one way of weighing things. Another way of weighing things like this, how your husband feel about you, right? Okay, when anniversary time comes, you come and say, hey, honey, the game is on tonight, man. Can we do it? Can we go out next weekend? You just weighed him. Because he put that ahead of you. The game was more important than your anniversary. You gotta learn to weigh things. See? I weigh everybody. But every time, because you know something, that means you tell people what you know. When you know something, that don't mean you tell people what you know, an old thing. That's part of deception. Right? That's part of deception, not telling people certain things. That's an act of deception. God says to angels, my Lord's angels, I'm going to play rude and earth, and I know what you know or not. He ain't telling them. You got to come out of, I ain't telling you go out and lie to anybody. I lie to enemies. When I determine, I weighed you and found who you are, you might hear anything from me. You understand? The sealed Bible is deception. You haven't figured out by now? That's what it is. Deception, sealed. And it's giving you an idea of what the truth is when it's not the truth. That's what the mischief and shed blood, that was what they used for guidance, which was a lie. All series was a lie. All that stuff was a lie. Oh, he's teaching you a lie, or am I? You want to be caught lying to as a lie, not according to lying to your family, lying to the believers. But if you caught telling the truth to the devils, and it harms us, you got a problem. And these clowns out there, they're out there talking. What do you think their consequence is going to be to that? Because see, it says, my people are lost for lack of knowledge. That means a lot of people are going to be lost a lot. And whose blood, whose hands be held account for their blood? Theirs. Because why are they lost for lack of knowledge? Why? Why was they lost in lack of knowledge? They had bad knowledge? That's why, bad knowledge. That's the lack of knowledge, their lack of good knowledge. See, you always assume things. Oh, well, they'll have no knowledge. It didn't say that. It said lack of knowledge. What kind of knowledge? They said, what kind of knowledge are you talking about? They have knowledge. lack of true knowledge. Because these out there talking, they should be shutting up. They don't know what they're talking about. They haven't broken any seals, so why are you talking? Elijah's gone, and then well, I'm with Elijah, and then they're not with Elijah. And they don't even understand what Elijah taught anyway. I was there. I was present. I knew Elijah. These clouds have no idea what they're talking about. Oh, I'm with Elijah. I'm supporting. No, you're not. Elijah appoints you. Moses never even was even born. You understand? Elijah was around. But they know everything. And they should be talking. If you don't know, you should be talking. The Quran talks about that. Your knowledge is conjecture. That's where you know the Quran based on conjecture. And the people that had a Quran, they don't understand it themselves. And they can't understand it because the understanding of it would condemn them. That's a concept I think you don't understand, brothers and sisters. See, when the truth is going to destroy you, then you can't. It's already destroying you. Because you're forcing yourself to miscalculate. Okay, if you know false Israel is false, and we know that we are the truth, right? And you know that, and you know what that means, then you can't accept that, because if you accept that, you have to accept that you're a devil, you're about to be destroyed, you're evil and wicked, when you've been telling yourself you're God's chosen people and everything else. So now you can't, I can't accept that. You see? And remember, it's got through your mind, it's into your brain, and now you're calculating, but the information's in your brain. But I can't accept that. I can't accept that 5 plus 5 equals 10. You see what's happening here? You start telling yourself, I can't accept 5 plus 5 equals 10. I can't accept 3 times 7 equals 20. I can't accept that. Right? I can only accept that 5 plus 5 equals 55. You see? You destroyed your mainframe. You destroyed your calculator. Right? This ain't your mind we're talking about here. This is your actual brain. See, you have a computer and you have software. But if you destroy the hard drive, right, the motherboard, it doesn't matter what kind of software you have. It's the operating system, because the computer's no good anymore. It's going to keep coming up wrong. Because you're destroying it, because you can't. So therefore, they cannot accept that false Israel is false Israel. And they make sure their people don't accept it. The ones that know, make sure accept it, because they know what they would do. It'd be like sticking a needle right in their brain. So they guard them against that. They got the media and the preachers and everything on full time to make sure that never happens. And that's what I mean. When that does happen, that's going to put them in derision. Not because their minds, because their brain will be corrupted. You understand? But the mind, it's going to attack the mind. Brains will be corrupted, because some of them will still, I know, man, it's got it. They still will not accept. Think about that. When the fact is right in your face, and the bear is breathing in your face. He's breathing in your face, man. You can see you can't get away, man. This thing is bear 3 tons, man. He's right there. And you say, no, it can't be, man. It can't be. Got my teddy bear. No, you about to be turning to bear shit. And you're just I can't. You're insane. You at that point. That's why people are going to be in derision. They're going to be insane. Some are going to be insane because, right, it's 2 sides of this thing. One could be insane because, oh man, they're going to accept that 5 plus 5 equals 10. And they accept the concept. They're going to accept what that means to them. And some of them ain't going to accept that. So you got 2 people here. Oh man, we're in trouble. We're in fear. But they know what the consequence of what they've done. They can add it up. The other ones can't accept the consequence. See? Because they're trying to block that fear. They can't block it because they're going to block the fear in their brain. Right? Oh, can't be that. It can't be that. It's got to be something else. Jesus, whatever. They try to block that fear. See? That's the mental fear. But not gonna, I said fear's going to grip America. That's a physical fear. Because, but the bear still, you're trying to tell yourself, oh, that bear's not going to eat me. So you're blocking the mental fear. But the physical fear is right there. The bear got your ass. He's grabbing you. See, there's two types of fear there. One said, oh, man, okay, I know I'm about to be turned to that bear shit. In great fear. Oh, man, I know it's about to happen. Close eyes. Oh, man, he's trying to block the fear, right? He's trying to block the fear. Oh, no, man, Jesus going to help me. He's going to save me last minute. But the bear's pulling, the emotional fear. It doesn't matter. Fear's going to rip at America. It's going to rip it apart. And I see now I'm not going to be able to finish this today, right? Because so much I can talk about on that score. Understand? Fear's going to grip this place. Okay? And it's going to drive them insane. They said they're going to drive them insane. Because most of them they're still going to try to deny it. They're going to destroy their brain. Okay? But that's going to help them eat their children and everything else too, right? Because they're going, oh man, because they ain't going to be the whatever kind of remorse anything is they'll destroy their brains. They turn to total animals, total beasts. The other would be able to do that too, but this was like nothing. And when you look, your brain, right, it makes calculation, and it has a aspect of restraint. Because remember, what is self-survival? Right? Everybody, what term they use? When everyone's, I forget what I went getting old. I'm 76 in a couple of days. And I had, I go to my doctor regular visits, right, today. And so he put out a mental test on me. He put out a mental test on me. I said, oh, right? I wasn't expecting that. It was just a slight little thing. So he said 3 words. Well, I say chair. I remember 3 now, chair. Banana, in other words, I can't remember. And so he said, repeat these words after me, so I repeat them. I thought that was it, right? But he come back at me about 5 minutes later because he had me do another test I drew up during or whatever. He said, oh, that was cool. Right? Then he said, what was those 3 words I asked you? He tell me to remember them. I could remember them. I remember one of them. Right? So I'm real, brothers. I'm here. First of all, you only got so many memory cells anyway. And everything I'm telling you about, I got to remember all this stuff. The angel, the Bible, all that stuff I remember. I can remember all keep stuff in my head all the time, otherwise I couldn't talk to about it. Right? So I ain't making excuses here, right? That was it. Chair, refresh, and banana. And I could remember only one. I could remember banana, right? And then I told him about 15 minutes later, I said, yeah, well, see, if you told me to remember it, I would remember it, but I didn't think he was going to ask me to remember it. I thought he just asked me what, repeat after you, right? Anyway, right, sometimes sometimes I feel a word or something. Anyway, the problem is when you take and that's where self-preservation is first law of nature. I was looking at another way. So that's self-preservation, but that comes from your right because some people, right, they do things that's destructive knowingly because their brain is all messed up. It's calculating. So self-preservation is first law of nature. That means that's Even animals have that. That is a certain amount of this discipline right there, because the restraint mechanism. Because you're telling you survive. Why you have that? Why do you have that desire? Just to preserve yourself. When you don't have the desire no more, then you do all kinds of self-destructive things. They call you a masochist. Right? Because we said Mark, where man lost his mind, and because he had lost his mind, he was actually inflicting pain upon himself. But self-preservation, that's that. So once your brain, that's embedded in your brain before you even get a mind. You understand what I'm saying? When you're born, you're not born with a mind. You're born with a brain, and your parents and everything give you a mind. That software, that computer comes, that's it. But now you can determine what kind of, depending, right, what kind of software you're going to put on an operating system. But the hardware is there. They come with the hardware. And what they did to us, they gave us their mind. That's something that, can be offloaded or whatever, portable. You see what I'm saying? But you come to the brain, and your brain is a little baby has a sense of self-preservation. You're hungry, he let you know. You don't have to have a mind. You know you got a problem. You're going to know. But see, if you start destroying that, you destroy the idea of self-preservation. Because that's a strength even the devils have, animals have, everybody have that amount of discipline. You understand? So let me move on, brothers and sisters. So that's what's happening. The thing is that when false Israel goes down, that fear is going to come. Because it says, remember, these people, it says some people have fear, anticipation, so their brain was working okay. It's got the information that put fear in them. The information itself caused the fear. But some people, right, reject that information. Oh, it can't be it. Jesus going to save us. This must be a trial. And in the process, they're destroying the hardware. Right? The restraint mechanism. You see? So in other words, they can't. Right? Because restraint mechanism is partly a thing that keeps you from eating your own children. I mean, if you got a brain and your brain's functioning right, because we've had situations in Africa, right, and other places where people starve from starvation. They eat their children. They actually died from starvation. They had children around. They did not eat them because their brain was still operating properly. But if your brain gets distorted, right? Then you become, all you want to do is survive. Anything that's available will do. When we was in Holocaust, we weren't eating our children. They called us cannibals. We weren't cannibals. They were cannibals. Anyway, move on, brothers. I don't know if I should even got into that. But anyway, let's just talk about, look, quite a few things. I'm not going to get into all this today. I'll say that now. And I've already got on this line of thought. Or great fear. Great fear is coming from these people. And people react with fear in different ways. Everybody react to fear in different ways. Okay? And I just show you a couple of ways. Mental, based on the mind, where your brain gets corrupted altogether. And then everything goes. Because you have nothing to, you see, because you're not calculating anymore. And they calculate, and this comes out 5 plus 5 ain't 5 anymore. So then you're totally insane. See? A bad mind doesn't make you insane. It's a corrupted brain will make you insane. Now, I don't think a corrupt bad mind will make you insane. I have to think about that a little bit. But a corrupt brain will definitely make you insane because nothing you do makes any sense. It doesn't add up. And the people won't go insane here. And most of them that go insane is the ones that's going to not be able to accept the reality of who they are when that hits them right in the face like a sledgehammer. Bam! A Mack truck. Paul says, oh, they're going. And black folks, they come together. Comments going, where's Jesus? And I was getting ready to go another, I'm going to leave it. I was getting ready to go down another path that made me think about something I was talking about thinking today. Let me move on. So the bottom line, one main thing I want to talk about here is consequence. See, the world is fighting against consequence. They're fighting against consequence. That's why it's a time of unprecedented trouble, because no nation there ever before had to battle against a war. They actually fight. That's why I said we're talking about heaven. They prepare to make a war against God. That's what I'm trying to tell you, because they actually make a war against consequence. See, how are they going to make war against God if God is some material, not immaterial thing, or some planet called heaven? How you going? And his spirit? How can you make war with him? All you got to do is snap his finger, and you dead and everything else. How can you make war with somebody that you can't make war with? He controls your life and death, so you're going to attack him, and he snap his finger, you're all dead. I mean, in fact, you put it out of your mind. If you make war with him, you have to put it in your mind to do it anyway. It doesn't make any sense. So I'm saying that doesn't add up. So how are you going to make war against God? How are you going to do that? That's possible. See? They're talking about consequence. Now, you can't defeat consequence, but you can make war against it. They're trying to resist it. That's why they characterize the flood. It's going to come out as a flood. It's not going to be a flood of water drown the whole world. This consequence has a flood because we've been dammed up. Why is that? Because we submitted. We absorbed it. Like a sponge. You put sponges absorb the water, but the water's still in the sponge, ain't it? If you squeeze that sponge, the water comes back out, don't it? We absorbed it. And now, them squeeze, and it's coming. I talked about that the other day another way, right? Now it's coming back at you. Because all you did was just store us up in us. And you look at our people, look the condition our people are in. Now think about that. I'm not going to finish today, brothers, because this took me thinking about something else just now. Think about this. You take and how can I say it? It's basically a sponge analogy, right? So you look at our people, and you look how they before and after. So you see, it takes, right, like a sponge. It's all wet now because you put water in it. But you have to, when you create something, you have to mold it, right? Like clay, whatever. And then you got to put force in it, and then you force it to the shape you want it to be, right? So look at reversing that movie, right? Here it is. You took this clay, for it, made it this statue and everything else, right? And then reverse. All of a sudden, you see the statue turning back into clay, and your hands everything going backwards, like, and then the statue comes back to where it was originally, and you back to where you was before you started doing it. Think about that clearly. That thing is, we're in the shape. How do we get in this shape? The force they put upon us. So if we revert back to who we were, that force has to go back to them. You get it? Doing them as they have done to you, but double. I'll explain the double side of it. But you understand what I'm saying? Because we look at our people. Our people is the evidence of what they did to us. They go, oh, see them niggers, but that's evidence. Ain't nothing wrong with our people. But on them, that's why I'm talking about vectors. They're the resultant of what you've done. So that just shows what you did, how evil you are. If our people are niggers and messed up and crazy up, that just shows who you are. Because you molded them into that. They weren't like that before that. You molded them into that shape. So if they come back to like they were, all that force has to go back to you. So you got to go back to like you was before you did that. And before you put us like that, you had nothing. You came out, you had nothing. You was poor, you was starving, you was diseased. And then you took and healed yourself by taking energy from us. That's how you got rich yourself, by taking energy from us. Taking everything from us. That's how you got it. So now, that's consequent. So now you got, but you want to give it back. But you can't stop it. But you want to give back. That's what you're at war with. You're at war with consequence, war with not giving back, not returning what you've done. That's the war you are facing. A war is impossible war that you cannot win. And so if you're looking at it, you can look at the nature of what's going to happen to you, how it's going to happen. Because if you took much, then we're going to take back. How are we going to get it back? We got to get it back from you. We're going to do to you as you've done to us. We're going to reverse the effect. And restore ourselves, right, like a seesaw. Up, get back, you got to go down, we get back up. If we was up and you was down, right? And you got up by putting us down. Now for us to get back up, you got to go down. I mean, it's like I said, once you understand this concept, you see it every place in nature. There's nothing you can do, but you're going to war against it. And your resistance is going to be the nature of your destruction. See? Because you made us insane. At least you tried. Now you're going to be insane. You distorted our minds. Now your mind's going to be distorted. See? Do unto them as they say, do them like. They said, do them as they done to you. So it's good, the whole mask will be reversed. And you cannot, but they war against it. They're going to fight against it. All the nations, I'm not going to get into this, bro. I could talk about this I'm talking about right now, because it's talk about some of the things I want to talk about. I never get into there, because it's just so much, brothers and sisters, to talk about on this. Like I said, all the scriptures talk about this, just different perspectives. So it talks about Esau. We're going to talk about, I'm going to get to that, but I'm definitely going to get to that. I'm not going to get to all the rest of it, though. But Israel also. They were both our brothers, one half brother, one full brother. And both of them betrayed us. Both of them. Okay? But they only betrayed us, but they also betrayed Jacob too. So Esau he got to come from two areas. Because, remember, they was enslaving Esau. Because they was getting most of their slaves, the Arabs, from the west coast of Africa. Who's on the east coast? Somalis, Ethiopians, castrating them. And see, right now in Libya, they still making black folks slaves. See, Gaddafi, he was like even-handed dealing with Esau. He was Arab. And they had to get rid of him. And they left the restraint. And so now, those there, they actually enslaving Esau, black folks, Africans. Raping and everything else there. And Arabs, they was just as guilty of slave trade as the Europeans were. Right? They was taking African women and put them in their what do you call, here I go again, right? I forget it. Anyway, they're harems, whatever, right? Those are making prostitutes out of them. Well, not prostitutes, but that was their, whatever you want to call it, right? They put them in there, and they was doing them, okay? And they was castrating the men, and they didn't, and they still doing it to some extent even today. I know they're doing it in Libya. Everybody's against us. So there's a consequence, because the whole thing about us submitting, all this stuff was damned. That's why it turned to a flood. But if we didn't submit, then there had been a constant battle for the last 5 years. Constant battle of transcendental. Because they submit. No? Absorb that water. Tell the sponge, no, absorb it. Don't go hardcore and Let this roll off for you. No, absorb it. Absorb all that water. Absorb all of it. When you get squeezed, all is coming back. And that's what's happening. Master Muhammad's going to make his move. You understand? So the thing is that all the thing they've done, because and all the nations involved, all of them. You got some of our people, if you look at our people, no, when our people came up here, they was, our complexion originally was golden, it's not black, like you see. Right? Well, anyway, that's another story. But Dr. Shabazz, that was part of the process, and we got darker and darker and darker, and the lips and all that kind of stuff. Elijah Muhammad explained that. Right? Anyway, over here, right? Our women, remember remember they had Chinese over here, and they was using them to build the railroads and stuff. But they was also slave masters was also using our women as prostitutes for them. So some of our women look like, not just women, some of our men look Chinese, some look Arabs, some look like Indians, look like everything. Because they could tell. That's why you see the Angel Key, they all have different complexions. Except the one the one white one, they made that very clear. Because remember, that complexion is what's doing. That's not the complexion. That's the inside they're showing. Because it said that originally it was gold. That was the outside where they look. But then they show inside. And we see elect, they still gold through and through. We see the Nation of Islam, Levi, they remain black inside. See? Or they remain Levites inside. Right? See? But the other ones, and particularly Farrakhan, they make that very clear. He's white inside. They make it very clear. I'm saying, so the angel makes that very clear. He's a demon. His father's the devil. It makes it very clear. That's why he's white inside. It makes that one very clear. He's golden outside, but he's white inside. Okay. So this is the war. War consequence. That's what's going on right now. And they're trying to hold it back. So let's move on and I'm going to cover some of this, brothers and sisters. Right? I'm not going to get through all of it. I got to show more restraint. Just now, they're going out their way, right? We want people. And that's what I'm talking about. You see right now so much interracial stuff, especially demons are really pushing it. Because see, we want PC. That looks that's so nice. We want people, we love each other. See? Like a little puppy dog. All this is an effort to deceive you. All this effort to deceive you, brothers and sisters. Effort to deceive you, keep you blind to the end. Keep your mind. They want to corrupt your brain. They have to do that physically. Right? They give you a bad mind. But now they're trying to give you crack and film fit and all that kind of stuff to actually destroy your hardware. So even if you get your mind back, it won't do it any good because the hardware destroyed. And some of you buying that, vaping and all that kind of stuff. They legalized marijuana because they found that it was giving you strokes. You know what a stroke is? It's an attack on your brain. Yeah, they found that it wasn't all these years, all of a sudden they're going to legalize marijuana. And whatever that marijuana got right now is something from Mars someplace because it's way off this page. Even here when I was in Vietnam, right? Because I know I smoked a lot of it, quite a bit when I was there. But yeah, I'm crazy now because I smoked marijuana in the past. Yes, I did. And Elijah Muhammad was an alcoholic when he met Master Muhammad. Did you know that? He admits it. I guess he's distorted too. But Farrakhan, he was cool, man. Calypso, shaking his ass for massa. Right? Nothing wrong with him. See? But see, marijuana and alcoholism, right? That's a defect. Probably mostly as before, bad mind. Right? See? But it's not necessarily attack. It's not necessarily attack your nature, even if it is just an attack on your nature. But it's different between your nature being attacked, right? Say you're a righteous person, your nature being attacked, or you're a devil to begin with, not to attack. Big difference. See? Because if you're original, you get sick, you can be healed. But if you're a devil, you can't become original. It's impossible. And the logic of Master Muhammad didn't apply to Farrakhan. They said, well, Master Muhammad said, yeah, he's white, but yeah. But you know, Farrakhan and Wallace rejected that to themselves. I know Wallace, Farrakhan did it. But even Malcolm used to try to hit at it in a way. He's talking about what white man is devil. That is not what the lessons teach. It does not teach the white man is devil. It says a Caucasian white man that speaks to his nature. Because that means Master Muhammad's a devil too. Because that's the case Wallace was making. See, he's white. He must be a devil. No, it's false. See, they try to ignore the fact that the man carries the seed. So the logic is Master Muhammad, since his father's original, he's original. He doesn't have a complexion of a devil, and that will make Farrakhan a devil because he's devil. He's got a complexion of original. Anyway, see, they're going out the way. All the movies, they have commercials, mixed marriage, everything else. Why are they doing that? They wouldn't do that They wouldn't even do that 10 years ago. They're doing it because a lot of them know what time it is. I told you, it's a mind war. They're trying to keep you blind up to the point where they figure out how to just get rid of you. They keep you docile, pacified. See? Drugs, sports, movies. All these are mental attacks. And this one right here, that looks so old. And I bet you if you did a D-Day thing, I bet your prize probably was slave masters. You know. It's just like, you know, my father's name before he changed it, right? Spears. That's his family name was Spears. And he came out of Louisiana. You know who else came out of Louisiana, the same place? Monroe, Louisiana. And who else came out of Monroe, Louisiana, the same place? Britney Spears. Somebody did a background check, you know, we found out. Do you want to really know what we found out? That's my father's side of the family. Right? Now, my mother's side of the family, my great-grandfather, my grandfather, right? He came out of Kentucky. And his name was McConnell. And guess what part of Kentucky he came out of? You ever heard of Mitch McConnell? See, yeah. You understand? And then when you carry those names, you say, yeah, they still own me. Right? So, I mean, based on what I just told you, right? And we can prove it. On both sides of my family, you got Mitch McConnell on one side and Britney Spears on the other side. What was that guy named, what's his name? I can't think of his name. He was an actor. I think of a movie he was in. He played Black Man one time. I think he might have. But the young guy, he's not the older guy. I can't think of his name offhand. Anyway, he's a very popular guy, right? Very popular actor. He's a younger guy. Can't think of his name. Anyway, he went to the background check. Right? Because he was expecting to see, you know, because he was trying to almost hit it in the tip of my tongue. He was like, he was I guess somebody challenged me something about slavery or something like that, right? So he went and did background check, found his grandparents were slave owners, and he squashed it quick. Squashed it. Not before it got out. I think what his name is. I think he played Batman one time, one of the latest ones that played Batman. I can't remember what his name is. You understand what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? But we're supposed to forget all that. My world. Because there's a method behind this. They doing it for no reason. They're not doing it just for doing it. There's a reason behind it. Understand? It's a reason for what they're doing. Because it says they're planning to destroy you. That's the plan. They try to tell false Israel no. So the point is, I started out with, these people have run their mouths, everything else. They are aiding and abetting that plan. Because the truth, to tell you what's really going on, and they out here with their bullshit, don't know what they're talking about, and they think they can just get away with it. No. Because everyone's lost, the blood will be on their hands. Will be on their hands. I'm going to close out in a minute, bro. I want to speak this for a minute. See, what I'm showing here is, I keep telling thought is pressure. Let's say, for instance, down here, this center one, the greater pressure out here, this is crushing the smaller pressure, right? So if you look at it that way, you say, well, this is an algebraic expression. So say their mind can understand algebra. They functional level algebra, right? But we on calculus. And they can't understand a damn thing we're doing up here. Not we do, they can't calculate on that level. I try to, all kinds of ways, trying to explain to you, brothers and sisters. That's why no weapon formed against you will prosper. Because your pressure is going to be greater than theirs. And they can't do anything. There's nothing they can do. And no matter what they think of, they can't think of anything that can harm you. And they can't understand what you're thinking because your thing is higher than theirs. Like a child cannot understand. If you're talking calculus, they don't understand anything you're talking about. Because their level of thinking is less than yours. They have no idea what you're talking about. Nothing. You understand? I try to get that point to you. That's why they couldn't understand the angel. They don't understand anything I'm talking about. They understand it on their level. Like they understood the sealed Bible, which is on a lower level. It's inside the angel. It's inside the unsealed Bible, but that's a lower level of it. And they can understand that to some extent, but they couldn't understand unsealed. I don't know if you're getting that point or not, brothers and sisters. That's what I'm saying here, see? They're on this level, but we up here on this level. I'm just giving that as an analogy. I'm not saying between algebra. I'm just giving that as an analogy. Because our mathematics is true. Even the mathematics I tell you right now. The mathematics, I'm telling you, if you understand any of it, it's so simple, but they don't understand it. Because the mathematics I'm telling you is based on what? Consequence. And scriptures tell you they have no sense of consequence. They tell you that. There's no sense of consequence before their eyes, no fear of it. That's why they're going to fight against it, because they don't understand. For them, it's just something trying to destroy them. They don't understand it's really, see? Because the math I'm trying to teach you shows you the math. I think mathematically, they don't see that. That's why he was doing what they was doing. In fact, that's what made them so powerful. Because they said, they said, wise men. So angels tread with, fools tread with wise. How you say? Fools tread with angels fear to tread. Fools tread with angels fear to tread. Something like that. I think I'm saying it right. Right. So the thing is that because they had no fear of consequence, they was able to do all the evil they did because they had understand the consequence. They might have been tepid about it. It might have been slow, or man, be careful. And they might have been, they wouldn't have done all the things they did. Then they would have been no good to us. That's why you got to understand this stuff, bro. So we wanted them to be like that because they need that kind of pressure to transform us to gods. We want them like that's why we gave Adam rule. We wanted them to be like that. If we weren't like that, we couldn't have been. There wouldn't have been enough pressure to transform us, and we need to be transferred to gods because we're going to inherit the universe. See, in the beginning it was just one, that one individual. But now we got millions of us. We're going to have all the planets. And you'll be God of your planet. We couldn't be that if we were just angels. So that's too complicated for some of you to see. Why would you put Adam in charge? You know he's going to be. If you read the Quran, and I shouldn't even get into this, brothers and sisters, because some of you, I don't know, I shouldn't speak. Anyway, you know, in the Quran, it keeps talking about Allah hates those that make mischief. He loves not mischief. Excuse me, wait a minute. Allah loves not mischief. You're going to destroy mischief. But wait, you just put somebody in charge that's a mischief maker. So you can't understand this unless you understand the math behind it. He hates that, but the point he put him in charge because he wanted to use them. Like you might hate fire, but you need fire to cook something. You need fire to do certain things. Control fire is good. Uncontrolled fire will burn down California. So they're fires. So we use them to purify us. Because you keep looking at the emotional stuff. Oh, they human beings. Oh, stop that bullshit. It's mathematics. Oh, little babies. It's mathematics. That's what consequence. That's what God is. Mathematics. Otherwise, you get lost in your ignorance. Because oh, look. When God drowned, according to the Bible, the flood, did he drown millions and billions of babies? At least millions of them. What did they do? Did he look at them like babies? Oh, the baby ain't done anything. So he got drowned. Did he go to hell? I told that to Chris one time. Oh, no, he grabbed the babies in heaven, did he? See, it's dumb shit. That's why you got to go tribulation balances, because you're going to have to see this club principle. And that's the problem is. The problem is you got the power to deal with it. You still have the mind to deal with it. And you got to get the mind to deal with it. Because the mind you have right now is totally messed up. You're seeing things totally wrong. And what it is, the way you see, the way they taught you see things, God is evil. He's wicked. But now they're going to have you praying for war against God. He's a dictator. See what I'm saying? He's a genocidal maniac. That's to load your mind up with that idea, and you don't realize it. Because by your standards, he's all those things. He just drowned the whole world, babies and everybody else. Were they guilty of anything? That'd be a genocidal maniac, right? When he comes, you're going to do what he tell you. You're going to do it. You're going to do what he tell you to do, or you're going to put your ass in hell forever. And you can't vote for him. And on top of that, he blamed you for his error because he created you and you screwed up. But now he blamed you for being screwed up, and he created you screwed up. So if you go with that line and you start calculating the effect of it, you say, what the hell, that guy's out of control. He's a monster. But that's what Seal Bible says, isn't it? But in other words, to get around that, you got to corrupt your brain because you don't want to do the calculation. Because I told you I had a situation where I was in my consulting work, and this devil hit me with Jesus stuff, right? Because I was doing night shift. I was working at this place, and I was working at the night. I was running the night thing for him. This devil, he want to hit me with Jesus stuff. He's working with me. And so I told him, I said, well, he's a dictator. Oh, that dude, boy, he turned green. I thought he was going to Hulk on me. Don't make me angry. I thought he was going to Hulk on me, boy, that dude. He was a big dude, too, boy. He went green on me. And I told him, I said, no. And I explained to him. He said, listen, but he was getting green all the time. I said, man, it might be the Hulk, man. Don't make me angry. And I ain't seen him for a couple days. He didn't show up the next day. When he came back the third day, he said, you're right. But I guess his brain wasn't corrupt. He said, you're right. He did the calculation. He said, you're right. He's a dictator. I never seen that guy anymore after that. I don't know. When my contract was over, I never seen him more. You understand, brothers and sisters? They don't want you to calculate. That's why I say faith. Just have faith. When you calculate, that's what you want to come up with. And they tell you that's bad stuff. Dictators no good. People destroy children, they no good. They're genocidal maniacs. And it's all over the Bible. It's all over the Bible. That's what God does. Because you don't understand the math of it. Right? And it takes extreme pressure to make a diamond. Extreme pressure. That means what's greatest pressure? To force you against your nature. That's the greatest pressure they can put anyone on you. So you may have to put people that's a contrary to your nature, and they have to force you to do things that's totally against you. That's how you get extreme pressure. And if you had the ability to transform, that's what will transform you to a better situation. That's mathematics, but you can't see it. Your mind don't reject that. Oh man, that's Jesus. He love everybody. Get out of there. Love don't conquer. Hate don't conquer hate. That stupid song, Mark Gay. Love conquers hate. Bullshit. You love hate, you get more of it. Who writes this stuff? Let's move on, bro. So I'm gonna close out. I did really again. But I'm gonna move on to the one thing I want to get to, and then we'll close. I'll try to get to the rest of the stuff tomorrow. I keep saying that. But I want to get to one point here. Okay, that's what I want to talk about. We'll move on. Okay, this one. Now check this out. See how people are going to be confused because after everything falls apart, they're going to say, well, let's run back to our brothers in Africa. And that's what a lot of people mind. That's their, and that's those people hate you because you understand who Esau and Jacob is. Once you understand that, you understand this. Shall not in that day, says Lord, even destroy the wise men out of Edom, and understanding out of the mount of Esau. He's going to destroy Esau's understanding. That means he's going to destroy his mind. Right? And every mighty man, O tenement shall be, T-man shall be destroyed. We can look at this T-man we'll talk about in Habakkuk. So I'm going to look at that again, right? Because that tells you who T-man is, right? Shall be dismayed, and in that everyone of the mount Esau may be cut off by slaughter. They may be cut by slaughter because that's the last war between us and them. Cut off by slaughter. But why? Consequence. For the balance against thy brother Jacob, shame shall cover thee, and thou shalt be cut off forever. Because they betrayed us. I keep telling you, that Belshazzar, that's not what's going to get into today. They betrayed us. They sold us in slavery. They were kind of evil things because they thought that they hate us. When you want to run to Africa, you understand that that's a trap for you. But a lot of people think that away because that's a part of their corrupt mind. You understand? But in that day, thou stoodst on the other side, and in the day that thou didst stood on the other side, in the day that strangers carried away captive forces, well, you stood back and let them take us away. They're talking Esau here. And foreigners entered into his gates. If the foreigners came in, you didn't do anything. In fact, you was helping them. And cast lots upon Jerusalem, even wast thou one of them, where you was taking slaves too. See? You was a part of it. But thou shouldst not have looked on the day of thy brothers. But thou should not have looked on the day of thy brother in the day that he became a stranger. Right? Remember a strange land? Neither should thou have rejoiced over the children of Judah in the day of their destruction. Or you was glad that they took us out of there. You was glad. See? You rejoiced over it. Right? Neither should thou have spoken proudly in the day of distress. Yeah, we Africa, we strong, we good. Them little niggas over there. See, you didn't know this till I told you. It's not even in the lessons. You didn't know this, I told you it's right there. Until you understood, they try to tell you, well, Jacob is Jacob. No, he's not. But see, you didn't know this. This is important information right here. But that's the last blind spot people are going to have. They're going to run here, there, and finally, they're going to say, well, let's run to Africa. And then they're going to be attacked by Africans. led by their beloved Obama. Okay? So all these scriptures, every time I get a scripture, it tells you, it just gives you more deep definition. This is probably the most detailed thing you've seen so far about Esau. I tell you, you got all the information out there. Look how much it tells you about Esau and what his motivations are, what he's done. It said he'll be destroyed forever because of it. Tells you that's the reason. Everyone will be cut off by slaughter for that violence against that brother. That's a consequence. I'm gonna leave it there, brothers and sisters. I'll leave it there. It's good. If I do, got this loop. That happens. So much to talk about. And I still got about 2 hours worth of stuff. I have a lot I don't want to talk about today, so maybe tomorrow. Okay. See, the house of Jacob, we talked about this before, right? And nothing shall remain of the house. Esau, I'm totally wiped out. Totally wiped out. Okay. And a lot of people want to run over this Esau. Let me close out, brother and sister here. Okay, I'm gonna close out here, brother and sister. Much more I get to more, but it's gonna be a rest of the week thing here, brother and sister, because there's so much information I have in here. So much. Okay, brothers and sisters, I'm gonna leave it there. Assalamu alaikum. Sulaiman Rahim here, Master of the Covenant, breaker of 7 seals. Welcome, brothers and sisters. This broadcast is a little of what happened talked about yesterday. So I'm going to try to put a little more meat onto what I talked about yesterday. Let's move on. Now, the abomination of desolation. See, that's a symptom of what's going on. And because this is something that's clear. It's clearly happening before your eyes. And no one's calling it that. It's clearly, the whole world is seeing it. It's a great sign. The whole world is seeing it. Abomination of desolation. What is it? Look up abominable. The root word. The top rise was put down with great cruelty. The whole world is seeing what's going on over there in the Middle East. Right? And someone said, therefore reached the abomination of desolation was spoken of through Daniel the prophet, standing in the holy place. So it's abomination that's causing desolation. Who's abomination? False Israel. They cause desolation on an unimaginable scale. And the whole world is noticing it. It's also noticing those that are supporting it, like America. Or the icon of righteousness and peace and joy and love in Jesus. Yet they're supporting open genocide. They refuse to call it what it is because they've been exposed to who they really are. It's a lot more to this than meets the eyebrow, since I'm not going to right now. It's a great sign. And no one's talking about it but myself. No one. No one. No one. Why is that? It's clearly, that's where it is. It's clear where it is. So it's an encouragement for those who are rousing from their slumber. Oh yeah, man, wow. That's right. And no one's talking about it. You know, it's a sign it's a sign for many situations. You see? Like you have a sign can say, oh, well, that's 3rd Avenue, right? The sign could also say it's a dead end street, right? It also could say it's potholes that, but it covers all those things because it's telling you a lot of information about. And that's what's happening. Because not only telling you about abomination of desolation, but also revealing to you about the rest of the world, because the rest of the world is just either asleep or lying to you. Because that's so cliche. Wait a minute, hold it. And why is no one saying about, why is no one talking about that but him? Why is that? And it's clear. It's a clear sign. And no one's talking about it. It's an absolutely clear sign. The world is turning. They say, I was reading a thing this morning, it said half the world is turning against false Israel, calling them the anti-Semitic, half the world, whatever that means, anti-Semite. First of all, false Israel are not even Semites. But you understand what I'm saying? Half the world's turning against them. And so in other words, people reacting to it, but they don't know, they can't put a name on it. And I'm giving it the name, but it is. Something's wrong. That's a clear sign. Because when you see this sign, right? Therefore, when you see the abomination of desolation, it's things you're supposed to do. We haven't talked about the action part. We're just talking about the sign itself. See? That means you're supposed to be doing something, but you don't understand what it is you're supposed to be doing because you can't recognize sign because you know it's something, but you don't understand what is it. But like I said, it also tells you once you do that is then the question is, yeah, what I'm supposed to do, but why is no one calling it? Why is they did not see it? But they're still lying to me. And why is he's the only one that sees it? Why? Why is he the only one on the whole planet that sees this, the abomination of desolation, the great sign? Why is he the only one? Move on. Great fear is about to grip America, Europe, indeed the whole planet. But center of it, right, the eye of the storm, right here in America, great fear is about to grip them. Unimaginable fear is going to go and squeeze them, and squeeze them to death. Grip and fear that will not let go. The fear will just increase, palpable. You can reach out and touch it. It reminded me of something, brothers and sisters. So let me just make a little quick note here. Fear. Fear is going to grip. Going to grip some of you too, brothers and sisters, but some of you are going to get past it. This fear is going to be about to grip. Yeah, I made my. About to grip. Fear, unimaginable fear, brothers and sisters. Imaginable fear. About to grip the whole planet. Right? Because consequence is about to be unbound. Great fear. We're going to talk about consequence. Main topic, consequence. That's what God is, consequence. God is anything, He's consequence. That's the most fundamental. That's, God is consequence. Every action has an equal reaction. No question about it. Right? No exceptions. But God, essence of God is consequence. And so this war is about consequence, unbound. See, for 500 years, consequence has been, you can't stop consequence, but you can dam it up. You can dam it up. See? In other words, if you punch me in the face, right out of nowhere, then the consequences, I said, eye for an eye, tooth for tooth. But the point, what do I do it immediately? Yeah, I'm restraining, I'm damming it. I hold it up. I hold it. See? So you punch me again. I react. You punch me again. So you don't punch me 3 times. I haven't responded. But the consequence is 3 punches back to you. So I wait till you hit me 5 times. Then I hit you all at once. Bam, one big one. You know what I'm saying? So it was dammed up. Wasn't eliminated. Just dammed up. And when the angel was told to submit to Adam, there'd be a consequence for what Adam was doing. Adam make mission shed blood. There'd be a consequence for what Adam was doing. But he told you submit, do not react, let it dam up. Yeah, I'm trying to get you to understand, go deeper and deeper into these things, brothers and sisters. That's what he's telling them. That's also in the Abrahamic covenant. You serve them and they'll afflict you, right? But you're supposed to submit. That means, damn it, let it build up. What it says, because they knew the consequence would not be, because it says that they should be judged that doing these things, so there would be a consequence. It's just that you are not, actually, vengeance mine, says the Lord. They said, let the Lord do it. But you becoming the Lord. Let's make man our likeness and our image. Well, it's beautiful when you understand it. See, when you understand it's beautiful. The thing is, this is what Okay? That was your sin. Damn it up. Because you say don't respond. You're saying damn it because you know consequence cannot be stopped. It's hard to say it's frustrated because it's going to. You say frustrated. Well, no, I was just damned up because it's going to come. It's going to come like a full fury. Every drop, I got GPS on it. It will not. You cannot stop it. Like you got some people out here. They want to say, "Oh man, I ain't gonna pay attention to that." True, man. If he's right, he ain't gonna get me because I kill myself. People think that way. Got a lot of people think that way, especially in the Nation of Islam, because they've been told there's no life after death, right? That's it. They figure, hey, man, I can do what I want to do because something happened, I get cornered. No. You think that way if you want to. That means that you defeat a consequence. If you was able to do that, you was able to defeat the consequence. No. It will not happen that way. You cannot leave this planet. You come here, you cannot leave this planet until your book is completely balanced. You cannot. It cannot happen. It cannot happen. It can't happen. You think you can do it if you want? No. You will not leave here until your book is balanced. You pay for everything you've done, whether good or bad. You will pay for it. You receive everything back with you, whether it's good or bad. All of it. There's no exceptions. Absolutely none. Never has been, never will be. Cannot be. You understand that, brothers and sisters? Okay? So they think no. Those people out there that's lying, running their mouths, talking this stuff, right? They know that they know they'll know they're talking about. They know they're lying. And what you know, that doesn't matter. Because you will know and they will pay for it. Okay? And the problem is that you have the fulcrum, the leverage effect. That's why the devil's going to pay double. The leverage effect. Because the universe produces leverage both ways, negative leverage and positive leverage. We've been experiencing negative leverage for the last 500 years. So I'm not going to go into that kind of detail, but I've talked about it in the past, right? Let's talk about a couple things. I'm going to talk about the main thing, consequence war. But let's go at just some obvious things. Legion. Louis Eugene Grounds, NOI backwards. That's the demon what his name was. They don't just say these things for no reason, brothers and sisters. That's his true name. You want to argue about the G part, Grounds, argue all you want. Right? So, well, his mother's name was Luigi. Yes, her name might have been Sarah May. They say Sarah May. What they say? They say this, right? The maiden name, actual maiden name, right, is Grounds. And it was that. It was amazing because when I first looked, and then after I started developing, I looked back again. And they changed the woman. They said, then this woman says, no, it's a woman that texts, a white woman that texts. I don't know. I said, whatever. So I'm not going, whatever. Anyway, bottom line is, this is undisputable. Farrakhan admits his father is the devil. He won't call it the devil. He said, they're not devils anymore. They lied. Muhammad told him, no, he lied. Muhammad didn't tell him. That's a goddamn lie. Because he told him, he would tell all the ministers, and no other minister knew that but him. So he's saying, he was forbidden to call devils, but and he was the top minister, and all the other ministers could still do it. He wasn't told to tell them. No one heard that because it's a lie. He doesn't want to call his father a devil. He don't want his children have to call their grandfather a devil. Plus, the devils told him to stop using that. That's another story. Right? But the fact is, the biological fact, and they can't get around this. You had Ava talking about, oh man, one drop of black blood makes you black. It might make you black. It doesn't make you original. You put apple seed in the ground, and I don't care what kind of ground is sand, what kind of ground is the ground could be made for 100% shit, whatever. It cannot produce anything but another apple. A orange will not come up, a grape will not come up, an apple will come up. That may be a good apple, bad apple, but it will be an apple. And a man carries a seed, you heard sperm. That's where you start out as a sperm. You didn't start out as an egg. You was alive and moving, conscious as a sperm. Why? How you know it's conscious? Because you're looking for that egg. On a very rudimentary level, but you was conscious, you was alive, and you was moving, mobile. The egg was not. It was not alive, was not moving, was not mobile. It was just sitting there. Wasn't even sitting, it was just there. Sitting would mean that it kind of like chose it. No, it just was produced. Living material, but not alive. That sperm was. That was you. So for our kind, once you got an idea, you changed it, you become, no, you're still the devil. It's a black-faced devil now, because that's the material you used to develop yourself. It's black material to develop yourself, so now you're a black-faced devil, period. That's undisputable. Indisputable, undisputable, however you want to say it. So anybody that heard him admit his father's the devil, and they still with him, these are demons or total idiots. And either way, we don't want them. There's a consequence of being stupid. You know what stupid people do? They walk up 10-story buildings. Right? Gravity says, oh, he's stupid, he's retarded, I'm going to give him no. Man, it's slamming. That's hard as anybody else. That's what happens to stupid people. But stupid people face consequences. There's no set. Oh, they're stupid. I'm not going to know. It doesn't work that way. Demons, again, I'm getting a short version, brothers, because like I was going to do a longer version, but things happened. And it took me, it has missed issues again. Had no issues. But let's look at tribulation. Let me say one thing before I go further. You know, well, that's within the tribulation, right? Oh, well, demons trust in it. So what happens in the tribulation? You have intense pressure. Pressure that squeezes things. Now remember, the tribulation is supposed to be a purification by fire for the mission of the covenant. Understand what the purpose of it is, to purify you with fire. Baptize you with fire. Now, there's all kinds of ways to do that. Because fire is also pressure. Right? So the thing is that let's look at it from this point of view. When you squeeze something, say for instance, you squeeze, say you're blind, and you got a piece of fruit in your hand, but you don't know where it is. It could be a grapefruit, it could be a cantaloupe, it could be an orange. Then you don't know what it is. So you squeeze it. You squeeze it. After a while, the juice comes out. Then you know what it is. Because the juice is what's in it. You see? So if you squeeze someone hard enough, eventually, the truth of who they really are and what they think about you is going to come out. That's part of what the wine and the Bible told when they try something. That's why I always try to believe is they put so much pressure on them. Okay? There's two things happening. Either they can withstand the pressure, or if they don't have the structure, that tells us who they are, the structure, right? Because when they put pressure, it's like culling. They put pressure on you because they want to make sure that you qualify. The mission qualify for the new reality. You had a structure to withstand the pressures of the new reality. You see, so you put pressure on it. If you crush, that means you wasn't qualified to move to the next reality. The other thing is that if you don't get crushed, right, when the juice comes out, you taste, oh, that's what that is. That's an apple. That's an orange. That's a grape. That's two sides of the demons. See? Because two things will happen to them in the tribulation. See, because we got another group here in the tribulation. I'm going to talk about that a little more today. Well, I'm going to mention it. I said, we got a hidden enemy? Well, we got hidden friends. The demons are our hidden enemy because they look like us. We got hidden friends that look like devils, but really us. The opposite. See, so therefore, both we exposed both to the pressure. Both to the pressure. Because mass vomit doesn't look like us. Face us. But under this pressure, the juice comes out. Oh, that's original juice. You see? Okay, that's original person. Oh. Right? That's devil juice. But he looks black. It's a devil. You understand? But it comes out. That's purpose tribulation. Puts that much pressure. I told you, you will not survive it. Those that do survive it, they're not original. They survive in a very bad condition. But they just hold on. Like, some devils, they hold on to dear life. They're 99 years old, man, got cancer, the eyes, the ass is falling off, and the nose is rotten. They hold on to life, man. They hold on to the last drop. They're hollering and scream pain, but they hold on. We might have some people like that. Hold on. See, I'm going to talk about that a little more in a minute. Right? You see what I'm saying? So in other words, it's two things. It's to, right? Find out who's the original, who is really original, because we can't go by skin color. I keep telling you, you cannot go by skin tone. And that's one of the reasons, because we got a lot of people out there that are white skin, a lot of people. A lot. But they're original. That's the purpose of tribulation, to draw them out, because they'll survive it. See? Put the pressure on them, all of a sudden, right? They'll still hold on. They started, the juice comes out, and he said, nothing but original juice. They hanging in there, and they talk, saying the right thing, doing the right thing. And then the demons just, oh man. And the pressure becomes so great, they start speaking negative. Let's stay here and fight. Man, it's too much. Let's stay here and fight these devils, take America. They start talking devil talk. See? Because that's demons. Demons talk devil talk. But there's a name they give us other people. I just can't. His name that I don't find a better name, a shorter name, right? So maybe I think because demons have devil, have man, right? Have devil, have man. But other people, right? They're half original, half devil, right? So that'll be half man, half devil, Mandy. I don't know. I'll think of something. I've been so busy, brothers, but I was short because there's a name they give it the name those people in the scripture where it says the sons of God came into it's a real long name, and I can't. It's hard to pronounce it. I don't like using it because I want to keep it simpler, right? So it'll come to me. But the original, because Mass from him is one of those, right? Because he's original, but he has a complexion of a devil, right? So it's the opposite. Maybe we'll come Monday, maybe, I don't know, something. But you get the idea, brothers and sisters. The thing is, the opposite. So that pressure is going to bring out, expose them who they are. Are they really original people? See, because the tribulation is just. It's a purification process. It's a just process. And it's just because you're not going to suffer. If you're original, you're not going to suffer in it. Even though you go into the flame fire, you're not going to suffer in it. Because then there'll be a consequence for that. So it's a just procedure. But it's designed to bring out the pure gold and the pure silver and the fake gold and the fake silver, right? The brass and the iron to bring it out. Okay, you got it? Because it got a lot of fake brass and fake iron and fake silver and fake gold, which is that, and Daniel called it fake iron and brass. And that's to bring it, because purify. And those things will not survive it. And like I said, so therefore you squeeze, and the way they start talking, the way they start acting, and they expose themselves because the juice comes out. Right? Even in everyday life. I mean, you got to be careful with that, but here, with your family, with your friends, you put a little pressure on them, then they find who you really are. Who they really are. Are they really your friend? Because under pressure, because love under pressure still love. Love under pressure is still love. It may be a little angry love, but it's still love. Love under pressure is still love. You understand? But love hiding out is hatred, right? Eventually, the hatred will show up. Oh. Understand? So be careful of that concept. Because how much you're going to start putting pressure on people, because anyway. And those things, demons, right? And the demons will be crushed in tribulation. I showed you how it'd be crushed because they would not be able to withstand the threat of structure. Because remember, the straight up demons, they're going to be crushed by the devils themselves because they are devils. They don't go to war with the devils. Demons and devils don't go to war with each other. Because the pressure would be too, because fire is pressure, heat. But greater pressure, greater heat. It would just pressure, burn them up, consume them, right? Going into survival down there. And the devils ain't as stupid as you think they might be. But they ain't that smart. But it says, somewhere it says Satan is wise. Understand what wisdom is. See, you have different levels of wisdom. Now, Adam had the wisdom for the last 5 years. He was taught. He was given scripture. He would be the rule. Because, like in the wintertime, I guess a polar bear would be wiser than a regular grizzly bear. But in the springtime, the grizzly bear can be wiser than a polar bear. You understand? Because he's in this element. So when you're in your element, you understand it, and you can able and apply the knowledge of that element, then you're wise. When an element passes, your wisdom means nothing. The polar bear would not be able to survive in Africa. Wouldn't know what to do. As a grizzly bear wouldn't know how to survive in Arctic. His wisdom would fail it. But you put him back in where he belongs, and he handles it because he has the wisdom of that thing. That gets back to scripture also. The Quran was the wisdom of 1,500 years ago. It's not the wisdom now. That's why the Sunnis are not winning. If they was wisdom now, they'd be winning. They're still losing. In fact, they're going to be totally broken. It says this will happen with a total breaking of power of the holy people. Did you think about that one? Should I play it? Show that again? It says happen a total breaking apart. The holy people represent the Sunnis, Arab Sunnis. They're be totally broken. That means they don't have the wisdom of the times, or they would not be broken. It means that the ones breaking them has the wisdom of the times. See, but their wisdom is failing. But Sunnism, Arab Sunnism, has not had a victory, has not had any success 500 years. No success in 500 years. None. But they got the Quran, they got Mecca, Medina, they got Allah, according to them, all these things, yet they have no success. None. Got the prayers, Ramadan, and no success. Now you sit here on the internet, where's Allah? Where's Allah? Allah is who you've been rejecting. Because he told you to submit and you didn't. So when I say these devils, right, the thing is that someone can see what's going on. They see the handwriting on the wall. They have a sense of consequence. At least right now, because COVID was a great sign. I told you during that time, I told you, especially false Israel, they understood exactly what COVID was because they studied the Old Testament and they knew that we true sheep, but they know they're lying. They know that we're true. Look, false Israel, they know that but they know they're lying, so they know we're the true Abraham. They put up there as a lie. They know the devil's Christians put them up there as a lie to throw us off, to deceive us as our identity. So they know they're a lie. They know they're a lie. And they know that we're the true Abraham, just like the devils do. So they know they're being used. But they know the devils hate them because they was killing them, almost eradicating them until Elijah Muhammad stepped forward and identified who we were. And they, then became friends. They're using them. And they know once their usefulness is gone, they're going to go back and destroy, finish off the so-called foul solution. That's why they're pushing to get control of the Middle East. They can have it. They upper hand when that time comes. That's another story. I'm not going there today. My voice is slipping again. Okay. I'm saying the false Israel, especially false Israel, they understand the times. What's happening, and a lot of them are doing it. They grab hold of Negro butts. There's no consequence because they think Negro butts is going to be the future. So they grab on to them. They hold on to them. Because now you see, all of a sudden you see all these Negro butts out there, especially the males and the females. They got devil companion. And it's really the devils that seek them out. They ain't seeking the devils out. When you go look at that relationship, 99.9% of the time is the devil seeking them out. It's only be, it's like King James, whatever his name is, a basketball player. I saw his wife's from Cuba or something. I mean, come on. You couldn't find a black woman? Because you're a goddamn demon. No good. None of them. I mean, our black women went through more worse than ever because they was more vulnerable. They was more vulnerable than us. They set our nation. So now you see these sisters, they went through all they went through, suffered, and you could not defend them. That's your responsibility, your duty to defend them, and we could not. We could not. And we knew we wouldn't be able to. That's why we promised them we would avenge them. I mean, that's our main duty. Because that's a duty that we fail to do. Submission, but that's a universal law. We have to defend our women. Everybody knows that. We didn't. It was exposed. It was totally at the devil's mercy. And we had said a lot of times we had to help the devil abuse him. And now time comes, as soon as we get our nose above the shit storm, we're swimming in shit. As soon as we get our nose above, we don't reach out to get assist. We got to reach the devil. I can help her pull a sister up. Why not help pull a sister up? You mean you couldn't find one black woman? Or she was so big? Well, no. You couldn't find one black woman after who your mother was black, wasn't she? You're going to find one black woman to take and share your heaven with. You're going to find the devil. You're going to pay for it. If you're not a demon, we know you. If you're a demon, you're going to do it. But if you're not a demon, ooh. Right? That will extend not to you, just you. It's going to extend to your offspring. Right? That's what's happening right now. They grabbing, especially after COVID. Well, I mean, it's all over the place. Every time I look around, you see a black person with a devil on their arm. Okay, let's get to the main thing, brothers and sisters. Consequence war. That's what the devils are fighting. This war is a war against consequence. This is what it was against. It's a war against consequence. That's what the war is. Armageddon, apocalypse, is a war against consequence. See? It's war against consequence. Because remember, this is a time where you got so-called evil and good. They come in conflict with each other This only time that it won't happen after once evil's put down. It won't have that kind of conflict anymore. See? Still be consequence, but it won't be a negative consequence. Right now, it's clash between negative and positive consequence. What between consequence? That's what it is. And so, therefore, who is going to? And the thing is that the universe tended towards negative as it was expanding, but now it's tending towards positive. So now the negative had the advantage, and the negative got getting stronger, stronger, and stronger until it manifests itself in the form of the devils, personification. The personification of absolute negative consequence because the universe was expanding, energy deprivation, right? They got more negative, something more negative for us, and they have a personification of it. Keep trying to explain you about personification. So things, as the universe expands, things got more negative for us because we have less and less energy. But we still wanted to still had to do things. We still had to eat. We still had to take care of ourselves. We had to try to maintain the nation, support our women and everything else, right? It became harder and harder to do that. And so if you did it, you produce it. You don't have enough energy to support your woman, right? Okay. But you do it anyway. So now So now you got a negative consequence because you don't have enough energy to do it, but you're doing it. So you need $1,000, but you only got enough energy for $500. So you take the 1,000, and now you got only was a negative energy. Same thing. You need to eat, but now you have enough energy to get the food, but you still need to eat to live. So you get the food. Now you're enslaved, right? Because now you build negative energy because you still need to eat. That's why we're told to submit. You still need to eat. Right? You still need to eat. And they got the food. So it's going to put a negative consequence for you, but you still be alive. That's what hard cost all about. You still need to eat. And it was harder and harder. Right? Because, okay, you need 1,000 calories a day, but you only got enough energy for 500. So you take 1,000. So now you got 500 negative energy. But now it's getting worse. You still need 1,000, but now it's only 300 units of energy, maybe 200, maybe 100 units of energy. Look what I'm saying. But you still need 1,000. So you take 1,000 now, right? And now you got 900 units of negative energy. See? So he said, well, okay, I need 1,000 units of calories, right? But look at all this negative energy I'm generating, right? So can I do something about that? Okay, well, I'm going to get less calories. But now I'm going to be starving. I'll be hungry all the time. As we were doing hard costs, we were hungry all the time. We had to work harder and harder to get it. On top of that, right? Well, what if we get negative we get cheaper calories, right? Okay. We get cheaper calories, like shipments, right? See what I'm saying? But now he's shipments because trying to minimize the consequence. They eating shit, cow manure. Understand? See what would happen? Because you're desperate. You still need to eat food, so you eat garbage, you eat shit. It keeps you alive, right? So that's what happened with Master. But if you would, if you got so bad, that's what you had to eat. If you wouldn't, and there's one story about an Oprah Files, right? This woman, she saw a biscuit. She was starving, she was hungry. They was feeding her shit anyway. And when nobody was around, she went and ate that biscuit. It was like a stale. And women master come back, Mrs. or whatever, and so that thing when she beat that woman damn near to death. That's how bad it was. You did not have, they try to make like you had regular food. They know you did not. You did not have regular food. So no, you did not. Even Oprah with her demon self, she said, they fed you same they fed hogs, the same way. No plates, no spoons. They had a trough there. They would pour stuff they threw away. They used to throw away chitlins. That was a hog. It's shit, you know what it is? They would throw that away. They said, well, no, we ain't got to throw it. We give it to them. That's what they fed you, stuff they used to throw away. They became a personification of the consequence. Until it got down so bad. And now the universe starts contracting. And now you start energizing. So now you can eat a little better food, right? Or maybe you can still eat that. Because now you're trying to minimize the consequence until you get to the point where you can eat decent food and you don't have a consequence for it. Then you can start building. Now you can maybe protect your women. Now you can start doing this stuff. Slowly start doing these things. So you lost your land, you lost your name, you lost your culture, you lost your religion, you lost your family, you lost your woman, right? We lost everything. So now you're starting to get it back, a little bit at a time, right? You got to get your mind back. First, you get your mind back so you put everything back in place. Otherwise, you're still eating chitlins, right? Because you don't have your mind back. You probably stay here in America because you don't have no direction. You don't have a steering wheel to tell you. See, that's what Farrakhan's doing. You understand? So therefore, you got it mind. So you know, so now you could, because you without your mind, you can't put yourself back like you were. Because I got energy now, but you don't know what to do with it. So you mismanaging. Oh, well, I'll take it. Will you get your woman back? No, you'll get a devil instead. Get your land back. So I'm going to get 6 states. Now you can buy food. I'm going to buy chitlins. You see what I'm saying, brother and sister? Because you don't have your mind. Once you get your mind back, I ain't buying that filthy food. I don't want that devil, stinky devil. I don't want those goddamn 6 states. No, I don't want no rebel. I don't want that. I want gold. I want silver. Because that's what I'm used to. You understand? I'm going home. I'm going to get me a beautiful original queen. You understand? I'm going to eat filthy food. You understand? Ain't nobody been out there for my woman. Because once you get your mind back, all of a sudden you become a seedly ground because all of a sudden you see clearly now. And all that shit you got the 5 pillars now. But you got to have enough energy to get that. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. So it's a war, this war is between negative energy and power. Because we was a victim of negative energy deprivation, and they became a manifestation of it. That's why they're devils. And they will exist. It's like you put something in the furnace, you got the fire there to purify you, but once you purify, you don't need a fire anymore, the fire goes out. So they not only exist as long as this negative energy. And they were supposed to exist for 12,000 years. They only had 6 because they were so terrible. So therefore, we had to put a replacement in place for the next 6,000 years. Right? Because now we got our mind back and we're not going to eat bad food, we're not doing all that stuff. We got enough energy, right? But we still have enough energy to control the planet yet. We have enough energy to control the planet yet. Remember, Nebuchadnezzar, true Nebuchadnezzar, got a whole planet back. We have enough energy for that. We'll have it for 6,000 years. So what we do is we put a replacement in that's half devil, half original, right? And let them rule for 6,000 years. And they'll rule. And so therefore, we have everything, our land back, our name back, everything. We just won't have the planet back yet. Have enough energy for that. So they will rule. And then after 6,000 years, energy deprivation is over. Get the planet back. Understand, brothers and sisters? See, America said, oh man, well, see, you ignored consequences, you ignored it. But the point is, if you've done nothing bad, If you're so good, America, you're an indispensable nation, all that stuff, then you got nothing to worry about. You got nothing to worry about, do you? But you know that was evil. You shed blood because that's your nature. You're the personification of it. So we say, okay, we got to go to energy deprivation. We have negative energy, so let's produce. I said we personify everything. We don't have idols and like stuff. We personify everything so we can see it clearly and we operate, deal with it. So it's okay. We're going to take and produce a being that's a personification of energy deprivation. That's them. They're devils. And they were ruled during that time because energy deprivation, negative energy, would be king during energy deprivation. Be king. Especially in the negative side of it. They'll be most powerful at the bottom. When you get to the bottom, when the negativity is maximum, they'll be the most powerful. Because energy deprivation would be totally everything. We have lost everything at that point. We're totally, right? And they're the personification of it. And that's why they was benefiting from everything. It was over here with them. They was beating us, raping us, and everything else. Because they're the personification of it. It's like, for instance, you go to the winter. You go into the winter, right? So you make the winter somewhat personification of winter. They become the ice, the snow, and everything else. So you don't see no ice or snow on the ground. You don't see no cold weather. The person, they represent that. You get a whole nation that, right? Ice or snow, they're individuals. You know what I'm saying? And so they come and all of a sudden, you're home, you in your country by yourself, all of a sudden you get a storm. They come in. Right? Remember, they're the personification of us. So you don't see they're the storm. They come in, they invade, they grab hold of you, man. They're so cold, you're freezing. They're so cold with you. You see? Hell. They beat you. There's hailstorms. You know what I'm saying? You understand, brothers and sisters? And they whooping your ass. Man, this storm is kicking your ass all winter long. Then spring comes. And then all of a sudden, they start melting. The power fades and they're gone. Did I make it clear enough for you, brothers and sisters? They're a hailstorm. And we took it off. We didn't hide. Said, no, go take it. Other people, they hid in caves. They did it trying to avoid the winter. They couldn't avoid it because they could knock down the doors and the hell, the wind blew the doors down, came after you. It's like those people can't avoid us fire over here in California. You understand personification? That's what they are. But they cannot survive springs coming in. Can't do it. Because they're the personification of winter, and winter's over. Now we're moving into spring. The Lord of Dawn. That's from Muhammad's Lord of Dawn. The new coming in. So, see, that's the devil's thing is, well, the point is, really it's hard to even explain because you got to understand the mathematics of it in the season. Because they didn't do anything bad during their season. That's why it says during at that time, at the Hadith Quran says that time would the wrongdoers be how do you say it? At that time would wrongdoers be unjust? I think it was like hold on. I think that's what I'm saying. I think I'm saying it right. They mean they wasn't if they say at that time that wrongdoers would be unjust, that means they wasn't unjust before. They said that means, right? They were because Adam was just during his time as long as he did not touch us in a wicked way, afflict us. We served him, right? I mean, yeah, we're still probably eating shit on him. He said, Son of Man would be forced to eat shit too. It's right there. So come on, is that match from Muhammad? Right? Is that Farrakhan? Well, Farrakhan is shit. You understand? So say, But the point is, raping us and beating us and all that kind of stuff, right? Afflicting us. Okay? They went overboard. They said, don't do that, go there. Don't afflict. Because we're told to serve them and we afflicted. They're two things. Right? The thing is, they afflicted us. But the point is, it was just in, because we're supposed to be slaves, we're supposed to be served them. Okay? And that was just because God told us to submit to that. So God's just. So you say, because if you don't understand that, then you say, well, what's wrong with God? What's wrong with it? What's his problem? What's his problem? See, he's promoting justice, he's promoting injustice? No, because that was the wisdom of the time. That was the justice of the time. Capitalism was the justice of the time. Because we put little in, we put a lot in, we work hard ass all day, and we get nothing but chitlins back. They profited from us. We got nothing, we put a lot in, and we got very little back. That's capitalism for us. That's the exploitation part of it. But if we gave them a lot and they give us little, that means they got a lot for little. And we got little, we got a lot, we got a little for a lot, and they got a lot for little. That's a key about a symbiotic relationship. That's capitalism. They call it capitalism, which is exploitation. You got capitalism by exploitation. So we was exploited. So therefore, because we served them, we'd do a lot, put a lot of energy, and we get a little back. We got nothing, no furniture, nothing, slept on the floor. We barely had any clothes, right? Eating shillings. But we produced it, worked hard our ass off. And they didn't have to do anything. And they got all this. And we did the work. That was a justice. That was the mathematics of energy deprivation. So that means that was the justice of it. And so they personification of it. So they were told that's what you're supposed to do. Just don't afflict them. That's what you'll be judged for. And they went overboard and did that. Okay? So Christianity is justification for the energy deprivation period. Capitalism is economic system. Democracy is consistent. Everybody has to be on board with that. All of them. Hope you understand. So when you look at this right here, you say, well, America had done nothing bad, nothing to worry about. You see? So, what was bad? What do you call bad? Making men shed blood was not bad. Because God allowed them to do it. Why did he put somebody in charge? Because they were, right? Who was bad? The jinn was bad because they wouldn't submit to it. Adam and Eve was not bad. Not during their time. But when the spring comes, then they're bad. Because they apply that same thing during the spring, then they're bad. You understand the concept there, brothers and sisters? Yeah, I go with my camera again. Hope you understand. See, you can understand. Only understand when you have understand mathematics. Otherwise, this doesn't make any sense. Because you understand why God. You sympathize with the jinn. Say, well, why would I submit to somebody who makes me shed blood? I'm trying to get you to understand. You start thinking mathematically. Then this stuff makes sense, and then God is justified. And you're justified in submitting to this and the condition you are in. Because the reason why you're conditioned, because you're just people. The reason why our people are in the condition we're in right now, because we're just righteous Muslim people. Because we submitted. That means when you submit entirely to the will of Allah, you are Muslim. That's what it means. And we're the only Muslim on the planet. We're only righteous people on the planet. We're only good people on the planet. Except for Master Muhammad and those that he brings in through his wisdom. Supreme wisdom, whatever that is. You see a sample of it. I don't know how far that goes. I'm on the spatial side. He's on the analytical side. I know how to deal with what I have to deal with. That's why it says every voice that speaks against you will be shut down. So make that, when you understand with Farrakhan, he's a liar, no good devil. Because he's accused of our brethren. Because it says, blessed those who keep their garments. We're the only ones still under domination of another country. That's what it means we understand the angel. That means we submitted, and the condition we are proves that we are in total submission to the will of Allah. So you look at our people, oh man, look at our, oh man, I get angry. I saw a dude today in the gym, man, he come in, and he got hair like a mountain. He made it like a braided, it's high. And as a woman, his hair was, and I'm saying, well, and it gets you angry. But you see, that's the emotional side. We got to handle that. That's why Salads and mathematics get you over the emotional side. Because emotional side, man, you want to go in there. What's wrong with you? Smack him aside the head. What's wrong with you? You one of them? But you understand it. If he's not a demon, he's a righteous brother. Because that's evidence he submitted. If he submitted, he lost everything. He lost his mind. He said, man, are you out of your mind? Yeah, he's out of his mind. Because he submitted. He said, Master of the Covenant would justify his people. But some petition would accuse them. Now people are messed up and everything else. That's why I have a hard time dealing with people. That's why I don't want any followers. I know what I'm dealing with. But I know they justified. That's why they like that. That's why they like that, because they submitted. The more they like that, the more they submitted. That's why that's why Master Rama's going to do what he's doing. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing. I made the sacrifice while he's doing what he's doing, because we know that what it's going to take to wake them up. We're not going to sit there and just, because that's what happens. It's Elijah's wisdom. He failed in that respect because he got angry. He owned it a long time, and then at some point, but the point is, he didn't accuse the people. He didn't accuse. I'm not saying he did anything like that, but remember, he got mad. He wanted to kill him. But that was because he could understand how they fall under the spell of her. Because remember, he was just a messenger. How did he spell under the spell of Farrakhan? But our people that's the condition. It says, what condition did find the man in? The man was walking around beating himself when he didn't have to anymore. Because they said he had broken the chains. Nobody had controlled him. But he was out of energy deprivation, at least from the devil's point of view. But we're not going to be totally out of it for another 6,000 years. But he was still, his mind was mine. And so Jesus said, hey, man, you all messed up. No. Gave him his mind back. Then the man, didn't he? Because the proof he's righteous, because as soon as he gets his mind back, right? What do you call him? See the great army overnight. When they were born in a day, they say he was still born. He was born healthy. He jumped out the womb, standing on his feet, ready to fight. That means he was righteous all the time. That means he was just covered with shit. He wasn't shit like Farrakhan. He was covered with it. And so his Messenger of the Covenant came in with a whole, bam. The gold and silver was exposed. And the shit was washed down the drain. So when you look at our people, and they're all messed up, I ain't talking about the demons. The demons, that's the problem. When you see all messed up, acting stupid, crazy, and everything else, because they lost their damn mind. I ain't say damn, yeah, they lost it. Well, no, they ain't got their damn mind. They got a damn mind. They lost their mind. They submitted 100%. You got some Haitians, right? They know some of that original language. They know some of the stuff because they didn't submit 100%. Look at the condition they're in. They submit 100%. They laugh at us. Oh man, look at them, Uncle Tom's. But that's the price of submission. They submitted 100%. 100% in the will of Allah. 100%. So they're the real Muslims. The jinn did not. When they say we was the only ones fighting against colonialism and everything else, right? Because that's what you would do. You didn't submit, but you call yourself Muslim. Because you say, well, how in the world? Because you call yourself Muslim. Right? Yeah, you didn't submit. He told you what the nature of matter would be. Make men shed blood. I ain't going to submit to that. I got Allah. I got the Quran. See? I got 5 prayers. And your ass been whooped for 5 years. You have no success. Because you didn't submit. So that's why he said, well, they should be the righteous, right? And we should be the wicked. We should be the sinful. But when you analyze that's verses about Adam and ruling the earth, and you look at it, it looks at it on the face, it looks upside down. Wait a minute, why would God have you submit to somebody that's wicked and then condemn somebody that refused to do it? That's right there. Lifts everything on his head. Is that God? That's God. Is he crazy? He on crack? That right there. And so therefore our people are righteous, they're beautiful people. And that's what the Lessons say too. They're righteous, they're Muslim, they're real Muslim. Well, they ain't saying prayers. That's not the qualification of Muslim. What's the qualification of Muslim? What's the definition of Muslim? Someone who submits entirely to the will of Allah. And we did. We're the only nation did. We're the only ones going to survive out of this. Only nation going to survive it. You understand, brothers and sisters? They need to go on. Okay. Our brothers and sisters are the most beautiful people. The sisters are the beautiful. They ain't the most. They are the definition of beauty. See? You can put shit and everything else on you want them. That don't change who they are. If you put shit on a diamond, does a diamond stop being a diamond? You just got shit on it. Once you want your shit off, shit runs off. Well, it's a piece of coal. It's coal, ain't no diamond. It was a piece of shit, right? It looked like a diamond. Once you rinse off, the shit runs off. Wash away too. That's the demons. You understand? So that's why I say America done nothing bad, nothing to worry about. And it's not that clear cut. They say, what was bad? What's good? What's the definition of bad? Definition of good? Because you go back to that story about Adam ruling the earth. Well, Jen couldn't understand that one. Remember, that they bad. And I'm good. But God says I'm bad and they good. God damn, I'm going crazy. What am I going to do? That don't make no sense to me. That's why God said, I know what you know not. Just obey. No, man, I can't do it. Right then, but that's why they can't tell you. That's why they tell you. That's part of deception. That's why they tell you. That's why they tell you, oh, Adam is the whole human race. See? That's how they get around it. Because if you say Adam represents the Europeans, and immediately your brain calculates you to Jinn, because you ain't submit to them. And those Negroes that you hate over there, it's submission. Look at these Negroes, man. They over there do anything the devil tell them to do, man. They kiss the devil's ass. Right? Look at them. They got their names. They're Christians. Look at them. They do whatever master tell them to do. They got the hell on master's ass. Look at them. And look at us, man. We Muslim. We fighting these devils. We got Islam. We throwing the Quran at them. See what I'm saying? That's what he's saying. And when you look at that scripture, you're well, because if you say Masters is Adam, that means we're in total submission over here. Because that's what you just said it. Look at they total submission. The devil, they broke it. The devil got him. They broke him. They ain't nothing niggas over there. Turn them into niggas. See, if you say Adam. Understand that now. If you say Adam is Europeans, If you say that, that means if we butt broken, if we beat and everything, that means we're in submission, total. Because that's what we said. We in total. Remember the whole, they look at that, we're in total submission to this over here. Then we're the Muslims. And you against it. Religion. That's why they can't say that. It's a clear thing. They say, no, well, it's all mankind. So who was on a new ruling the earth? And it means the angels rule the earth, and then we rule the angels. And if the angels, you see what I'm saying? That's why they can't. That's why they can't acknowledge that. They do. It's clear cut. They did it, jinn, and we're the true Muslims. Understand, brothers and sisters? So they distort their own brains. Their own stuff. That's why they can't acknowledge they can't acknowledge abomination of desolation. They can't acknowledge that false Israel is false. I mean, the Arabs, they even say, they bleach themselves white over there. I hope you know that. Because that's one of the things that came out. Because I got a daughter over there. Right? Yeah, I was married to a Arab from Morocco. And I got a picture of my daughter. I show you a picture, dark as me. And mother absconded. The big story, right? He ends up stealing my daughter and running her back over there, right? And I ain't seen him for years. Like 4 years old when I last time I saw her, 3, 4, something like, right? And next time I see her, she was about 20 years old, something like that, 19, something like that, right? And white as snow. White as snow. It don't happen automatically. And when I show you a picture of it, you see. I'm not exaggerating. So they say Isaac is their brother. I do. The Arabs that false Israel is their brothers. Because they can't acknowledge that we their brothers, because we acknowledge we their brothers, they have to acknowledge that they sold us in slavery. You see what I'm saying? They can't, that's why they're so confused. They didn't understand the Quran. They cannot acknowledge the clearest verse in the Quran. That's why I say the Quran says they do that. They cannot acknowledge clear verses in the Quran. Some are decisive, and some are, some verses decisive, some are, what's the word they use? Some are decisive, and some are, I forget, I can't think of the word. Anyway, the point is that for those that they take that and they distort it because they can't see the Quran exactly what it is because they identify it, they identify who they are, and it turns them up. That's why they're all confused over there. That's why their power is being broken. It says this will happen when a complete power, breaking the power of the holy people. This talk to my them. Okay, I'm gonna have to close. I'm not gonna get anywhere near what I was gonna talk. I get past this. See, this is very important. Everything I'm telling you is important, but this is important to get you the right perspective, get you oriented. Like you don't have a map. You got a map, but it's no good if you don't know which way is east, west, north, and south. You're orientated. You say, okay, get a map, and you say, oh, okay, that's north. So you make success. Now you know what you're doing. I'm trying to orientate your mind because you got bad ideas and that's caused the gender problem. And you got bad because you don't see the complexity of what's going on. That's why God said, I know what you know not. Okay? Because I just told you a lot of things here that goes against so-called common sense. See? America was just for their time. You got a lot of people out there got white skin. A lot of devils out there got black skin. You see what I'm saying? Farrakhan, he's a devil. His people enslaved us. Let me say a couple more things. I'm going to move on, brothers and sisters, because I'm not going to get to the whole thing today. Let's see here, you got a circle within a circle. Now, each one of these represents pressure. So the higher pressure is on the outside, the lower pressure on the inside. So lower pressure cannot do anything against high pressure. Can't do anything. In fact, high pressure is squeezing it. It cannot do anything. It can't do absolutely nothing against higher pressure. lower pressure. And when you translate that, say thought, pressure is thought. That means the lower pressure, their thought can only comprehend the same level of thought that the other one has. But beyond that, they can't understand. They have no comprehension of it. None, zero. And that's crushing them. That thought on the outside is crushing them because the other one has a greater degree of thought. It's a greater sphere of thought. And that one's limited. But he can understand the same level, up to that level that equal to the other one. But beyond that, it has no idea, has zero, has no effect on it whatsoever. But yet still, what's on the outside there is crushing them. And they can't see it coming. They have no idea. They have no idea. Only way they know it's there is because they feel they're being crushed by it. They feel they're being crushed, right? Like you in the elevator, you blind. You got a Hulk in it. He's crushing you. You can't see him like it, but you know he's more powerful than you because he's crushing you. But you can't do anything to him because you have no strength. So here, the other one. See, because they can understand our level of understand to the level that they are. Same that when it's both at the same size, they're going. But what's beyond that, they can't understand it. They can't see it. That's why they couldn't understand the angel. They could not unlock it. The Seal Bible is just a small part of the unsealed Bible. A small part of it. Right? And so they get that part, but they can't go beyond that. They can't see. That's why it says come to them as a shock. It says become as what's the word they use? They wouldn't be able to come in the form of mischief and tricks, and they wouldn't be able to see it and understand it. I'm trying to get you to understand that, brothers and sisters. So the angel is they can understand only the part. But like right there, you see that part about wisdom they can understand. Beyond that, they have no knowledge of it. Don't even know it exists. Only way they know it exists is by being crushed by it. It says when they're being crushed, they won't understand where it's coming from. That's what it means. You understand where it's coming from. All you know is they're being crushed. That's what's happening right now. So they run around all these ideas. Oh, we're going to do this, but in America, have you noticed that? What, since 1990, America's getting weaker and weaker because it's being crushed. Look at the history. Look what America's been under since 1990. One failure after another. Everything, that means it's being crushed. It's already being crushed. So at one point, right, like you put enough pressure on an egg, the egg feels the strain, but at some point it can't withstand the strain anymore. Strain is too much. Collapses. And at one point, America cannot withstand the strain. Because that was Master Rama was waiting for. He does that, then he minimized the death. Because if he goes to attack them when the pressure is almost equal, then a lot of people are going to be lost on both sides and nothing's going to be accomplished. If both of you got equal pressure, you go to war. You kill 10,000, it's 10,000 yours. You're still going to be just like you was before. Because you haven't accomplished anything. You just kill a lot of people. You kill 10,000, they kill 10,000. The pressure still remains the same on both sides. But this pressure drops from 10,000 to 500 to 1,000, and you still take 10,000, bam. And you get 10 times more power to them. That means one of you can kill 10 of them. Did I say that? You know what the Quran, the Bible says? If their power drops, if your power is 1,000 and their power is 1,000, their power drops down to 100, which is 10 times 1,000. I mean, 100, which 1/10 of 1,000, right? 1,000, 10 times 100. So your pressure is 10 times greater than theirs, right? That means one of you can overcome 10 of them. That's what Christ is telling you. Their power is going to be about to be broken. So, When does Master Rama act? He says, okay, I'm going to wait till that power, it says power, because they're being crushed right now. You can see it. I'm going to wait till that power is over 1,000. So I wait till it gets down to 900. Oh, well, wait till it gets 500. That means one could take out two. Wait to get down a little more. Yeah, we down to get to 0, then no one dies, just them. Uh-oh. No one dies, just them. No hair on your head is harmed. Right? You walk to the fire, don't get burned. They have no power over you. So if you wait to that point, they could, you just have to wait until you get, you know, you have to be patient. It says a lot loves the patient. Why? Because if he waits to that point, then they have no power at all. If he gets hasty, like you want him to do, when it's down to, he's 1,500, well, half of you gonna, right? Half of you gonna die. But you win at the cost of half. So if it's 17, 18 million of us, so to speak, 9 of us die. But we're victorious. Wait till you get down to that, none of us die. They all die. Ooh. Did I just say something there? Brother says, I don't know when that point is. Master, how many knows that point is? That what he's telling you is that's the point he's waiting for. Because when that happens, they have no control. They can't do anything to us. There's one would chase 1,000. Your head and head be harmed. Get your mind back. And you got a steering wheel. Understand? One brother says, I hope you understand. But you will in a minute. Okay, I'm going to move on, brother. Says, I'm going to close out because, I'm going to close out. I must deal with the rest of this tomorrow because I really, that's the, when I'm talking to you, brother, it's just like I said, so much. And then a subject comes up and then I can speak so much on it, then I never get to the rest of it. So I'll try to get the rest of it tomorrow. But I talked about a lot of things today. If you understand anything I said, it should have been really open your mind up. Right? But it probably is, somebody might need some crack or something to ooze you, because of me, I'm telling you, because I tell you that's hurting on your mind. I mean, getting into Injil, going to the gym, mental gym, painful. Because, my initial take when I saw about about Adam being given charge and Jinn, my first initial thing was that was Yakub. That's my initial, I said, man, I was sympathized with the Jinn. I said, because that, right, my initial take. When you look at the surface, remember, I first, I started digging and nobody came and gave me, you got to go, man, you got to go in there and dig it out. But he said, first you see the gold mine. Okay, you see it. I saw it, Andrew. Now I got to start digging out. And my first impression about a lot of things was, until I started understanding the key and the math and everything, I said, that's not, my mind started, because remember, pressure molds you. So I molds my mind. Made me start thinking a whole different way than I was thinking before. See things I didn't see before. That's what Elijah Muhammad said, he would give you a whole new way of thinking. And the angel, if you pay attention, it started giving a whole new way of thinking, but it's accurate. And it started making the world make sense. Because the way they're thinking doesn't make any sense. For instance, I'm close out. Okay. They say God made man. Okay. So that's his product, right? But the product is no good, error. Why should he get mad at the product that he made? Okay, I messed up. But you're going to punish the product that you made? Oh, well, product had free will. Well, if he got free will, did you give it the free will? Didn't you create the free will that you gave him? So that he still messed up. Then that means the free will was messed up. So it still's on you. But now you're going to beat him up and put him in hell forever and ever and ever because he's defective, because you made him defective. Now, how the hell does that make any goddamn sense? See? Because none they say makes any sense. See? But some of them, like I said, well, you got another phenomenon, right? They know it don't. They can't make sense of it, and then, like you said, okay, you can sit around here, you can go to the gym and get better, or you can just lay back in the bed and just get cancer. You just say, man, just lay back and I ain't going to the gym. Let's go ahead and take the cancer. I sit in the back, lay around, get all weak, and you see what I'm saying? Because that's a choice. Right, man, I can't go to the gym, man. So what's the alternative? And a lot of people in that situation, they say, man, that's too hard to figure out. It don't make any sense. I just accept it. I just have faith. I just accept it. It don't make any sense. Because here's Farrakhan. He follows the devil. See? But trying to figure it out, it's too difficult. How are you going to? So I just accept it, man. How do you get charged? I mean, it doesn't make sense. You just capitulate. A lot of people have capitulated. It's too hard. But look, there's things I'm telling you right now. You never heard these things before, and not even close. And right now, some of you may have a problem with what I've told you. Because now that means you got to go into the math to prove it's right. And if you just accept me because I told you, then you need to get the hell out of here. That's not going to work. That's why I don't want any followers. You accept it because I told you? When I gave you the math to prove it? I don't want you. Because when the wind blows a different direction, you're going to say the same thing. They accepted Elijah because he told them. And when the wind shifted direction, they shifted in the direction of the wind. You know what I'm saying? Because they had no foundation, no roots. But if you prove it, then you're solid. No matter which way the wind blows, you're just solid. But if you just because I think he's right, it seems makes sense. I like the way he talk. I like the way he look. You accept it, then you're in the wrong place. I don't want you. Just get the hell out of my way because you're valueless. Like I said, same thing with Elijah. As soon as he's gone, his first wind come, they blew in that direction because they had no root. And no firmness, no, see what I'm saying? Because they didn't go in and prove what he was saying. They just accepted it. But that's why they said what Farrakhan's saying. They applied the same mentality. They didn't prove what Elijah was saying, so they accepted it. So why not accept what Farrakhan's saying? Assalamu alaikum.
Stop the bullshit zone. Stop the bullshit zone. Let's look at European history. European history. Let's go back 2,000 years from the time of Jesus. 2,000 years. Finally, that was the Roman Empire, was the empire at that time. Not a world empire, a regional empire. 5 years after Jesus, the Roman Empire was taken down. It was a European empire. It was taken down by the resurrection of Abraham's Islamic empire. Abraham's Islamic empire. Abraham established Mecca, Medina, the Kaaba, pilgrimage. All those things were established by Abraham. This is a historical fact. Prophet Muhammad did not establish those things. They existed. He grew up in that environment. The pilgrimage, all those things were in place. They were worshiping Allah, but they had turned Allah and his attributes into idols. So it descended into idolatry. Prophet Muhammad was inspired to resurrect Abraham's Islamic empire, to clean it up. That's what he did. It was resurrection. The resurrection took place 500 years ago. That resurrection was the catalyst that balled up Europe for 1,000 years. It broke the Roman Empire, and it balled up the Europeans for 1,000 years. It was the Islamic empire that kept them balled up in Europe for 1,000 years. 1,000 years. They call it the Middle Ages or the medieval time or Dark Ages, but look it up. It lasted 1,000 years. It was balled up by the Islamic empire. It was constant conflict between the two. They broke out 500 years later. After 1,000 years, they broke out. Britain broke out first. And out of Britain came America. 2 world empires. 2 world empires. First one was Britain. Out of Britain came America. 2 European world empires. There's only been 2 European world empires that you know of. In fact, in the last 500 years, there's only been 2 world empires, period. And they've been both Europeans. British, who said the sun never set on the British Empire, and now America. 2 world empires. And out of them 2 world empires came what you call Israel. They gave birth to Israel, what you call Israel, in 1948. That's 3. And now they're in the Middle East, the holy places, right? Bringing fire out of heaven, the drones, hellfire missiles on top of the people's heads. So, and everybody's watching because a great conflict is taking place right there. And it's inspired by Gog, Magog, America, Britain, and what you call Israel. That's who Gog and Magog are. So we're going to connect that to chapter 20 of Revelations. Now, what does chapter 20 of Revelation say? It says there'll be these devil and Satan, right? They'll be thrown into bottomless pits for 1,000 years. And they'll be bound up, kept there, bound there by the resurrection, right? They say the Christ, that's translation of Messiah. Messiah means Christ. They say Christ, but that's just Messiah. They was under that authority, that person that established it. It was under that person's authority for 1,000 years. That's what chapter 20 says. And then said after 1,000 years, they would break out. 2 world empires. 2 world empires. Because the whole world, they did not know about before that. That's America and Britain, Gog and Magog. They go out and cover the whole world that they weren't even worried about, knew about before then, and they would deceive the whole world. And one of the major deceptions is the fact of chapter 20, because it constantly tells you that's in the future. Because if you knew it was in the past, you'd be looking around and saying, chapter 20 is in the past. You're trying to find out what happened, where in the past, trying to connect to something. And the only thing you connect it to perfectly is European history. 1,000 years of Dark Ages, found by a resurrection empire. And after 1,000 years, 2 world powers will come out and cover the whole world and deceive the whole world. And then they'll be gathered around Jerusalem, the holy place, and they'll be bringing fire out of heaven with their hellfire drones. That's exactly what's happening. Exactly what has happened, what is happening. Chapter 20 and European history are the same. Exactly the same. Totally consistent. There's no inconsistency there. None. Stop the bullshit zone. Stop the bullshit zone. Because once you see that, you're no longer deceived. Then you know who Gog and Magog is. America and Britain. Gog came out of Magog. Magog is the mother of Gog. And false Israel is Satan. They're all in the pit together. You say, oh, America was because it was inside of Britain. It's an extension of the British Empire. Do you understand? Stop the bullshit zone. So you got Billy Graham's son running around telling you all the millennials in the future because they're all deceiving you. That's what they would do. Because if you knew that was in the past, then you look around and finally make that connection, and then you identify who they are. Stop the bullshit zone. Go and make up. Read chapter 20. They are American Britain. False Israel is Satan. Synagogue of Satan, as Jesus said. Right? Said, you're not, those who call themselves Jews are not the synagogue of Satan. That's what Jesus said. He said, your father is the devil. So let me share this with you, brothers and sisters.
Chapter 20 Revelations. I saw angels stepping down out of the heaven, having the key of the abyss and chain great upon the hand of him, and he laid hold of the dragon, the serpent the archaic, who is devil and the Satan, and bound him 1,000 years, and he threw him into the abyss, and he shut up and he sealed up above him, in order that not he might make to err yet the nations, until should be ended the 1,000 years. After these it is binding to be loosed him little time. And I saw thrones, and they sat down upon them, and judgment was given to them, and the souls of them have been executed with axe through the witness of Jesus and through the word of the God, and who not worshipped the wild beast not but the image of it, and not they received the engraving upon the forehead and upon the hand of them, and they lived and they reigned with the Christ 1,000 years. The leftover of the dead not lived until should be ended the 1,000 years. This the resurrection the first. Happy and holy the having part in the resurrection the first. Upon these the second death not is having authority, but they will be priests of the God and the Christ, and they will reign with him the 1,000 years. And whenever should be ended the 1,000 years, will be loosed the Satan out of the prison of him, and he will go out to make to err the nations in the four corners of the earth, the Gog and Magog, to lead together them into the war, of which the number of them as the sand of the sea. And the city the having been loved, and stepped down fire out of the heaven, and it ate down them, and the devil the making to err them was thrown into the lake of the fire and sulfur, where also the wild beast and the false prophet, and they will be tormented of day and of night into the ages of the ages. And I saw throne great white, and the sitting upon it, of whom from the face fled the earth and the heaven, and place not was found to them. And I saw the dead, the great and the little, having stood in sight of the throne, and little books were opened up, and other little book was opened up which is of the life, and were judged the dead out of the having been written in the little books according to the works of them. And gave the sea the dead the in it, and the death and the Hades gave the dead the in them, and they were judged each according to the works of them. And the death and the Hades were thrown into the lake of the fire. This the death the second is, the lake of the fire. And if anyone not was found in the book of the life having been written was thrown into the lake of the fire.
Okay, again, stop the bullshit zone. That's proof, that's undeniable proof that they're deceiving you about. You can remain deceived, or you can open your eyes and see, and then you will no longer be deceived. Stop the bullshit zone. They're about to come their end in what's going on in the Middle East right now. In a few days, when Iran makes its move, there'll be the end of Gog and Magog in the Middle East, and that'll be the end of false Israel. They'll be under siege and destroyed. And Gog and Magog will enter into Armageddon in Europe, Armageddon in America, Armageddon East and Armageddon West. That's what is happening right now. Stop the bullshit zone. That's undeniable proof that European history is not future. Stop the bullshit zone.
Suleiman Rahim here. Blessing of the covenant. Break of 7 seals. Brothers and sisters, this is rather a lengthy broadcast, but I'm going to keep it short, and maybe I'll do the extended one tomorrow. It's late. I spent a lot of time today preparing for this. So I'm going to get a short version, and perhaps tomorrow I'll get a long version. I just remember I forgot a couple of things. So anyway, it's not that much of an issue. Now, when you see the abomination, right? Therefore, you see the abomination of desolation, which was spoken of through Daniel the prophet, in a holy place, let the reader understand. See, the thing is, brothers and sisters, this is happening right before our eyes. But the only one calling it is myself. And it's clear. But they can't call it because it's suicide. They can't call it because it'll be suicide for them. Because they have to, once they identify the abomination of desolation, right? That means it shouldn't be there. They're in a holy place. They can't even call the genocide genocide. They call the people in Gaza terrorists. Well, they're freedom fighters. It's just, see, so they're lying because they're desperate. See, when you're lying, that means you're losing. So I think mathematically, brothers, if you're winning, you tell the truth. You don't need to tell a lie. If you're winning, tell a lie when you're losing. That's defensive mode. You're losing. See? So you have to lie. Distort the truth. If you're winning, just tell the truth. If you're telling the truth, if you win, you tell the truth. Right? Move on, brothers and sisters. Fear is about to grip the world, especially European countries, and particularly America. It's going to grip it. It'll be a great fear, intense fear like you can't even imagine. Oh, fear is coming. The blood will be high as horses' brow, it says. Fear. Fear is about to grip America. It will not let go. It will not let go until it's totally destroyed. Fear is about to grip America. Great fear, tremendous fear, unimaginable fear, and it will not rest. Will not rest. And many of you will be witnesses to it. Fear. Okay, brothers and sisters, this is not actually my comment. I didn't change this, but it doesn't matter. What I'm going to talk about is things happening. I'm going to give a little context to it. But I was watching this YouTube, and this Arab commentator, right? He was a guest on the show, right? And they always try to get around our situation. They always try to talk around it. Why is that? They'll talk, no matter what they say, it's like, our situation is the greatest event in history. What we went through is the greatest event in history. I mean, he drags over here, and there's never been anything like it. They try to say it's false, it's real, but they themselves, in the Bible, when they was talking to Jesus, we'd never been in captivity to anyone. This was 2,000 years ago. Now, according to them, this is supposed to happen 4,000 years ago, but they admit it. We have never been in captivity to anyone. But they just have to get past all that because to say it what it is, it's devastating. Remember, this whole reality is built on lies. And so the truth will destroy it. Remember, this whole reality is built on falsehood. Mitchell and shed blood on the sealed Bible. Right? It's based on that. It's sealed. That's their guidance. And truth, when you unseal it, right? You break the seal, what was sealed is no longer sealed anymore. It doesn't exist anymore. You understand? Now it's unsealed. You understand, brothers and sisters? So this whole thing is built on a lie. The foundation, false Israel, the Antichrist, Gog Magog, make me shed blood. Everything's upside down. And so, and when they talk, these people talk, they always, because they all have a hand in our situation. They're all participants in it. All participants. But let me start moving on, brothers, because I'll be talking for hours just before I get to my, and I'm going to resist the urge to do that. Hold on, let me see what I got here. Back in. Okay. Go. Now this commentator, Arab commentator, now he was saying, but he didn't, first of all, he was admitting that he's a jinn. Because he says, we were total opposition to the Western way, colonialism and all that kind of stuff. Nobody's more resistant than us, the Arabs. We're more resistant than anybody else. Well, that's true. You're the jinn, resist them. But the way he characterized, like, they're so strong and powerful. No other nation. And no, we resist them more than anyone. I thought we submitted. We did submit. Okay. If you know anything about judo, anybody took judo, what's the idea behind judo? You use the enemy's weight against themselves. So they come at you, you don't push them, you pull them. They come at you, then you step aside and pull them, use their weight against them. Understand? So we've been in struggle with the devils from day one. Our submission was a judo. Because we used their weight against them. So, well, how was that? We submitted. And so they put so much pressure on us, they turn us into diamonds. So in other words, they gave us the power to destroy them. They gave us the power to destroy them. We're the only ones that applied that. We submitted and let them put all their force against us versus diamonds. Now they have no power over us at all. Other than, well, we remember, the man in Mark, he wasn't being beat by the devils. He was beating himself. And they couldn't control him. So they had no power over him. Read it carefully. He gave them power with him because he was beating themselves. He gave power to the legion because he was beating themselves because he had a backwards mind. But they said they had no one could control them. They have no power over you anymore. None, zero. Except right here. That's what we're telling you. You're beating yourself. You're already out of there. Therefore, your thing. All you got to do is get your mind back, then become a exceedingly great army. You understand? So we were the strongest enemy and resistance to them than anybody. Because we say, we put Judah, okay, go ahead and do your best. We submitted. And then put all that pressure on us. Right? And then and now, we're stronger than them. We're stronger than everybody. We're going to crush everybody. Because they have no power over us anymore. Once that pressure transforms that coal to diamonds, pressure has no effect on it anymore. Pressure has no power over it anymore. I told you, no hair on your hair will be harmed. No weapon will prosper against you. No Western form. Because now they use you let them use their force to convert you, transform you, and so now they have no power over you whatsoever. Said they had no one control him. See, he was doing it to himself. Pay attention to these stories, brothers and sisters. That's what I'm trying to get you to see. Because once you get your mind back, you're a exceedingly great army, impervious to any weapon, and they can't harm you in any way. I'm trying to make it clear enough for you, brothers and sisters. See? So, but they try to say, "Oh, we're strong. Yeah, you resisted." You see, and so they was kicking your ass because you resisted. You didn't go through the transformation process. Instead of standing on the ground and let them put that pressure on you, you kept fighting, get to this top of, get above soil. So now you never made it. You made it in police, right? They still whooping your ass, and they're gonna beat you all the way to the end. It says what it says. It says this will happen when the power when the power of the holy people has been broken, fully broken. That means you will not survive them. Move on, bro. Since I got a lot to say about that, maybe I'll do it tomorrow. I see I'm going, right? But I'm not going. We're going to talk about this as we go. But you understand, brothers and sisters? We use their weight against them. We let them put all that pressure on us, transform us, and that had no power for us at all. Zero. No power over me. They have only power over you is that you have still the still Bible mind. Once you get your injured mind, they have no power over you whatsoever. None. Zero. It says it. No weapon formed will prosper against you. Not hearing hell be harmed. You walk through the fire in the furnace and you want to get burned. How many ways are they going to tell you? They got to prove it to you by let you go through the tribulation so you can see, hey man, I'm in the furnace, man. I ain't burning. That's if you got your 5 pillars. What's more, brothers and sisters? So much. I got to keep this short, but this is about 3 hours here. I go through all of it. And we talked about this, heaven, hell. I'm not going to go into this right now, but it's there. I'll talk more about it tomorrow. Because this was the valid system doing energy deprivation. And that's what I try to get you to understand. The wisdom in the winter is not the wisdom for the summer or the spring. That was the winter. That was the wisdom, right? And it worked. It worked for them. That was the way it was supposed to work, doing energy deprivation. But now we're coming out. We're still under energy deprivation, but we're coming out of it. And I want to talk about that in a minute. I got to remember, keep this. Okay, see here. Energy deprivation, we're at the bottom now, 6,000 years into it. But it's a 12,000-year cycle. 6,000 years into the worst part of it would be where we are right now, time unprecedented trouble. We're the worst part of it. And then we start coming out. That's why we had to make a make God. Right? But see, the Holocaust, that is what made us so hard that now they can't. See, they had 12,000 years. But the affliction on us turned us to a diamond and shortened about 6,000 years. And that gave room for Master Muhammad to step in. Because he's not by himself, remember me. He's not by himself. The Lamb is with him. But that Holocaust is what gave you the power to shorten that rule for 6 and give it to Master Muhammad, was made God. He's not the original God. He's original. He's original. I'm talking, but not. He's half original, and so he can rule for the next 6,000 years instead of them. And so, if you, in a way, you can say we tricked them. Come and get us. Yeah, we're gonna sit here. Go ahead, beat us, beat. Go ahead, back. Go. Oh, they look at these niggas. They still there. Let's beat them. Yeah, go beat us. Do your worst. And we sat and took it. See, other people, Haitian didn't take it, Jamaican didn't take it, all the people, we took it. And everybody laughed at us and everything. But now, we're going to crush everyone That's what the scripture told you. I read it to you. I read it to you again. That's what happened. The affliction. They had not afflicted us, just servitude. They would hit over 12,000 years. Because they took the Holocaust. It said, don't touch that tree. You become unjust. Right? They had possession of it, but don't hurt it. And so, yes, they did. They transformed us, and now they empowered us to destroy them. They empowered us to destroy them. Hope you understand that, brothers and sisters. I try to reveal more and more information to you, brothers and sisters, so you can see it. See, this is the mathematics of it. We turn all mathematics to our favor. So yeah, we endured the Holocaust over now. But look, once you get your mind back, you're going to see. You're going to walk through the tribulation, to that fierce fire. The hell, they talk about the fire in California. It's nothing compared to what you're about to go through. You're going to walk through it, and you're not even going to get a spark on you. But devils, they're going to be burning. You're going to watch them burn and say, wait, hold on. What's wrong with this picture? Everybody's burned up around us, and nothing happened to us. Because you're going to see them inflamed. So you're going to see, sisters, you're going to see everybody here. They're going to be attacking you, but they're going to be inflamed. They're going to be in flames. In flames. And you're going to be, what it says in the Quran says, when they threw Abraham in the, Abraham in the fire, and Allah said, oh, fire be a cooling to Abraham. So he was like on the air conditioner. Wait a minute, he's supposed to be in the furnace, man. He's laying back, man. Laying back, man. Got him he's not pina colada, but he's laying back, man. He's rolling. Right? I don't know if I should say this. Let me say this right quick. Yeah. I'm not getting my whole thing today. I see right now, God, just can't resist stuff coming to my mind. Right? Okay. I'm trying to get you to understand, think mathematically, understand these concepts. Say, for instance, everybody in the world was blind. Nobody ever could see. I mean, sight was nothing, and no one had. Sight. Hearing was the best sense everyone had, right? Okay. So, let me put it another way. Let me make sure I get this right. Maybe I shouldn't do it right now. Okay. Okay, no. Cut that chase. Okay. You have your sense of sight, your sense of hearing, sense of touch. Right? But you have a sense of thought, and they don't look at it that way. So in other words, if you can't see too well, then you rely on your hearing. Right? You might, you can see a little bit, but you can't see too well. But you rely on your hearing. So the devils, they rely on sight. And that's what they say. They'll say, when they say, they'll say like, when they telling you, do you understand something? They say, do you see? Do you see? Why do you think you see? Because sight is their highest, their ability, their sensory system. The highest for them is sight. That's the best. Because they're like nearsighted, seeing his sight again. The brains are weak. Right? It's like if your sight's so weak, then you rely on your hearing. So the brains are weak, they rely on their sight. So that's why they need microscopes to see. They have to see things. They have to see what animals look like. They can't see it, but when they can't see it, they theorize it. They have to see it. It's like the world is round. They have to see these things. And that limits their ability to information, because the information they trust is the information they see. So that's the information they trust. Understand? Now, us on the other hand, right, our minds are stronger, our brains are stronger. So we comprehend. See, when we get home and hereafter, we won't say things like, when you understand, do you see it now? No, we won't say that. So you understand it. We won't be talking sense of sight, because that's the highest sense. Do you see? Well, you're talking about a mathematical concept, right? And they say, and you're trying to get you to understand and say, you see it now? It's not a sight thing. It's a mind. But because the sight is the highest sense, best sense they have. They have other sense, but sight is the best sense they have. So they need microscopes and everything else to see it. And when they can't see it, then they theorize. They have theories. Quantum theory, gravity theory, because they can't see it, so they make theories about it. You understand? We don't do that. See? Because it's like gravity. I mean, I figured out gravity, I figured out nuclear fusion, all that kind of stuff. I don't need a microscope. This sense right here. Yes, and everything I said, I put a book out about it. No one's ever said there's anything wrong. That this is mathematically correct. I challenge anybody. I put $5,000. Anybody can say anything in there. When I explain atoms work, neutrons work, protons work, gravity works, any way I can show anything wrong with that, $5,000 instantly. And no one's done it. It's been out there for years. In fact, it may still be on Amazon. I actually put the book out there about 7 years ago, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, see, you understand what I'm saying? I'm getting to a point here. So, but if you didn't have sight and your best thing was hearing, you wouldn't be saying, if you're trying to get somebody to see something, you were saying what? You'd be saying, hear now? Instead, you said, do you see? Because, I mean, what's sight got to do with figuring out a problem? They say, do you see it now? And that's where you stop, because that's the highest sense. And so if you didn't have that sense, and hearing was your best sense, you say, do you hear? Where I'm going with this is, I'm going to cut to the chase here, brothers and sisters. Because we deaf, dumb, and blind, hey, our mind's gone. They say we have eyes we can't see, we have ears can't hear. So we got the sense of touch. So what how people say? You feel me? Do you feel me? It may you think it's funny, but it's not, because that's how people in. They don't realize it. You feel me? What they got to do with it? Because all the senses, they're telling you, they don't realize it. They say all the other senses are dumbed down. Do you feel me? I was going to do that a little better. I went through it quickly, bro. But anyway, for the next 6,000 years, that's why Muhammad will rule. You understand? Okay? But the Lamb has to set it up. You see what I'm saying? Who is the one that takes down, destroys them? Who's the one that takes consequence of them? We do. Do them as it done to you. You see what I'm saying? We do it. And just like we gave the rule over to Adam, we're going to get the rule over to Master Prophet Muhammad, the Levites. Understand? And we trust them. And we know they're going to rule correctly, justly. But we gave it to Adam. Now we're going to give it over to Master Prophet Muhammad. And then after that, the 12,000 year energy deprivation is over. And the whole energy gets back to Travis Shabazz. Hope you understand that, brothers and sisters. I was going to talk about it a little more, but like I said, I'm going through this pretty quickly. And this is, I mentioned this, I figured I'd go ahead and write it. He that loveth his father or mother more than me is not worthy of me. He that loveth his son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me. He that doth not take this cross and follow after me is not worthy of me. He that finds his life shall lose it. He that loses life shall find it. And this is what I'm saying. What it's saying here is, right, that you can't, because these things are keeping you from getting your mind back, keeping you from activating the angel. That's what it's telling you if you read it between the lines. And so therefore, But these things going to be, right, removed from you. In other words, it's saying all things you hold dear, that you cling to, then you're going to be worthy. That's the long and short of it. Oh, my voice is, and we talk about, I'm not going to talk about this right now, brothers and sisters, but how they distort that. I said, I'm giving a short version. Is and the understanding here is that's Farrakhan's father. Those people with him, the demons, let us go on conclusion. But the rest of the people there, if they got their head up Farrakhan's ass, I'm not talking about the ones that's not with him, but there. But they worship him, they hang, they support him, got it, right? They have to answer for this because, I mean, did you take basic biology? And the sperm comes from the father. You put apple seed in the ground, I don't care how deep you put it in the ground, what kind of ground you put in, it's going to come up an apple. Nothing in that ground going to change its nature. Nothing in that ground will change nature. When it turns to orange, when it turns to peach, it will be an apple. But that's the seed. The ground is the egg. You put something, no matter what you put in there, it can make it good or bad, but it's still going to be an apple. And so Farrakhan is a devil, period. Case closed. He's a devil, period. Because he admits his father's the devil. He admits it. Take my word for it, he admits it. That means he's a devil in black skin, period. So you have to answer that. Say, well, they ain't devils. He said they ain't devils. Who said they ain't devils no more? No, Elijah never said that because I was there. Elijah never said devils were not devils anymore. That's a goddamn lie. He never said it. All the ministers never. If he said that, why did he just tell Farrakhan? He got all these ministers. He should have told all the ministers. No other minister ever heard that. No other minister heard that but him. Because he never told him that. Because he don't want to be calling his father a devil. He don't want his devil children to be calling their grandfather a devil. Plus the government told him to stop doing it anyway. Stop calling us devils. You one of us. So when you understand that, it was his people that raped us, beat us, tormented us, terrorized. His people, Farrakhan's people. His people. And now, because he raped his mother, and that's how he came into existence. His own people. His father was a rapist. Black father, like son, father's a rapist. Raped his black mother. And so now, like father, like son, and he raping the NOI. See the resemblance? He raping the NOI. You can't get around that. That's not conjecture. That's not a conspiracy. That's an actual fact. That he even admits to that his father raped his mama. And his father, he said his father's parents was white Portuguese Jews. That means his father was a white Portuguese Jew. That makes him a black-faced Portuguese Jew. I'm lying. I give you $5,000 if you say anything I just said was wrong. Mathematically, scientifically, biologically. Anything I said wrong, I give you $5,000 right now. No questions asked. So how in the hell are you going to be our Messiah? Might as well dig up Yaqub and say, okay, Yaqub, bend over so I can stick my head up your ass. Okay, let's move on, brothers and sisters. Like, I'm going to go through this very quickly. I got some embellishments, but like I said, it's late. And so perhaps tomorrow I'll go into more detail, so I'm going to go pretty quickly. Iran, one heaven. This is chapter 12 of Injil, Revelation. It occurred one heaven. And Michael, who is Michael? You ever hear Farrakhan talk about Michael? Elijah didn't talk about him either, really. He's the one who's going to deliver us. He's got to be from Master Farad Muhammad. He's your deliverer. Yeah, That's a simple call there. He's got to be the one to deliver us. At that time, Michael arise and all our people be delivered. So, and we told him, Master, our mom's going to deliver us. How can you miss that one? As angels, they walked the dragon. Now, I'm not going to explain who dragon, all this stuff, that's right. But, and they go to war. And they're defeated. That's what's happening in the Middle East. First it says a war occurred in heaven. That's the abomination of desolation that's going on as we speak. And a news flash, they said they're about to make a peace deal. Not a peace deal, but a ceasefire. And says in principle they agreed. We'll see. Right? But we know how it's going to end up. Right? And so they were defeated. See, the devil, and his angels, that's Antichrist, that's false Israel, American Britain. They're defeated. That's what's about to happen. See? I didn't put in here about the king of the north, king of the south. I should have put that in here. That's about to happen. That's what the story about. King of the north is not Germany, it's Iran. And the king of the south is that push by false Israel, American Britain. Now, that's the war. Phase 1 is started. Phase 2 is when Iran actually makes the move. That's what everyone's waiting for. Phase 2, and Iran is king of the north, and they actually say, come as like a whirlwind. Let's look at that. How's heaven broken, false Israel deranged and laid waste here? And when you shall see Jerusalem compassed by armies, surrounded by armies, then know the desolation. Who controls Israel? That means their destruction. It's telling you right there. They're going to be destroyed. We see Jerusalem compassed by armies, then know it's destruction. Who controls Israel? That's false Israel. That means their destruction is going to happen, which means they're not the true seed of Abraham. That's right there. To prove to you without taking false Israel down, which they're going to take them down, but that passage right there should prove you right there. It should wake you up. Because that's what's going to wake you up, that false Israel being taken down. Right? But that passage right there tells you exactly that false Israel is going to be destroyed. See? Their physical destruction is what's going to wake you up. But if you read this, pay attention, this should do it. Because it's telling you exactly that they're going to be destroyed. Then let them who in Judea flee to the mountain, let those in the midst of the... I'm not going to explain this, but I have explained it. Maybe tomorrow if I do the full list, I'll go into all these details. But it's going to take a while. There's days of vengeance. Who is the nation? Right? All the nations are vengeful against America. That's true. The days of vengeance against false Israel, American Britain. It's us. For the days of vengeance, all days are written to be filled. Woe to them are with child. You see? That's if you know Angel King, that's about American Britain, because they're the ones that's pregnant with us. That's who the vengeance is going to be against. So that means we're going to do unto them double as they did to us. Right? And those days should be great distress in the land. Great distress in them, I told you. Fear and wrath upon this people. That's the wrath that will be upon them. That's the vengeance. Doing them as they twice and double done to you. They shall fall by the edge of the sword, shall be led away captive all the nations. Fully broken. And remember, total enslavement. Yeah. I'll move a little faster about this because I got quite a bit of this. Let's move to the next one. Okay, war in heaven, right? Now, American Britain, right? Our forces were taken down. Right? That's what it says here. Make sure we look at it again, right? Oh. Right here. Did this. I keep going there. Okay, I got an issue here somehow. I don't know why it's doing that, but okay, let me go here. Iraq and Britain have routed, broken. Yes. Okay, so here it is. I already said the war. Omniscient desolation going on. Next, Iran makes a move. And what happens? Iran gets falls Israel is taken down. Okay? The siege. Then what happens here? It's Gog and Magog. You sign the sun and moon, stars upon earth, and stress places upon the roaring, and men's hearts failing for fear. So at that point, false Israel is going down. Omniscient desolations has happened. Right? Then what? Then omniscient desolation. Then everybody's waiting for Iran to make its move. Iran's about to make its move. Makes its move. False Israel is taken. Trump armies is taken. Justice is in hand. And then what happened? And then America and Britain is being taken out, thrown out. They can't help false Israel. False Israel is isolated. And now it's clear. False Israel is going down. American Britain's power is broken in the Middle East. Powers of heaven. Right? That's what it says. Men's hearts filled for fear of looking at those things which are coming on the earth, talking about the European countries, specifically America, where the powers of heaven have been shaken. It means they just got kicked out. And now they're in great fear because two things have happened. The military, the powers broken in the Middle East. Right? False Israel going. That's two. We have false Israel is a cornerstone of this lie, because they're the ones who be Israel know the Bible. Sealed Bible is based on false Israel, based on Israel, and they saying they're Israel. When that's going out, that whole false sealed Bible collapses. And plus, the military force that was backing that lie up is broken. And let me say one other thing, since I meant to say this earlier. Yeah. Okay, I slipped my mind. So, now I was telling this person, he was telling me, hey man, we the only ones fight. You know, they so full of shit over there, those Arabs. Because they talking about how they fight. Well, you feel who's fueling? It's like, you know, you're at war with your enemy, and you send food over to them. If you stop sending food, they starve, then you win. So who's fueling false Israel in America to do all the damage they're doing? Remember, their military, all this force they have, requires all fuel. Without fuel, it comes to a screeching halt. Who's fueling them? So get out of my face with that bullshit. Come on, wait, man, we do. No, of course, you fueling it. It's like you taking somebody's foot and kicking your ass with it. Why you kicking my ass? Well, you don't want you take their foot and kicking your ass. Why he's kicking my ass? Yeah, of course you give me you fueling this. Who's fueling America? Who's fueling false Israel? You Arabs over there. You fueling it. And then they're doing this. They've been taking our country. They took out Gaddafi. They took out Syria. How did they do it? Like you get somebody some gas and they run over you. Well, they didn't have no gas. They couldn't run over you. You feeling it. So get out of my face with that goddamn shit. You know, I'm getting tired of this. I mean, ooh, you see, I'm getting wired up. You can see what's about to come here. But ooh, they don't want to deal with me. Because I'm telling you now. See, I'm telling you things little by little. Remember, I got all these things on my mind. And I'm doing it's taking a lot of discipline to restrain myself. Because I'm telling you things so obvious you should see yourself. You say, well, how they get taken down like that? And how they Arabs? Yeah, who's fueling it? Who's giving the ammunition? And you get somebody some bullets and they shoot you. Well, if you didn't give them the damn boost, they could have shot you. Who's fueling it? They better hope I can keep restraining myself, Francisco. It's like, it takes a lot of discipline. Once you get your mind back, and these people, that's why I say do double thing, because say wrath, because wrath is an emotional thing. If it's a mental thing, it's, that's, right? But it says wrath. It say consequence, say wrath. Wrath is an emotional thing. And their wrath has come. It says the Lamb and the God will be very wrathful. That means their discipline is not like, It'll take a lot of discipline to hold back, man. Remember, Jonah got really upset, man. Because I see things you don't see. I understand like you don't understand it. They talk of this crap right there. That's simple. Why are you fueling it are you fueling them to kick your ass? Those planes and stuff don't run off air. They come out there kicking your ass over there on the fuel that you've given them. Come on, brothers and sisters. How is heaven shaken? Great fear. I mentioned that, right? Fear got to grip America like it's going to grip it. It's not going to let loose. So once Israel going on the siege, it's going. America's power is broken in the Middle East. What do you mean broken? I just told you. This loss of fuel is cut off. You have to spell it out. That's what I mean. Their power is broken. That's why I fear now. Because their military is broken. But the Arabs didn't do it. The Shia did it. That's why Muhammad did it. So breaking the power of holy people, that means their power will be broken. Because they jinn, they resist it, and plus they fueling this whole affair. Not to forget that they put us into slavery to begin with. They sold us out. And now they're fueling this hell because the devil's America never be as powerful as it is when they're fueling it. They don't want fueling it. They don't want empowered America. They don't want empowered all of us. They didn't empower Britain because Britain didn't need any fuel. But they empowered this Gog. Gog is powerful because of oil. Period. And where are they getting it from? Sometimes we get it from you, we get it from here. Oh yeah, well, you might start getting from here. But it's too expensive to get them here. If you was, why are you taking from why if you're getting it so much from here, why are you going to Syria and stealing theirs? Why are you going and getting it from and just taking these countries down and taking Iraq oil? If you got so much here, why are you taking it there? Because you don't have it here. It's a goddamn lie you're telling. And you want the American people know that you totally depend upon that oil. If they cut off, that's your ass. And the Arabs, oh man, they kicking our ass. Well, yeah, they're shooting. Where they get the bullets from? See how simple this is, brothers and sisters. They say, why are they doing it? Well, it says in the Bible, it says Ishmael was a donkey. Donkey man was he was stupid. Aside from the fact that they betrayed us and they got support for us Israel too. I mean, false Israel could not survive if they wasn't giving us the oil. Once they're going there kicking their ass and all this stuff, it's a little mouse. You're going there kicking all that. Oh, you got all these big old tigers running around there in the room. You got one little mouse, he's squeaking there all the time. Tigers running up against the wall, scared to death. How does that work? But the tigers got the food, and the mice ain't got any damn thing. But they keep feeding the mice, and my God, hey, mice gonna kill us. See, think about something wrong with that picture. See, when you see it, get it clear, you say, oh, something wrong. That's why the lights will come on. Because it's all based on bullshit. I just told you right now, that's earth-shattering. If that knowledge got out there in the world, on TikTok, and people start to say, wait a minute, wait a minute. Their brain is going to make them stop. Their brain, they might have a messed up mind, but if you get through their brain, it's going to make them stop. Oh, wait a minute, let me get this right now. false Israel is kicking everybody's ass over there. With the military that depends on the oil, that people's ass they're kicking control. What's wrong with that mathematics? You see what I'm saying? Right? Muhammad said, truth made so clear, eat a fool at her. And just think, when our people finally get this, what you think they're going to be like? Because this is, to me, it's like, come on. I mentioned this in a roundabout way in the past, but that's the point. Why are they fearing false Israel when Israel will come to a screeching halt if they cut the oil off? They wouldn't be able to do anything. Those tanks wouldn't rule, those planes wouldn't fly. And they outnumber 1,000 to 1. So why are they, what's going on there then? They could put a screeching halt. They could stop America cold. Just cut the damn oil off. You know, I was in the 70s when Carter was president, when they embargoed the oil in America, it was like, America came to a screeching halt. You couldn't buy gas. You wanted gas, man, you had to have a certain code, and the cars were around the corner 3 or 4 times, thousands of cars at a gas station, the gas run out. It was terrible. Because Saudi Arabia just cut the oil off for a week or a month or whatever. That's chapter 18 said it's going to be total economic collapse, total. Only ones not going to suffer is Russia because they have plenty of oil. And that, remember, their enemies America, so but they don't get them. That's going to break their power. All this military might. Remember, it says, okay. No weapon formed against will prosper. What do all their weapons depend on? Fuel. The fuel's about to be cut off. When the weapons won't work. Oh, brothers and sisters. And whenever this nothing about who Gog and Magog is. Now remember, we're talking about they're coming to a screeching halt here. They get kicked out, their power is broken. And we're talking about them, their power being broken, right? And we're in the 1,000 years, this is chapter 20. They come out of the dark ages, right? And will go out to make every nation of 4 corners of the earth. Gog and Magog is Satan, the false Israel, Gog and Magog, America and Britain. There's only been 2 European world powers. In fact, only been 2 world powers. In known history. That's America and Britain. Total world powers. So that's who Gog and Magog is. And right, to err, they deceive the whole nation. That's what they've been doing. They got you to see. Because the point I just told you right now, you say, well, hold it. And it just passed. You didn't even think about it. And now the time's coming in. See? And then they will go, and if you understand this clearly, and lead them together, which and step down, fire hate down them. We're talking about, right? Okay. And the city haven't been loved. What's that? That's Jerusalem. And the city haven't been loved and step down, right? That means the city that's been loved, if you read it carefully, hellfire missiles and stuff be coming down. The people there, they control it, but the Palestinians, they're going to be sending hellfire missiles down on them. That's what's happening right now. So it says that's at the end, that's what happened at the end. They'll be there right in the Middle East when the end comes. See, and devil making the earth was thrown into the lake of fire and sulfur. See, that's when the end will come. And the false prophet, we're also the wild beast and the false prophet. Wild beast is America, Britain, and false prophet is false Israel. They've tormented day and night to ages forever. Okay, now we're so far, right? Keep it short. We're talking about this desolation going on right now. Next step, right? Is Iran's. That's where the whole world is waiting for Iran to make its move. That's about to happen. When they make their move, false Israel's going to first surround and siege, and America and Britain will be thrown out. And their power is broken because Shia controls the Middle East, controls the oil. So their power is broken. The military, everything is broken. So far, step by step, right? And then, the great betrayal. What's the great betrayal? That triggers Armageddon. Because now it's talking about, we understand the fourth of earth, that means America, right? It's killed long sword, famine, and by the wild beasts of earth. The wild beasts of earth represents Russia and the EU. They're going to turn against America. They have no choice. Remember, America's power is broken. Theirs is too, because there's no fuel to fuel it. But who has fuel? Russia does. Who's the enemy of Russia? American Britain. That's his mother against daughter. That's talking about American Britain, American Russia. So they're enemies. So Europeans say, hey, they make bad friends. Russia fuels them oil. Now they're allied with Russia. And they're against America. And America's got all their bases and everything there. They're under attack. That's Armageddon. East. Power's broken. Now they're under attack. And Russia has fuel. Europe now has fuel. So they energize. But America has no fuel. It has whatever fuel that remains left. They use, and Biden used most of that up. So now they get an ass kicked because they can't fight back. They're limited. They get an ass kicked. And that's where they're going to try to bring you over into that fight to help fight. You don't get an ass kicked? Because they're big military. Remember, their power is broken. Their power is broken. So this time, America has no power. Instead, got it? So that's the great betrayal. Because everybody's empowered but America. Now America's on his knees. Now they're getting sanctioned because nobody's going to help them. Everybody, please help us. Nobody's going to help them. It's a great betrayal. Europe's going to turn against them because they're going to. They'll have to. If they want oil, they want to starve. They want to freeze to death. They want heat. They want electricity. They have to make friends with Russia. Russia has plenty. Russia's not Gog. America's Gog. Understand? Let's move on. I'm cutting chase here, bro. Then that's Armageddon East. Now, what's Armageddon West? What's happening in America itself? Okay? The tribulation, devils, demons, it's happening what's in America itself. Remember the other one? It's what's happening over there. Armageddon in the East. Now Armageddon West. And then here's I come to send fire on earth. It'll be already kindled. Have baptized me anyway. The bottom line is, well, henceforth there should be 5 in one house divided, 3 against 2, and 2 against 3. Father divided against the son, son against the father, mother. Now when you understand the Injil key, they talk about America and Russia will be against each other. Not only that, but America also be against black people. The demons specifically, they'd be at war with each other. So now we're talking what's happening here in America. What's happening here in America now is America and Britain, Russia, that's over there. But here, mother-in-law against daughter-in-law and against mother. That's a war between the demons, Christian blacks, black-faced devils, and devils. That's one war that's going on here. That's going to break out here. There's going to be 17 million of them. Because it's half the black nation in America, half is original, half is demon. And it's approximately 34 million, so it's about 17 million demons. See, here we go again. See, Moses remember, he's sort of out of control now. If you read this during the time of the war. So Moses saw the people out of control for Aaron. See, they say he's Aaron. So how can they tell you one breath he's Aaron and then don't tell you right here what Aaron did? How can they come and tell you? That's why they're going to have to answer. Their ass could be torn up and do what's going to happen to them. Make like Gaddafi look like it was like a sauna. A massage. What's happening to those folks? I ain't going to do it. Our people going to do it to them. I'm not going to restrain them. My people are going to do it to them. What's going to happen to them? Because it's right there. They claim his Aaron is right there. When most sort of people were out of control, for Aaron, he had let them get out of control to the point of being an object of ridicule among the enemies. Exactly what Farrakhan is doing. So how in the hell he's such a great person? He's anointed. He's the problem. He's a problem right there. Moses stood at the gate of the camp and said, whoever's with the Lord. That means most people, they wasn't even with Farrakhan. It was just there. They said bad water's better than no water. Right? But they ain't like the bad water. They said, well, it's bad water's better than no water. As soon as clean water show up, get out of there. You drinking bad water, man. This water's dirty, but I gotta need water to live, right? Somebody come along with some clean water, man. Ooh. The dirty water, man, it's history. Right? And gathered together, said, and those with the Lord says, what happened? If you read the whole thing, I'm not going to read it. It says, they killed all the rest. He killed Aaron and all his followers. Because those with the Lord came with him. They say those with him, those with the Lord. Who? The measure of the covenant. It says, and what said Moses? Whoever is for the Lord, come to me. He said, who is for me? Who is for the Lord? The measure of the covenant. Right? It said, they, them, and there was a separation between Aaron and Moses' people, or the Mr. Covenant's people. And then he had them go and kill all of Aaron and his people. It's right there. It's clear enough, brothers and sisters. Right. Let's move on. I'm giving the short version. Right. So now that's a demon war here, right? And then what it says here, and remember this during the war in heaven, right? When that happens, once they kicked out, right? Immediately, once American Britain's kicked out, forces immediately it says, and they heard it said voice in heaven saying, okay, because was thrown accuser, the brother of us accused him. That's what Farrakhan's been doing. It says he's going to be cast down when thrones are cast down. See, and was thrown the castle down. Remember, it's the same thing about the Ancient of Days. When thrones are cast down, same thing. That's Farrakhan's going to be cast down. See? Because he's accusing, you're sinful, you're wicked, you need to atone. So wicked. You're so sinful. See? That's his whole thing. Verse 14, you're so sinful. You're wicked. God's going to get you. That wasn't Elijah Muhammad's teachers, not at all. I was there. Okay, let's move on, brothers and sisters. And the fifth angel trumpeted. And so, like I said, right? This is the so-called locust war. This is demons. Right? And when you see the story about Samson, that's the demons. He tore the place apart. Right? And smoke came out, locusts in the earth. Locusts represent demons, given authority, having authority upon scorpion of the earth. Down here, it was given them an order that they would not kill them, but their order, in other words, they would be tearing this country apart. They would destroy it. That's why they won't kill them. I mean, they're going to tear this country apart, and it'll be a 5-month war. It's a demon war. This locust war is a demon war. That's going on here. That's Armageddon West. Let's continue on that, right? 5 months. And here it is. Now that's the demon war. Now here's the saints against them. That's the Nation of Islam, who is impervious to the flames, but to the Holocaust. Now they diamonds. No one can hurt them, no one can harm them once they got the 5 pillars. That's a war. It's sealing great army. I forgot to put that in there. It's sealing great army now because they just got put together and says that's a war. So they're going to give them back double what they did to us. So now they got these demons kicking their ass at 500, and then they got the saints doing double to them what they did to us, which is much worse than anything the demons could do. And double, according to the works of her in the cup, when she mingle you to her. Right? What she gave you, you give her back double. That's happening here in America. You're sealing a great army, and you're inflicting twice as much horror on her as she put on you horror. America's in great fear. Children gray-headed, you put inflict all horror on them, twice as much they put on us. In a year's time, maybe even 5 months. But it took 5 years to do that, to transfer diamonds, and you're going to put that on them. And they're not going to transform the diamonds. They're going to be crushed to dust. They don't have a transforming capability. To this day, one day will come to place where death, mourning, famine should be burned, and fire burned down because strong the Lord had judged her. You, the Lord, is going to judge her. No, you don't want us to judge her because you don't want us to afflict her. Strong, you're strong now. They will weep and strike themselves upon the king of earth. See, and they will weep and they will strike themselves upon her, the king of earth, and with her having committed fornication, having lived unreigning luxury, whenever be looking at smoke or firing her. That's all the ones sympathize with America. They go, oh man. Like Ishmael and all them, they're going to be more than weeping. Remember it says, I said, as the queen doesn't shall have, I read this verse that backs this up. See, I so much give her torment, and mourning, because in her heart she is saying, I'm the queen, and a widow, now I am. Remember, there's another verse, an elaboration on that. If you've been paying attention. Then here, we're still talking about this, right? It's talking about what's happening on here, Armageddon here, west. And the Lord will bring a nation against you from far, from the ends of earth. That's talking about the goat. And as the eagle wings sweep down nations' language you will not understand. I mean, it's not going to be a European nation. Nation with a fine attitude who have no respect for the old, nor faith for the young, have no mercy on you whatsoever. None. It's time. Furthermore, it will eat the offspring of your herd and abuse of your ground till you are destroyed. It will take everything you got. That's what they eat her flesh. That's what it says another way, right? And a nation that will leave you no grain, no wine, no oil. They're going to take everything. Because everything you got stolen, that belongs to you anyway. Nor the newborn of your cow, nor the youth of your flock, until they have eliminated you. They're going to finish you off. Remember, they're going to eliminate you. Because you're going to go to war with them. Demons go to war with them for 5 months, then they get wiped out. You're going to go to war with them for that period of time, but then you're going to leave the country. Then the goat going to come in, they're going to finish it off. It will siege in all your towns. This is what's going to be like when they come here. It will siege all your whole town, be under siege. They ain't going to kill you right away. They'll come in, they're going to take control of America. And you under siege, like same thing falls to Israel. They went under siege. And you're going to go under siege. It'll be the same thing. They'll get the same punishment because they're the brass and the iron. Remember, both of them had a hand enslaving us. Right? That tree, who's the tree? It was a band of iron and a band of brass. That's American Britain. Okay? So you get the same thing they got on a larger scale. They will siege you in all your town to your high and fortified walls, which you trusted to come down. You're going to be able to resist them, right? You're going to have all your force on that. You ain't going to be resist them. Throughout your land, they will siege you in all your towns throughout your land. The Lord has given you. And it's going to be totally under siege. Right? That's what it says. And then you will eat. Then you eat the offspring of your own body. Right? Cannibalism will reign because you don't have any food, anything here. Our people will eat. It says, our people eat, your people go hungry. During the tribulation, they will say, manna from heaven. Master from heaven will give you food every right? Every morning he will have food. That's what it says. And you will then eat. Or remember, this happened. Armageddon west. We tell what happened east. It's happening west here in America. Then you eat the offspring of your own body, the flesh of your sons, your daughters, whom the Lord has given you during siege and hardship, by which you and will oppress you. During the siege, that's what happened. So it's going to happen. It's going to take a while. They're going to happen in one day. How long are they going to have your siege? A year? You're going to be. How long is this siege going to last? It just doesn't say. At least I haven't found it. It's not going to be a long time. It's not going to last more than a year. I can tell you that. You're going to be a siege, and that's it. And you will be hungry, and you will eat your own children. It's Armageddon. Yes. See? You see, here we go. It gives you an example, right? And we'll be hostile. Okay. Redefine the delicate woman among you, right? This is princess, right? Among you who will not venture set her soul foot on the ground because of her telekinesis antenna. She's so cute. She's I'm talking about what they call them, Cinderella, whatever, right? Okay, this is the most delicate, the most sensitive women, right? The one that's so very fine, everything gotta be just right. It said that done by her. It says she will be hostile towards her husband. And all of a sudden she's hostile. The husband that she cherishes, the one that she loves, she really loves him, but she'll be hostile to him. And toward her son and daughter. She will be hostile towards her son and daughter also. Remember, she's dainty. She's so, what's that word they use? Got a word they use for women like that, right? And toward her afterbirth, the afterbirth that comes from between her legs, and toward her children to whom she gives birth. I mean, she's giving birth. She's pregnant. She's giving birth to a child because she will eat them secretly for lack of anything else. She will eat her child that she just gave birth to, and she'll do it secretly. She'll get birth in secret, and she what do you call it? When she go through the birth pains, right? She says that's probably painful. She says she's gonna secretly, quiet. And she'll eat it raw. That's Armageddon. She'll eat secretly, lack of because the siege and hardship which your army will outpraise you in your own town. That comes the siege will be so great. You know what I'm saying? When she go to labor, she want to go to labor, it's quiet. Then she will eat the child that she just gave birth to. Raw. In secret. The whole thing. That's Armageddon. And then, this is the goat. I just talked about that. That's the goat comes in. It's the goat that comes in. That's the ram that's stored here. In the third year, that reign of Belshazzar, a vision appeared unto me, even unto me, Daniel, that which appeared unto me the first. And I saw a vision. It came to pass, and I saw it was Shushan in the palace, which is the province of Elam. I saw a vision, and I was by the river Ulai. Then I lifted my eyes and saw, and behold, there stood before me a ram which had two horns. Two horns were high, but one was high another. That's two horns. That's American Britain. The higher one came up last. That means America was both world powers, but America was a greater world power. What it's saying. Two horns were high. One was higher than the other. The higher one came up last. America's empire was after British Empire. And I saw the ram pushing westward, right? Northward, southward. That means it came from the east. It was moving westward, it came from the east, north and south. That means it's coming from Europe over to here, right? And so no beast could stand before it. No one could stand before America and Britain. No one could stand before it. There was world powers, right? Neither was there any that could deliver out of his hand, but he did according to his will and became great. So he became great. And I was a city of a hole, and the goat came from the west. Now goat comes from, now remember this, so that means it came from Europe, came here, and it's got all of America. Now you got something come from the west, that means it comes from the west. It has to come from where China, India is. But how do you know that's China, India? Because it says its feet did not touch ground. That means it came over the ocean. That means it had to come from China, India. No other geography would fit that prophecy, that one. But you got one coming from the east. That's America, Britain. Britain came out of Britain, right to America, and now you got America, right? And from the east, Europe came here. They got control. They became powerful, and then now that's the Atlantic Ocean. And now something comes over another ocean. They don't feel touch lands. They go to the Pacific Ocean, and the only one could do that is China, India, because they both have a coast. The coastal line is the Pacific Ocean. You don't have to go to another country to get here. Yeah. They come and they hit the ram and they tear the ram apart. And came west, and let's see if I have any more on this. Yeah. And Cain ran, and he came to the ram, and he tore his ass up. And it came with fury. It says he was very angry with the ram. See? He ran with furious power. Remember, at this point, America cannot withstand them. Because what? Their power is broken. So now China comes. How is China empowered? Because they're allied with Russia. And now they get out. Not only they get more from Russia, also get it from the Middle East. Because now they back Iran. So now they got freedom, and the ram doesn't have any power to stand with for them. And it came close to the ram and was moving his shoulder. Everyone's angry. And China's getting very angry with America, isn't it? Right? And smote the ram and broke his two horns. There was no power to ram to withstand before it. His power is broken. You get it, brothers and sisters? Tell you, his power, that's why he can't stand. He can't resist them. There's no power in the ram stand before him. They kept him down to the ground, stamped on him. There was none that could deliver the ram out of his hand. You understand? Understand, brothers and sisters? And here's about the king of the south, right? Okay, and then shall the king of the south push at him. And who? The king of the north, which is Iran. The king of the south represents America, Britain, falls Israel. Right? And the king of the north shall come against him like a whirlwind. This was getting ready to happen. With chariots and with horsemen, with many ships, enter the country, shall overflow and pass over. You enter into glorious land, and many countries overthrown, but these shall escape out of his hand. Even Edom, Moab, and the chief Ammon, he shall stretch out forth upon the countries, and the land of Eve shall not escape. And so forth. You can read on your own, brothers and sisters. I was going to say something about Egypt, but I can't talk on that. I can't talk about that right now. Let me shut up. Okay, I'm leaving it there, brothers and sisters. Leave it there. Maybe by tomorrow I'll go in the full version. Right. That's the lay it out, brothers and sisters. It's what you're going to see. Waiting for Israel and Iran to make us move. And we know when they make a move, Master Muhammad's going to be with them. Michael's going to be with them. So has he introduced himself to them yet? Is he going to, Master Muhammad will manifest at that point in time. But they're going to try to hide the fact of Master Muhammad over here. Because they can't tell American people that their Air Force was totally devastated in that war when they go with Iran. They can't explain how the Air Force was totally, and false Israel's nuclear capability was neutralized. They can't explain it. They're going to say Russia did it. And China, remember they said China, they got the most AI program going on, hacking programs. So they hacked see, they're building this stuff up. They build it up. They hacked. They was able to use their nuclear weapons, right? And you know what I'm saying? And Russia, right? They're the ones when they got hypersonic missiles. They're the ones that help because it's their missile defense system, right? Their air defense system that destroyed America's Air Force and the Forces Air Force. See, they can't say Master Muhammad did it. Yes, it had. Understand, brothers and sisters? I'm going to leave it there. You understand? I missed something here. I talk about the demon, so okay. Go on. Okay, brothers and sisters, diagnosed with Alzheimer's, in a wheelchair, missing shit in the bag. Here's his toilet paper right there. He smells his toilet paper. Sick. Here's his backup toilet paper. Sick. They're going. They'll be cast down in a minute. You're going to see this. It's going to happen suddenly, brothers and sisters. It's going to be a shock of the hour to you, too. Even the ones that have some familiarity with it. But those that have none, it's going to be a total shock. And you got a few more events that will take place before you finally recognize it's truth. But you're going to get it. But we know what's done to you, so we ain't mad at you. We're going to bring you around. Once we get your mind back, then we through. Once you get your mind back, then you have to decide whether you want to move forward or move backwards. If we move forward, we're ready for you. We move forward. See, to get your mind back to you, because we can't blame you for what you're doing, what you have when your mind's, because you got the devil's mind. He forcing you, and we told you submit. So you is not responsible for that. Once you get your mind back, then you have to decide whether you want to stick with them, stick with us, or whatever you want to do. You have to get your mind back. That's part of the covenant. I don't know if it says there directly that, but we have to get your mind back. But we can't hold you responsible for a mind that you have that we told you to accept. But we're gonna get your mind back. And once you get it, it's up to you what you do with it. But you're gonna get it in a minute. But what's holding you back is about to be gone. Assalamu alaikum. Suleiman Rahim here, Master of the Covenant, breaker 7 seals. Small change, brothers and sisters. Bear with me for a second. Okay, all done. Got a camera issue still. fear. Fear, brothers and sisters, is about to grasp the world by the neck, and it's going to squeeze. Fear, great fear, about to come upon this world, brothers and sisters, like you can't imagine. Great fear. You should not be in fear. Great fear. Great fear. It's about to grasp this world, brothers and sisters, especially America. Great fear. Unimaginable fear. We're going to go back to my theme last week, because this is all pertinent. Because we're going to be in the midst of all this in very few days, if not hours. There's so much confusion out there, and I'm just going to hit on these quickly because it's a demonstration of showing you how they're lying to you. They have no idea what they're talking about. When something's there is so clear that you could not make a mistake. So that means they have to be lying to you. Like 666. If you read it carefully, you don't have to go through all the nitpicking, all that stuff. It's just right off the surface. How would you identify this 666? Because it's three of them. It's three parties together. And one of them, at least one of them, their main power, their main identifier is sanctions. They will stop you from buying and selling if you didn't obey them and do it. And that's the only country in the world that's doing it. The only country that you know in the past has done it is America. You can't get away from that, brother and sister. That's the only country. China's not doing it. India's not doing it. America sanctions. America. That shows you. And then so if you figure that out, you can figure who the other two are. America, Great Britain, and false Israel. Because one is protecting the other. The image of the beast is protecting it. And if you don't submit to that one, false Israel, they will attack you. They will not only put sanctions on you, but they will kill you. That is clear. Now, let's deal with Gog and Magog. Now, they tell you who Gog and Magog is, and you easy to determine who they are. But the trick is the deception. And that's in chapter 20. Gog and Magog came out of the pit and deceived the whole world. A whole world. That means there'd be world empires, two of them. Two world empires. They came out of the pit. But the trick is, and they would deceive everyone. The trick is identifying, because they're trying to tell you that's the future. Oh, well, Jesus will come back, and Gog and Magog, right? They're in this pit. But wait a minute, they're countries, right? They say Gog is Russia, so Russia's going to be in the pit. Right? But Jesus will come back, and they're going to throw him in this bottomless pit. Right? But we're told all nations going to be destroyed when he comes back. But no, not this case, because Russia is going to be in that pit for 1,000 years with Satan. You see how stupid it is? Russia's going to be in that pit with Satan for 1,000 years. Then Russia's going to come out with this Magog, and they're going to cover the whole world and cause all kinds of havoc. And see, they don't want you to ask questions. This whole thing about religion, Christianity, and everything, don't ask questions, just take it on faith. Because if you ask questions, the whole thing falls apart. Russia's not going to be any bomb. In other words, they survived. The country survived. All the people survived. They lived for 1,000 years in this bottomless pit. No. Not what it's talking about. That has passed. That was 1,000 years of European history when they was in the Dark Ages. For 1,000 years, no coincidence, 1,000 years, it was locked down by a resurrected empire, which they said was resurrected. They said was the Christ, well, Christ also means Messiah. That's talking about Prophet Muhammad. who resurrected Abraham's Abrahamic Islamic empire. Mecca and all that things was there already. Abraham set those things up, not Prophet Muhammad. He just revived it, resurrected. You understand? And so who had the Europeans locked down? Islamic Empire had them locked up in Europe. That's who had them locked up in Europe. There was constant conflict from the Crusaders, constant conflict between the Islamic Empire and the old Roman Empire. Catholicism is just an extension of the Roman Empire. They had locked up for 1,000 years, and then they broke out 500 years ago. 500 years ago. Gog and Magog, one came out the other. Magog, the mother of Gog. You can't make this up, bro. Since Magog is Britain, America came out of there. It's been they're the only two world empires that you know of that's ever been in European history. In any history you aware of, there only been two world empires, America and Britain. That's Gog and Magog. Simple. But if they tell, oh, that's happening, it's going to happen in the future. Okay, well, go with that. And then Farrakhan, that guy, it's easy to see who he is. He misses follows the devil. Just a basic biology class, but not biological, biology class, right? You're the seed. You start as a sperm. You just start as an egg. You start as a sperm. You're alive. You start as a sperm. That's who you were, the sperm. You wasn't the egg. You used the egg to build, to prepare yourself, right, for life outside the womb. See? You start as a sperm. That's a biological fact. So you are what your father is. So his says father's a devil. That makes him a devil, a black-faced devil. It's easy to see who Farrakhan is. And you can't find any scripture that support any of that crap they're saying over there. Or he was anointed. He was not anointed. God opposed him. It says it right there. God became angry with Moses, even asked it for him. And he even admitted himself that Elijah said he would be his worst hypocrite. He said it out of his own mouth. See? He didn't determine who he is. There's nothing good about what Aaron did in Moses' absence. You can't find one iota of anything that Aaron did in Elijah's absence, Moses' absence. Not one thing. Let me see if I have camera issues here, brothers and sisters. Let me see if I can do it this. Maybe not. I don't know. Let's see. Camera not available. I have a camera issues, brothers and sisters. I'm not sure why. Hold on for a second. Let me see if I can resolve this quickly. Otherwise, one thing after another. Let's see here. I have this. Okay, camera. Where's the camera at? There's the camera. Second, brothers and sisters. The issue. What's that? You don't like there. That works. Let's see how that works. Okay, so that means he's a devil. He's a black-faced devil. And it says he's Aaron, and he would turn the people against Moses and God. That's what it says in Exodus, doing in Elijah's and Moses' absence. He's totally against everything Elijah Muhammad said. He uses Elijah Muhammad's name, but he's against everything Elijah Muhammad was about. Okay, I'm going to have to get me another camera. This camera's not working well. It's not working well. Okay. So it's easy to figure who he is, figure out who Farrakhan is. He would deceive the people in Elijah's absence. He turned away from Elijah and turned away from the God. So much so that Moses came back and tried to kill him with those two tablets. I'll move on, brothers and sisters. Those things are easy. And then reparations. Now, I'm going to the Esau aspect of it, but the bottom line is, just ask yourself one question. Why do you talk about reparations all of a sudden? If you understand the Abrahamic covenant, which Farrakhan never mentions, he mentions the vision. He doesn't mention the covenant. We'll be here 40 years, but he never said the next verse. We leave out. He said, no, we're not going anywhere. So he's calling God a liar. So we leave out with great substance, and we're going. It's tell exactly where we're going. It's Arabia, but he doesn't mention that. But if you understand that, then to take reparations, say you prefer reparations of some money as opposed to the blessing that God had planned for you. The great reward that has been planned for you, so you're selling out your inheritance. And that's the same thing Esau did. And that's why God hated him and favored Jacob, because Jacob did everything he could to maintain that heritage. I'll move on, brothers and sisters. I want to talk some other things, but I'm having a few camera issues. One thing after another, brothers and sisters. Okay, where is this here? Okay. Go back over here. Okay, let's move on. Okay, brothers and sisters, we're going to talk about this for 1 second. Heaven, hell. Hell is when you get less energy than you get. See, this is basic mathematics. Basic mathematics. Hell is when you get less. In other words, you don't get as much you put in. You earn $1,000, but you only get paid $500. You made $1,000 for the boss, but he only pay you $800. But you put $1,000 worth of energy in, he only pay you enough to get $800 worth of energy back. He calls that profit. That's what capitalism is all about, because they cannot pay you for the energy. They cannot, if they would pay you for the energy you put in, right? Then there would be no profit. You put in $1,000 worth of work, they pay you $1,000. You understand? You go put it in the simplest way. He tells you to go out and raise money for him. So you raise $1 million, but he pay you $800. Pay you $1,000, right? Well, yeah, but you put enough energy in to raise $1 million. So he calls that profit. He cannot pay you for the energy to put in, because if he does, he would not make a profit. And they call that profit. But it's really exploitation by another name. But when they do it, they put nice names on it, like a white lie. It's a lie. They put nice names on it. When they do it, it's like terrorists. Okay, when their people are fighting for freedom, like the people in Gaza are doing, they call freedom fighters. But when other people fighting them for freedom, they call terrorists. Same thing, it's just different words for same event, same type of event. You understand? That's what they do. So, now heaven is when you receive more energy than you give. So you go out and you work for, and you right, you go out there and make $800, $1,000 for the boss. He give you $1,500. Wow, you're gonna work harder, because you put this and you're making a profit basically. right? You're making a profit because you go out here and you're doing 500. You put $500 of energy in, but you're getting 1,500. That's what the Quran and the Bible tells you. It's like talking about ear coin. If you put this much, you get so much more back. I forget exactly the quotes, but the Bible and the Quran speaks about the same thing. It says it's like ears of corn. I think they say you take and you plant one, but you get so much more back. And that's the way it's in God's kingdom. So the devil's kingdom, it's the other way around. You put in and you get less back. In God's kingdom, you put in, you get more back. See? Now we call that blessings, but they call that, man, hey, you don't deserve that. It's the same thing. You got, in other words, if you get more than what you put in, they say, you don't deserve that. You didn't work for that. See, because they put a negative connotation on it. But we call it blessings. You got to understand that's one of the things that's hurting you is the language, this language and the way they use it. If with God, you get more back than you put in. With Satan, you get more back, you get less back than you put in. He calls that profit. You understand? We call it blessings when you get more back than you put in. But they say, oh, you don't deserve that. See? Or that's that. I made me a profit, man. No, you was exploiting people. That's how they get America. They get it through blessings or exploitation. What was slavery? It wasn't exploitation, it was a blessing. It was exploitation. That's how they got rich, exploiting. They call it capitalism. But they stole everything. They call it capitalism. They stole this land. They call that capitalism. That's profit because they took and gave nothing back. And who was a slave? Exactly what happened. They took from us and gave us no more than they absolutely had to keep us breathing. Period. They fed you shit, made you drink urine, cow chips, anything just keep you breathing so you can get out there and keep on being exploited to maintain the exploitation of you. That's what it was all about. Our kingdom is the opposite. And the Quran Bible tells you, you put in, you get much more back. You understand? See? And that's blessings. You get blessings. I'll move on. I explain. I think I'm going to spend more time with that concept another time, but not today. See here. See, their kingdom, Christianity, got to have it. And that's the justification. Well, first of all, the bottom line here, capitalism is slavery. Blessings is freedom. See? In our kingdom, you get more back than you put in. Their kingdom, you get less back than you put in. They call it capitalism. In our kingdom, we call it blessings. That's freedom. Their capitalism, that's slavery. That's the end product. End product of capitalism is slavery. Result. End product of blessing is freedom. It's the result. And then Christianity is justification for them exploiting you. Oh, you ham, you're supposed to be slaves forever. Jesus cursed. Jesus, the one you love so much, he cursed your dumb ass black and said you're going to be a slave forever because you looked on Noah's nakedness. Wow. The genocidal maniac that you claim is Jesus, who flooded the whole world, killed babies and millions and billions of babies and children. What was that? Were they innocent? Isn't that genocide? And if you don't obey him, he put your ass in hell forever. He created you, but you in error, but he's going to destroy you forever and ever and ever. He's going to put you in hell forever and ever. But he created you. You in error. Oh, you got free will. Well, if you got free will, your free will is faulty because he created you and he created your free will. So your free will is not working right. That's faulty too. That means, oh, well, you messed up. Yeah, well, you created me. I don't give a goddamn. You going to hell forever and you ain't going to never get out of it. And that's the Jesus that you should love everyone. Let it beat your ass. Let it destroy you. You're Jesus. That's the Jesus you worship. That's the one you see in the Bible. The one you say that you was raping our women with under the battle, with the cross around your neck. That's the Jesus you represent. Say you could commit genocide, take this land in the name of Jesus. That's the Jesus that you say you represent. Ain't the Jesus I represent. Because that's the one that's Satan masquerading as an angel of light. Because said, know them by their works. Don't listen to what they're saying. Know them by their works. What's the works of America? Genocide, murder, rape. That's your heritage. 100%. This land does not belong to you. That would say Babylon could be healed, but it was not. Farrakhan tell me it can't be healed. Say it was not healed. Because the only way you can heal, you got to pack up and go back to Britain, Europe, and give this whole land back to people it belong to, and restore us. Beyond the reparation, puts back our land, back home, it gives out, return our names and everything back that you stole, and you can't do that. That's why Babylon could be healed, but even if you could, you wanted to, you couldn't. You would not be healed. That's your Jesus. Your Jesus is a dictator. You do what you don't vote for him, do you? He said, come back here and you better do what he tell you to do. He's going to kick your ass forever. So don't tell me about your goddamn Jesus. Because that's the truth. Everything I said is the absolute truth. Tell me different. Tell me different. And use Christianity to justify all the stuff that you've done. Use Jesus' name to justify all the stuff that you have done. So whose works are they? Was works of Jesus or the works of Satan? Satan masquerading around as an angel of light, claiming he's Jesus, just like Farrakhan claiming Elijah's name. That's what you got. Satan claiming righteous Jesus' name. Or see, but Jesus, from what I understand, was black with nappy hair. And then you got democracy, because they had a consensus, everybody had to go along with it. But we have Hajj, unity. See? Harmony. See, democracy, everybody do their own thing. Harmony, everybody work together. In harmony, one body. If your body's democracy, you got cancer. If your body's democracy, you got cancer. Because the cells not cooperating with each other, doing their own thing. Well, I say, I'm going to do this. You got cancer. If you got your body's democracy, you got cancer. Your body got Hajj, unity, you got good health, you're strong, you're powerful. Don't bullshit me with your crap. Your time is over. Can't you hear? You're going to hear a lot more of this in a few more days. Sounds more aggressive, doesn't it? Why does it? Because hell is coming down on you, and it's not going to stop until you're totally eradicated. Christianity, false Jesus, democracy, everybody, the chaos. That's why all these wars and everything. Who's causing all these wars? Democracy, in the name of democracy. Capitalism, slavery. No, we got blessings. Blessing leads to freedom. Islam, mathematics, angel, sane mind. People high, unity, health. Move on. Here's Farrakhan here. Farrakhan here. That's his daddy. Raped his mama. He said it. He said his daddy is a rapist. Now, let's reason with each other. Let's reason together. His father's the devil, right? But wasn't his father's people that enslaved us? Wasn't it Farrakhan's people that enslaved us? He talking about they sold beer, they did us all these things. That was your people, Farrakhan. That's what they said Sunday. Oh, America's done all these evil things. Well, that was your people. That was your dad, your relatives, your uncles and aunts, and great uncles and great aunts and great fathers and great grandfathers. That was your people doing that, not mine, because you came from that devil right there. You came from that devil right there. You started as a sperm. That's who you came, and that's who you are. With black face, you got a black face from your mama, but you got your nature from your daddy. And so it was your people that did all this to us. Your people. Be real. Like daddy, like father, like son. Now you rape the nature of Islam. You're filthy rich, millions of dollars. You're a millionaire. You don't have a job anywhere. You don't have a business. So how you get millions of dollars? You hit the lottery? No, you're raping the nation, just like it says in Malachi. Got a man rob God. You've been robbing the nation. It says you robbed this whole nation. They made it clear what nation they're talking about in Malachi. Nation of Islam. The nation that Elijah Muhammad is shepherding. That you took over in his absence. Denying the message of the covenant and denying the covenant itself. Exploiting the sisters. And so you, as a result, you be cursed with a curse. Elijah didn't get his testicles cut off. You want to use that? He didn't get disemboweled. I probably try to do it now. I haven't been disemboweled. I don't know any minister or prophet who's ever suffered that type of thing except you. Because you're not a prophet, nor are you a messenger. But you are a symbol of well, you're messing it away. Because people look at you, you get a mess. You're going to send a clear message. You're a clear message. You're sending a message right now. Because you curse with a curse. Anybody can see it. You've been disemboweled. You can't be Job because it says, Job, in the hereafter he had plenty of children. You can't have any more children. You're pissing and crapping in a bag. You can't walk. And you can't empty your own damn bag. Okay? And you got to be careful because Ishmael and them, they got their heads so far up your ass that if you mess around and fart, you break their damn neck. That's you. And you're through. For son of perdition, setting Elijah in the temple, not the mosque, not the synagogue, not the church, that temple, Elijah's temple, setting Elijah's seat, deceiving the saints. So you make war with them 42 years. 42 years? And overcome them. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Okay. I'm going to go through this, brothers and sisters. I'm going to close out. I was going to do much more, but I'm going to close out with this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a step-by-step, a basic step-by-step, because that's where we are right now, brothers and sisters. Step-by-step. See, because what's about to happen? It could happen any minute now, any day now, any second now, right? Any hour now. But it's going to happen soon. There's one heaven. To my chapter 12, one heaven. Michael's angels. Michael's master prophet Muhammad, the deliverer. The one that would arise and raise and deliver all those in the Lamb's Book of Life, the two working together. That war breaks out, he's the king of the north. Will come down to the king of the south, that's America, Britain, and false Israel, like a whirlwind, and tear their asses up. That's what's about to happen. It's not, and none will escape. They talking about this war. They don't want this war. They think they do. It's going to be devastating when Iran makes, and when they make their move, it's going to be devastating. They said it's going to be devastating. So let's go into each one of these. One heaven. Yeah. I'm sure that is up top. You don't worry about it. The war in heaven. That's what's about to happen to my chapter 12. The master of Muhammad and Michael, his angels. Who is Michael? Michael is master of Muhammad. His angels are Shia, Syria, and Iran. But if you know the fifth seal, you know that it would not happen till after Syria is taken down. That has just happened. So it can happen any time now. Okay, so wait until that was, because both of them be under attack. First, Iran was under attack, survived it. Now, Syria, right? And it's not through yet. I mean, it's broken, but it's not through. But anyway, that will be the war. That breaks out. Then we see what the result of that is. And what's next? False Israel defamed and laid waste. Defamed and laid waste. Let me see, bro. Let's go. I'm back up here for a second. I want to clear this up. Something went wrong here. I'll just bear with me for a second. I mean, it's not causing a major problem, but I'd rather just clean it up. Oh, I see what happened. I see what happened. A minor thing, but I see what happened. Yeah, that's it right there. Oh, you can stay here. This one. That's the bad guy right there. That's the bad guy right there. Okay. Shouldn't say anymore. Yes. Okay, looks good now. Okay, that looks good now. So we talk about the one heaven. That's what's going to happen. When that happens, it says the king of north will come at them and it will overflow. So they're going to kick America, or they're going to defeat American Britain. What do we call? Boy, I tell you, this camera business, I'm not sure what's going on with this. Okay, that was it. I figured it out. Okay. Still got a problem with my camera. I don't know why. I have to get a new camera, I think. Working fine before. Well, I'm gonna do this. That's this one here, okay. See, let's adjust this a little bit. See if that's a little better. Okay. All right. I can use it here. I figured out, for those who might be interested, I had a little issue yesterday. People thought my belly was showing, but I realized I had this in my lap. This is red. My belly is not red. Just realized that was the case. This is my lap. So, not my lap now. Anyway, that will start everything. The war breaks out because they're being pushed. As far as this was pushing America to take out Iran, and that's a whole nother story because they have an agenda. It's not going to work out like they expect to work out. Iran's coming out, and when they move, they're going to move. It's going to be a total. It's not going to be a plague, a little spanking. It's going to be devastating. America and Britain's going to be totally devastated and thrown out on fire out of the Middle East. Thrown out on fire. Understand? You'll come out inflamed. This is a good adjustment here. Okay. That's what's about to happen, brothers and sisters. Okay, let's move on. So when that happens, what's next? When that happens, false Israel is laid under siege because America and Britain were kicked out and they would not be able to defend them. They will not be there to offend, will not be able to defend false Israel. And false Israel will be defamed. That means Master Muhammad will, in other words, in the meantime, Master Muhammad is going to introduce himself to his Shia. That's his rod of iron. If that has not happened, it's about to happen. Whether there'll be some kind of clandestine thing, the world will be aware, I don't know. The problem is, he will introduce himself because it didn't say Michael's angels go to war. Michael and his angels, he will be with them. And in that case, you understand why all these so-called UFOs are always around these nuclear sites and they always disarm them. That's what happened. False Israel will not be able to use their nuclear capability. They've been taken under siege. Cannibalism will reign. See? And America and Britain will not be there to defend them because they can go out in flames. They're going to be worse than Afghanistan, worse than Vietnam. They're going to be on fire on a total attack. Many will not survive. It'll be a bloodbath, unbelievable bloodbath, right? That's what it means the powers have been broken because this great fear came upon the people, upon the European people, especially America, right? Great fear came pain up. Because men's hearts be failing for fear. Men's hearts be failing. The fear be so great. Fear be so great. Hearts be failing. Anticipation of those things coming upon the earth. Because the powers of heaven be broken. Who has the power in the Middle East right now? American business going to be broken. And people going to realize, I'm not going into all the details, but because when false Israel goes down, that means the big lie will be exposed, that they were not the true seed of Abraham. And that your brain will automatically adjust, recalibrate, right? Oh, if they're not, then the reason why they're there to prove that we're not, that's the reason why it's there. So therefore, if they're gone, that means we must be. And when your brain recalculates, that means the whole sealed Bible, the lies we're telling you, obey master, all that sealed Bible stuff collapses. All information that you've been taking in for 500 years is all null and void. It was wrong. And your brain will start looking around for, and it's going to realize, once it realizes, it's going to recalibrate. Once they realize that the great fear going to come upon these people even greater than before. Because now they know that God is going to destroy them. Because those who bless Israel will be blessed, those who curse Israel will be cursed. And they was blessing the wrong ones and cursing the wrong ones. And so now that God is coming upon them and everything they see right now, there's no hope in it. You know, the Jesus that was worshiping was really Satan. There's no hope in it. So now they're in total abject fear, unimaginable fear. And confusion and derision. The fear be incalculable. The lucky ones will be the ones that have a harsh attack, a stroke right away, just go. That's what's about to happen, brothers and sisters. Right? Then God can make God. See? I'm saying, false Israel under siege, God can make God is routed, thrown out of the Middle East, on fire. What that means? That means the total control of the Middle East now belongs to Iran, with Shia supporting them under the authority of Master Muhammad. They are his rod of iron. Total control, which will cause economic collapse in place you wouldn't imagine, especially in Europe and America. Total economic collapse. Read chapter 18. Total economic collapse. It's like that. This war will not last long. In total economic collapse. When I say that, it means no oil, food gone. They're going to raid the stores, food going like that. Cars not going to be, no gas for the cars. They say it's going to astronomical, people eat shit. And they pay money for it. The money be worthless before long anyway. They said whatever money they had, they're going to throw it in the streets because it's not going to be worth anything. No food would be. They said they'd be eating their own children. See? But that's what happened. The powers of heaven be broken. They're out of there. Why was they there to begin with? They're out. They're thrown out. And now they have Master Muhammad and his angels have control of the Middle East. All the resources in the Middle East, which Europe depends on. And with that, we'll kick off Armageddon East. The Armageddon East, Armageddon West. See? This whole thing is the apocalypse. Armageddon East. What's Armageddon East? That's Europe. I told you Armageddon is a European war. So what happens? The great betrayal. Because now the conflict, what happened? Okay. Right now, this conflict between Ukraine and Russia. Now, Russia has plenty of oil. They're not dependent upon oil in the Middle East. Consider that. But all the European powers were. Now, they were getting oil from Russia. They were getting oil from Russia. I have a little issue here, bro. Let's see what happens here. Hold on for a second. Okay, oh, there it is. So, what happens is Europe is total collapse. America also. But Russia has plenty of oil. And then a conflict with Russia on the side of America, who initiated the conflict to begin with. But now, without oil, they cannot even help America in that conflict because they could have oil for their military. So the great betrayal, they turn on America and ally with Russia, who now can fuel in oil and start turning lights back on, turn electricity back on, right? Restore the food. Because America cannot do that. And so now they turn on against America, and now America's alone in Europe. Much of its force was destroyed in the Middle East when they was rushed out of there. And the ones that came, they come in and shell shock and everything else, with post PST or whatever they call it, right? they just come on fire, come from Europe, come from Middle East into Europe. And now they have no refuge, have no place to stay because they're on attack. Because they're posting all these countries, and Germany's under attack. They're posting Poland's under attack. They're posting France under attack. You understand? That's Armageddon East. Armageddon East. America's getting torn to pieces. European war with no help. See, and Great Britain's already taken out. They've been the first to go. The island country, right? Okay. Yes, right. And then Armageddon West, right behind it, right? What simultaneous? That's here in America. The Great Tribulation. What happens there? Total economic collapse, right? And their great fear was that the blacks will unite and attack them. And so they start attacking blacks, all blacks, their children as well as ours. See? National security alert. America's going on martial law. National security alert. They're paranoid people to begin with. They start attacking all blacks. National security alert. Because remember, Eli Muhammad even mentioned that. When they get thrown out of the Middle East, they don't come back and you're going to look like the people that threw them out. Well, he might blow off on that one, but the point is, you get the point. Great tribulation. So black folks, because of circumstances, are forced to come together because they're under attack. And plus, there's nothing, they have nothing, right? See, no oil, no liquor, they have nothing either. So I'm not going into detail about that, but that forces the unity of black people. a seemingly great army, as we're told, right? And they cast out, that there's a war between them and the demons, those black-faced devils that was amongst us, kept us confused and disunited. So now there's a conflict. Then that's what it tells you in Exodus. It says, those with the Lord came to the Lord. Those were Aaron, who's the main demon, Legion, Louis Eugene Grounds, who had turned NOI backwards. Read Mark. He's a chief demon, son of perdition. It says, follows the devil, makes him a demon, half father, half devil, half man. He's a chief demon. And so we separate them out. We kick them out. We kick the chaff out from amongst the wheat. The chaff are the demons. We kick them out. It's a war between us and them. We kick them out. And then we come together in Hajj, unity. Because now we don't have that confusion factor. See, because that's what they cause all that confusion in our community, because they're mixed in with us. And if you got wolves and sheep clothing mixed with the sheep, you're going to have the sheep disorientated. They're going to be scared and afraid. Because they can't trust anybody. They see a sheep eating other sheep. Why? Because they don't realize a wolf just look like a sheep. So they're afraid of everybody. Well, why y'all attacking other sheep? Why you sound like a wolf? Right? You look like a sheep, but you sound like a wolf. Oh, woof, woof. You understand? It has to be separated out. When separate out, then they go to war. That's Locust War, and they fight America in the military. It's about 17 million of them. Half is about 34 million blacks in America, half are demons, half original, half are the saints. So they fight. And saints are fighting America because they clashing. That's a great war. It's going to be right here. It said we're going to do double them as done to us, and they're not going to harm us in any way if we're applying the 5 pillars and got our angel mind back. And it'd be a war unmanageable. And we will have food. Master Muhammad's going to make sure we have food to eat during that period of time. And they will not. They will be cannibals. Cannibalism will reign. And it won't take but a day or two to go cannibal. These people can't go 1 hour without eating something. See? So you got the saints fighting the devils. That's a catastrophic war. See? So one will chase 100. One could possibly take 1,000. It's going to be doing exploits. It's going to be terrible. At the same time, the devils are fighting the demons, their children. At the same time, they've been attacked by the Africans here on visa. Everybody's been attacked by them. Then alien people is here. Not aliens, from India and all these simply. All that. There's going to be confusion off the. Americans will be targeted, and they're from every corner. They're going to be begging for help. Right? They're going to be all over. Oh, please help. Please help. And everybody put sanctions on them because no one's going to help America. No one's going to help them. Everybody was glad to see him go. And then that'll last about at least 5 months. The Locust War will. And how long the other one, I'm not sure. It could be a little longer, right? But the point is that that's when the ghost shows up. As soon as they're destroyed, right? The goat shows up. Who's the goat? The goat represents the flood. China and India. With Africa, non-Islamic Africa, right in tow. It tells you about the goat in Daniel. They come from the west. They come west to the east. Their feet not touching land. The only way that's possible, they had to come from China and India, but they could come here without touching any land. They'll have to go to another land mass. And they had come across an ocean. Their feet not touching land. So the only way that's possible is if they come from China to America, or America is the goat going from here to Europe. But we know which one it is. And they call it a flood because they got 20 million man army. They overflow America and destroy it. Had no They had no peer. They still had no patience, no love, no mercy, anything on the children, anything. But they probably ain't children because the people probably ate all their children by then, and they're all their pets. They coming in and they're going to destroy what's left. At the same time, the NOI, right, part that sea, they're going through. That's no story altogether, bro. So they're going to be out when they're coming in. And then they'll come and destroy Pharaoh's armies. American army destroy them. That's in a nutshell, brother, what you're going to see in a few more days. This year, for sure. A few more days. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. I'm going to leave it there. There's not much I was talking about, brothers and sisters, but I had all these other issues and things got off track. So perhaps tomorrow I'll talk about some more, continue. Oh, what happened here? What's going on here? This is not working, I guess. I'm going to close out here. Oh, I got another issue. One issue after another. Nope, that's not it. What happened to it? Okay, bro, since I have an issue here, so I'm going to close out here. I'm going to close out right here. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. I'm going to close out right here. So let me try one more thing here. I'm not sure why this is doing this like this. It's all set up. No, still doing it. Well, there you go. Okay. That's where I made my mistake. You're closing out, brothers and sisters. I'll finish up tomorrow. A petition about to be cast down. Son of petition. Farrakhan can't walk. Pissing crap in the bag. He's diagnosed with Alzheimer's. We don't want him to forget. No, we don't want that. I understand, brothers and sisters. I'm going to leave it there. Suleiman Rahim here, brothers and sisters. Mission of the Covenant, break of the 7 seals. I have a special presentation for you today, brothers and sisters. It's somewhat a redux of yesterday, but additional information. I don't know if you watched that broadcast today. January the 12th. Desperation. I see a copy made of my themes. Thomas Preston in trouble. Seeing the great army. Where how many would that got that from? But they're really pushing his reparations. I mean, it's really a big topic now. Really pushing it. We're going to talk about that. Explain that in a little more detail today. What's going on with this reparations? They're desperate with it. But first, let's understand this, brothers and sisters. There may have been a misprint the other day. I'm not sure, but this way it should read, heaven, hell. Hell is when you get less energy than you give. So I put in 1,000 calories, I only get 500 calories back. I mean, that's calories of energy. I put in that much energy, but I don't get as much back. So, right? And that's hell. And we in hell. Because like in the fields, who's giving master 24/7 and producing gold and cotton, all stuff, and master's giving us shit in return. That's hell. Slavery is hell. By definition, you're giving more and you're getting less back. Because if you was getting back as much as you was putting in, that wouldn't be slavery, would it? By definition, but the devils, they call that profit. See? Because they're the ones that's getting, right? They're getting the more and we're getting the less. See? We're giving them 100 and they give us 50 back. See? We gave them 24/7 and they gave us shit and rape and torture, persecution. See? And they call that profit because they had to, the less you give, the less you have to give, right? And the more you get, that's profit. If you give as much, if they give you back as much you give them, that would not be profit. So they want to profit from you. That means they got to exploit you by definition. Brothers and sisters, pay attention to the language. By definition, they have to exploit you to make, that's what profit is. That means they're getting back from you more than they gave you. They're taking more, they're taking back more from you than they're giving you. That's what slavery is all about. It's the maximum. They was giving you absolutely nothing. And you was producing much for them. They call that profit. But it's exploitation. They got a nice name for it. That's profit. See, we're capitalists. We're profiting. Well, what is profit? It's exploitation. Period. But that was the economic system of hell. We've been in hell for the last 6,000 years. That would be the economic system in hell. It'd be for the oppressors and oppressed. The oppressors will get the more, and the oppressed will get the less. And the difference will be profit. Understand? See, when you understand in the mathematical terms, you understand what's going on. So why would you want to be capitalist unless you're going to be getting the more? But then that means you have to exploit other people to get the more. Right? Now, heaven is when you receive more energy than you give. In other words, you go out and you produce, right, silver for me, and I give you gold in return. Wow. I'm going to produce a lot of silver because I'm going to produce $1,000 worth of silver. You'll give me $2,000 worth of gold. I'm gonna work my behind off, because man, right? And we call that blessing. Because blessing is something that you're supposed to get, that you didn't have to, you got more back than you put in. But see, they put a negative connotation, so they put a positive connotation on their exploitation or its profit. That's good, see, profit. They put a negative connotation on what we do. Because you didn't deserve it. You don't deserve that. You see, these are the things, brothers and sisters, you're not paying attention to, and you're bombarded with it. Your brain's been bombarded with this. It's a cancer. It's a virus. It's what do you call it? A virus, right? In your brain, because you don't pay attention to these things. That's a subtle thing there. Oh, they glorify their thing, which is exploitation, right? But they take and villainize your thing, which is blessing. Oh, you shouldn't deserve that. That's a blessing. You didn't deserve it. No, you don't deserve it if you talk in terms of consequence, because you didn't. You got something that you didn't. Right? You got more than what you put in. They say you didn't deserve that. It's a blessing. See, when it happens to them, that's a blessing. They say miracle is a blessing to them. See? But if we get something, we don't deserve it. We get a blessing, we don't deserve it. You understand the difference, brothers and sisters? See, in our world, in our kingdom, you won't be exploited. There'll be no profit. There'll be blessings. But you can't get more than put you in. That's our economic system. Economic system of the future is actually coming in now. But the point is they're taking advantage of it. That's what they hold on to you, because now that you're getting blessings, they still control your wealth because you're here. That means they're going to control your blessings. So you end up with a shit farm, $1 million a shit farm, rather than $1 million gold mine. It's still worth $1 million, but you get the shit farm. That's what's going on. I'm trying to get a mathematics to understand what's going on here. See? Because now you're in the realm of blessings, and they're trying to steal that from you. We're going to talk about that in a minute. This reparations thing. I'm going to go into more detail than I've ever done before. Because blessings is our kingdom. See, you're about to be blessed with your own land. You don't deserve it. According to Farrakhan, you're wicked. That's why you're not going anywhere. Blessings. Said blessing. Well, how did it said in the song, blessing and goodness will follow me all the days. It didn't say profit. It didn't say profit. It said blessing and goodness will follow me all the days of my life. Now we'll dwell in the house of the Lord. It's telling you right there. That's the economic system. Blessing and mercy shall follow me all the days of my. Listen, blessing and mercy. That's the economic system. Blessing is what you get. He's telling you right there, the economic system will be based on blessings and mercy. All the days of his life while he's in the house of the Lord. I keep telling you, these things tell you everything you need to know, brothers and sisters. They tell you everything you need to know. It's just, you have to pay attention and understand and listen carefully. It's telling you the economic system will be blessings, not profit. You just say, our profit, right? Our profit all the days of my life in the house of the Lord. That means I'll be a capitalist all the days of my life. I exploit people all my days of my life in the house of the Lord. No, he didn't say that. He said blessing and mercy. That means blessing and mercy. That means the fulcrum is in the positive direction now. Blessing in the house of the Lord forever. You see, I'm going to explain that to you in a minute. You understand? Blessing and mercy. That's our economic system. See? Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Let me see if I can do this. Well, let me do this first. What's this? Great fear came upon those Hearts man's fought for fear of those great things that come upon earth. Because the powers of heaven be shaken. They tried it. He even said that. He even said that, but he don't understand what it means. But he's even said today. See, where he getting this from? You don't understand it. See? You understand it. Great fear, not only upon them, upon the demons, upon you, if you don't listen, but you don't need to have it. You shouldn't fear anything. You don't have to. You put the 5 pillars. You edge your mind back. You have nothing to fear. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Nothing. We're going to talk about that in a minute. Okay, let's see if we can do this. See how this works. Okay, these are just some of the things I intend to talk about. Here's some of the things. Let me hit on some of them. Like I said, 666. These things are very easy because all you got to do is look. See, you look at real. See, the point is they can't say it as it is if they figure it out. They can't say it as it is if they figure it out, right? They can't say it as it is. They figure it out. But, right? And that's even if they figure it out. But it's very simple to understand. It's very simple to understand. Because, like 666, for instance, right? My brothers. 666, for instance, right? Very simple. It tells you. One simple thing identifies who they are. One simple thing identifies who they are. It says their power would be in. You wouldn't be able to buy or sell. And that's sanctions. And there's only one country in the world that's doing all of that. It's America. And it's 3 of them together. It says one was the image of the beast, one was the beast, right? And one was, see, how do you say it? They say, you had the beast, you had the image of the beast, right? And the beast, one beast was wounded by death, one was wounded by the sword. The one wounded by death, his wound was healed. The one wounded by sword, right? His wound wasn't healed. Then he had the image of the beast that was wounded by sword. So you got 3 together. And one of them is the image of another. And that's America, Britain, and false Israel. It's the 3. And America is the one, they will stop. Anybody that didn't do what they told them to do, they wouldn't be able to buy or sell. And if you didn't go along with the beast that was the image of the beast that was wounded by sword, they would kill you or sanction you. And that's exactly what's happening. It's easy to see who 666 is. All these things are easy to see, like the millennia. It's easy to see. See? So the point is, if they know, well, see, most of them can't know. I'm going to get into that in a minute. But if they know, they still can't tell you. It'd be suicide. So that's what it is. 666 is America, Britain, and false Israel. They didn't sanction anybody. That's their power. They've been sanctioning everybody. They just go along with them. Okay. Let's go directly into this reparations. Well, let's do it. I don't have to. Let me show a couple of things first. It's about the reparations, so I'm not meandering. I want to show you a couple of things, a little mathematics here. But you got to start thinking mathematically. You're going to do it in a minute, but you can't do now if there's a reason. Well, let me speak to this first. I got things out of sequence here, so I'll go and get it out the way. Come, let us reason together, saith Jehovah. Right? Now Jehovah, right? That name is wrong. Now Jehovah Witnesses came with that name. And the reason they came with it because they use Yahweh, I think it's Yahweh, I think. And nobody knows how to pronounce that name. Because only the priest supposed to know how to pronounce it. And the language is lost. Right? And it doesn't have any vowels in it. And you find that in Arabic too. Because once you learn Arabic, when they write it, they leave the vowels out, and you just know what it is. You just know, right? Like train, for instance, you spell T-R-N, T-R-N. But if you spoke English and you look at the context, you know that's train. Or you see T-R-N. They got that in Arabic also, right? So what they did is they tried to figure out. They threw some vowels in there and said, okay, and they came with, and they could be calling, they could be saying anything. That's not the proper name. They're guessing, and they'll tell you that if you push it, right? But the point is if you read the Aramaic, see they went to Aramaic text. They got away from the Greek text. Aramaic text, went to the Greek text. Greek text. Because Aramaic text, right? The name of God in Aramaic is a language that Jesus supposedly spoke. Aramaic is to Arabic is like this American English is to English. And the only way you can say God in Aramaic is Allah. So he could not call himself Allah witness. That wouldn't have worked. So he went to the Greek scripture and got the Yahweh. And they tried to figure out how to sound. And so they came with Jehovah. They don't know what the hell that word is. That word could be anything. That's not the proper name. I just thought I'd throw that out there to you. So I left that translation there because I just want to get to the main point here. I want, don't think I'm saying this name is Jehovah because they could be calling us, that could be one of Satan's names. That's not the proper name. They made it up. So because they didn't want to call themselves Allah witnesses. Right? The only way you can say God in Aramaic and English, Aramaic and Arabic is Allah. That's just the way you say it, right? Like in Spanish, right? It's Diablo. No, it's not Diablo. Diablo is the devil. I forget how you say God in Spanish, but it's not God. It's not Jesus. Because Jesus had Jesus, and you got a lot of people call Jesus. Though your sins be scarlet, pay attention, they should be white as snow. They be red like crimson, they should be wool. See, this is that crap. He was saying, if you don't stop sinning, then you could be going to hell. You got it. No, it says, if your sins are scarlet, I don't care. You already paid the price. It says, you will come out with great substance. See, that's where they accuse our people. It says, your skins be caught, we don't care. I tell you, especially for the sisters. I don't give a damn about that. There's only a couple of things that you could really do that. You come in, bring a devil with you, or you sleep with devils, then, unless you're forced or you don't have any choice, right? Then, otherwise, right? Or you totally oppose this, the Pharaoh guy head so far up his ass that there's no way you can be extricated. But the point is, right? It says right there, though your skin be scarlet. I don't want to hear it. I don't hear you pay the price. I don't want to hear nothing. Though your skin is scarlet, be white as snow. Though you're red like crimson, be as wool. See? You absolve. It says it in Injil also. It says, blessed are those whose garments who maintain their garments. That means because the devil, if you understand what it's talking about, because you still under the authority of the devil. So whatever you do, it's attributed to him. You're under their authority. You submit it to them. In hell, God going to tell you to submit to somebody's a wicked person and then blame you for being wicked. But if you submit to them, that's what they're going to teach you. If ye be willing and obedient, you shall eat of the good of the land. That means if you're willing to accept your reward, and you take the 5 pillars, right? You become part of the body, then you will eat of the good of the land. But if you refuse and rebel, you should be devoured with a sword. That means you're going to stay here with the devils. That's up to you. That's your choice. You have a choice, right? But if you go ahead and do this, your sins nobody will care about your sins because you don't have any sins. That's what they tell you. You don't have any. The sins is on the devils who made. You have to blame the person that made the Negro butt, not the Negro butt. No weapon that's formed against you will succeed. You will condemn, listen to this carefully, you will condemn every tongue that accuses you in judgment. Anybody speak to you, they're gonna get shut down. What you say? You say about that, sister? You're gonna get shut down. The accuser of, they tell you, accuser of our brother, that's another way of saying the accuser of our brother we cast down. That's another way of saying it right there. It's another way of saying it. You will condemn every tongue that can accuse you in judgment. Just another way of saying it. The accuser of our brother we cast down. This is the heritage of services. This is your heritage, right? Of the service of the Lord. And this is their vindication. It means you're vindicated. Is that clear enough for you, brothers and sisters? Clear enough for you, Ishmael? They're the accusers. It says we're going to have to be shut down. Okay. Oh, they go backwards? Yeah, okay. Hold on. Yeah, I get to where I was going. Well, guess what I want to show here? See here? On the left here, that's you. You're positive. Right? What the Quran says, spend out of what we have given you. That means, and you have, just spend out of that. That's what I keep telling about the balance. It's right in the Quran. Spend out what we have given you. Right? We're going to take from anybody else. Here you are over here. And here's the devil. Remember, he's got excess energy because he doesn't, that's the whole point of him ruling, because he doesn't require as much energy to maintain him. Understand? So gold is much more valuable than ivory. Understand? So he has all this extra energy. So he's going to transfer that energy into dollars. And again, not only that, that's the simplest way of looking at it. But a more complicated way is that everything that the devils have, they stole. They took from other people. Either way, they have it. And now you over here, and you're positive because you living, you spend out of what you're given. You spend out what you're given. So you're cool. Right? Devil has it over there. But what happens? Look what happens here. This is a simple calculation. You can't get it. I don't think you can make this calculation any simpler than this. Watch this. Now, okay, the devil gives you something. Now you're out of balance. Because you're taking more than what you, remember, you get so much a day. But now the devil giving you some extra, more. He's taking from himself, he giving some of his. It means now you got more. And what happens to you? You turn negative. Simple calculation. You turn negative. Because now you got negative energy, because you got more than you're supposed to have. Now you're negative. You're under the devil's control. And you're negative. If he gives you more, you get more negative. What's that telling you? What's the bottom line here? That means he's turning you against yourself. Because now you're negative against everything. He's turned you negative. You're negative against your own people. You're negative against everything. Because you took that. Now you have that, but you're negative now. That was turned you negative. See? Let's well, let me go to the next slide, then we'll put the whole thing together, right? Let's go to the next one. You see here? This is the situation, in the simplest terms, brothers and sisters, is our nation and Suleiman. Suleiman is the only positive one here. Everyone else is negative. Everyone is negative. Every one of our people. The only other person that was positive was Elijah Muhammad, was Master Muhammad turned him positive. You see what happened? As soon as he went, everybody went back negative. Everybody went back negative. See? Because they was all negative. As soon as he left, everybody went back negative. And that's the state right now. That's what says a dead nation. I'm making it very clear. There's a dead nation. Everybody, that's why I call it dead. Because everybody's got some pieces of American dream. That's why it caused to be negative. See, Suma, he gave up all of that. Give all that. He said, well, how come you don't get a house? No. I do the minimum. I rent and lease. I don't buy, I don't own no cars. I don't own no house. I lease and I buy dollar store. Boom. You understand? That's how I got positive. Stay positive. Because the only way, that's how you know you're positive. When you get to injure and you can open that key, then you know you're positive. Because that injure was locked out to anyone that was negative. Am I making it clear enough for everybody to say? That way nobody could figure it out. You had to be positive, and it was locked out. Everybody was negative. That's why the devils couldn't figure it out. Demons can't figure it out. That's why you can't figure it out. It's locked out. Anybody's negative. You have to be positive to unlock it. I had to become positive. Right? I was near positive. When I was going to American, I was going to do for self, as Elijah Muhammad said. I was moving that direction. Then when I ran out, I put the brakes on, gave that up. What's that? Figure out what's going on. Right? Had to be positive. And no one liked it. Because everyone that was negative. My whole life, I've never met any positive person other than Elijah Muhammad. Even those people that say they got the ninja, they're negative. That's why they can't break those seals. Can't get in there. You can't unlock anything because they're negative. They might not like me saying it. I'm just telling the truth. They're negative. Everybody's negative, and that's why he's in the world. I mean, my whole life has been numbered negative. Everything, marriages, children, everything's negative. Because all our people are totally negative. Because they take what the devil's giving it. They're taking part of this American dream. The more you take of it, the more negative you become. Elijah Muhammad turned me positive. And I stayed, like I said, I stayed positive. But I didn't go follow Farrakhan. I didn't follow none of that crap. And we started moving negative. And I said, oh, I'm sorry. But nothing else to do. So I started going for building, doing it. Like Mama said, do for self. I knew that was taking me in a negative direction. I knew something was wrong. Because that's when I got ended up with a demon wife. I put the brakes on. Overnight pole. I said, he's the only one. I'm not just, this is not conjecture. I said, you know you're positive once you break those seals. Elijah Muhammad went positive based on supreme wisdom that Master Muhammad gave him. I have no idea what that's all about. All I know is that's the whole story of what. I understand it, but they're coming from the analytical direction, not from the spatial. But he's on the analytical side, more on the spatial side. But he's the God, because the analytical side is ruling. He's going to be ruling for the next 6,000 years. The spatial is dominant, but we're still under energy deprivation. See? That's the case. And so what's the solution? It's this economy, right? If you had angel mind, you could do it yourself. If you had angel mind, you do it yourself, like I've done. Get rid of it. But you don't have angel mind. You get rid of everything, then you turn positive. So you have to get some help, right? So what happens? You destroy the wealth that they're giving you that's causing you to be negative. American dream. When that's destroyed, you instantly turn positive. Am I making it clear enough for everybody else? That's why you instantly turn positive, because all of a sudden, that's what's causing you to be negative. That's what's you cling to the earth. Am I making this clear enough for you? That's what's happening. And everyone out there. And so he's catching nothing but negativity. Even the people that claim they're negative, they're negative. Because when when they say net negative or net positive, you know what that means? Net negative means if you take, for instance, you got $500, right, and you got $600 in debt, then you got net negative. You got net negative of 100. But that's really what you were. You got 500, but you got $600 in debt. Well, you got net negative. You got $100. Because after everything settles out, you $100 in debt. Right? When everything's filled out, all you guys, right, you owe somebody $100. So if you're net positive, that means you got $600 and you owe $500. The net negative, the net amount is 500 positive. That's when you do add subtraction, right? So all the people net negative, net negative. Okay? And when you destroy what's holding them, it was holding them down. This economy, American dream, is instantly turned positive. Because if something's holding you down, once that's broken, you already see, like you got a balloon, and you push it down, once you let it go, it instantly pop up. That's why these things happen so sudden. That's why everything's going to change suddenly, because what's holding you down now is because I gave it up. And he's the only one to be positive. He'd be the only one angel. So that's why he walk alone. He looked around. There was no one to help because they're all still caught up in this gravitational vortex, some more than others. And that's why I told you, I said, I only tell people that no, they wouldn't do it. It says, you got to, if you love your mother, your father, you got to give everything. If you want to walk with the Son of Man, that's what it says. And I know none of you are going to do that. So I don't waste time telling you. That's why Master Muhammad is going to make his move. And when the economy is destroyed, they have nothing to give you. Plus, everything they give you anyway is negative. It's something they stole. So if you take it, that turns you negative. You take the car, you take this, well, it turns you negative. You understand? It turns you negative. Against yourself, like in Mark. If you're negative, that means you'll be hurting, doing evil to your own self. You understand, brothers and sisters? So let's put this in context. This should be easy. Then what happens if you take reparations? See, it's that easy it is. You start thinking mathematics. Maybe if you don't get it now, maybe it's not easy. Because if you got negative, maybe you don't get it, but you're still thinking negative. To me, it's simple. If you took reparations, if they gave it to you, you'd be even more negative than you are now. It would destroy you. Reparations would destroy you. And that's the point. It would destroy you. Because look how you're negative right now. Negative means you're beating yourself. Even now. That's what it says. You get reparations. It's like if you beat yourself, if you beat yourself now, and you got, so say you're $1,000 in debt, so you beat yourself. What you do yourself? You're $1 million in debt. You blow your goddamn brains out. Because your whole mind's against yourself. Look at these people. What's happening to all these people? Even the demons, they go out there and they got Michael Jackson, filthy rich, Whitney Houston, Prince, filthy, boom, they're all dead. What? Took this American dream, even the demons, killed them. They may be demons, maybe not, but still no. Right? Look at them. Seeing the more money they got, the more destructive they are to themselves. It would kill you. They got so much money, how come they ain't happy? Why they on drugs and stuff? It will kill you. It would totally destroy this nation if you took reparations. Now, they want armies. Look, I don't care what you say. The point is, it's no reason to argue about this because time is short. Time is over anyway. From my point of view, time is over. It's like somebody dropped an egg over a 100-story building. It's just How long ago take an egg to hit the ground? It's already happened. Quantum says it's already happened. Just how long it's going to hit the ground. If eggs in free fall, it will kill you. That's the mathematics of it. Look what it's doing to you now. And you're just taking a little bit. I'm taking a little welfare here. I'm taking a little, got a little car over here. Got a little house over here, a little trailer home. You know what I'm saying? Look what it's doing to you right now. Just a little bit. Come on. Yes? Yes?
Your stomach is showing on your video.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'm like him.
Yes, sir.
Oh no, my stomach sure is covered. Must be something. This doggone camera I got. New camera. Well, it must be my undershirt. I don't know what's going on there. Anyway, thanks for calling me, telling me. Could that be? Totally covered. Let me check my camera here. How can that be? I need to change my camera. I don't know what that possibly be. I'm covered. Let me get some kind of crazy effect here, something. I'm covered. And whatever, I don't know. Maybe they're doing some kind of AI thing on me. I don't see what it could be. I'm looking, I don't see anything. Well, anyway. I'm kind of glad I got that information because one of the things you're going to see in a few more days, right? I've been prepared for this for years since I even knew about it. They'll take your image. They're already doing it to some people. They may have already done it to me. They put you in a porn and everything else, and look, you can't tell the difference. They take your image. AI can do that. And say, see what we're doing this? Eating pork. He's out there. Prostitutes in a porn. I expect that to happen if it hasn't already happened. Right? But beware that, brothers and sisters. If you're out there trying to promote the truth, right? Your image, right? They're going to use it. They're desperate. I mean, how are you going to know the difference? See, look at her. Out there getting high. Showing crack. They showed one with, what was that? Tom Cruise, I think. They showed a demonstration. And the voice and everything looked exactly like him. It wasn't him. And was doing everything because they was able to do AI. They're going to do that here too. I expect it. So I'm not going to worry about it. Anybody that goes along with it, so that's their problem, not mine. I tell you, it's a mental. They're going to put all stops. And when they can't do anything else, they'll shoot you, kill you if they can. No. I don't know what to do with this camera. I don't know. Anyway, they did something, but I'm covered. I don't know what they're showing, but I'm glad, bro, because I need to bring that out. If you haven't heard that before, expect that. I already expect it. If it hasn't already happened. Right? But as I was saying, right? Reparation will kill you. So you see my stomach hanging out, my feet hanging out, buck naked. What can I tell you? Right? So, they already got me saying things. I saw something not too long ago. I ain't gonna mention it because if I haven't got around, I'll leave it alone. But in that respect, see, they start out today attacking me. Why would you think he said, everybody's a messenger of God, he's pro God. They always start out saying, in the name of God, in the name of a lot of men, always say it. But no, I don't say it. That's what he was getting at. They never said it before. That's their way of saying, don't listen to him, because obviously he must be. See, little hint things you don't pay attention to, I do. That's what they was getting at. Why would they say it? He never said it before. Go look at the previous one. Have you ever said anything like that before? But they notice, oh, he don't say that. So he must be a righteous person. Because if you're a righteous person, you're a righteous person with God, and you say, in the name of God, you started out saying a lot. And I don't say that. I don't need to say it. See? It's like per se, I'll be truthful with you. I'll be honest with you. I said, excuse me. Why you guys say, you mean haven't been honest with me in the past? I have to be honest with you. You have to be honest with me. Be careful with these things. I don't say stuff like that. Because we let this stuff get past us. I have to be honest with you. What do you mean you were honest with me before? Let's close for a minute. Stand up and look at myself, because something I don't want to make sure that maybe I'm missing something here. Maybe, give me a second, brothers and sisters. But I'm covered. I don't let me just get in the mirror and take a look. Okay, I see what I'm looking at my my recording, YouTube, and it is showing something there. But something had to do with the camera. See the camera, he fading in and out there? But it has something to do with the camera, because it's not me. Some of the cameras are, I gotta be careful with that. But I'm looking at my YouTube playback. Let's look at that to see if I'm doing. I see it because it's still delayed. Oh. I think something to do with the camera. It's not my stomach, but whatever. Could be my stomach anyway, because I got a shirt on under it. So I don't know what that is. Anyway, let me move on. Well, I was saying reparations will kill you. So maybe, but we ain't gonna get that far anyway. Now, whether they understand the mathematics of it or not, that's not the issue. The point is that's what would happen. Now, they don't understand the mathematics of a lot of things they're doing. It doesn't matter. It still will happen. Reparations will kill you. Aside from the fact that it will cause you to sell out your inheritance. Okay. So I just show you an example. And this is simple mathematics. If you understand pressure work and that everybody gets the same amount of energy, this is simple. This is a simple problem right here. Because they're giving you something, giving you a little more than what you're supposed to have. So that means they're going to turn you got negative energy now. Negative energy means you're going to start thinking negatively, because remember, thought, that's your energy. Your thought, you're going to start beating yourself. You're going to doing negative things. And that's what the man in Mark was doing. He was doing negative things. Why was he doing negative things? He didn't have his mind. He got his mind back, and he stopped doing negative things. He got his mind back, and then he gave up the demons and gave American dream. and now he's positive. And then Jesus said, Lord, you got to go back and turn the rest of them positive. But they're still negative out there. See? But what? Let me back off. Right? He had to go back and give them, turn their minds on. You understand? But like I said, some people are going to try to hold on, these devils, and try to revive them. Oh, let me put it another way. This is what I meant to mention yesterday, and I forgot to say it. Good thing. Well, I'm glad that brother called me now because I changed my mind of thought, because I was going to almost forget to say this again today. You know, when those that study Injil, it talks about the four winds blowing. Now, you understand the four winds blowing, that's when the Esau African brothers attack us. Because you can't ask yourself, why, after we've been attacked, all was going down, okay. That means the cornerstone of this mind is destroyed. The mind they gave us is destroyed. Our mind, right, has not come back yet. Right? Their mind is destroyed. Remember, as soon as the information, then you can start looking for more. You start looking for Superman then, right? Because the thing is that your mind is gone. Now you look for, you're hungry now. Your mind's hungry. Look for information. I say you put in the dark, you start looking for information. So once that information is gone, they're not them. They're not, who is? That's what you've been told, right? I'm looking at I don't see it anymore, so I probably need a new camera. It's still fading. My image still fading in and out. But based on looking now, I think my hand was what you were seeing. Yeah, I see it now. I think my hand was what you were seeing. Yeah, and that's what you were seeing. I'm looking at now, and I think my hand was there. Yeah, that's what you were seeing. But I said, there's no way in the way you can see something. Yeah, you were seeing my hand. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. It looks like, it seems like it's still there. My hand is there. Okay. Okay. Anyway, because I don't have no fast stuff. Anyway, the problem is that you look at the context and you say, okay, you still didn't flee yet. You're supposed to flee as soon as you see Jerusalem armies, and now they attack you. You still didn't flee. You're still right there. You don't flee until the four winds blow. Why is that? You think about that? I'm making it clear and clear to you as we move on, brothers and sisters. Right? Now, when you think about it, say, well, how can you make it clear to begin with? Because first of all, you got to learn. I can't tell you multiplication. So you learn. Let me get. I just thought about it. Let me talk clearer. Here I go again. Okay, let me talk a little slower here. You can't understand multiplication until you understand addition and subtraction. I go slower. And then plus, look how much time I take just going to basic stuff. I'd be hours trying to cover all of this. So I'll give you the basic idea. Okay, first you have to understand energy deprivation. They have to understand, right, who everyone is. They have to understand be a war. Then they have to understand who's pregnant. You see all these different things? I can't just jump out and say it. You got to understand a little bit by little bit until I build together. Then now we get to the point where it says, because the question is, why didn't they flee as soon as it was attacked by American Britain? Why didn't they flee this then? Yep, let me move my hand. I see it right now. My hand is there. It still look that way. So why did they attack then? They don't attack until the four winds blow. Okay, think about it. See, what happened is that, remember our people, they blocked down the American dream right now. Right? Now, a lot of them still think, right, it's still Afrocentric. Think about that. So once that happened, their first reaction is, remember, American dream is gone. America's collapsed. The economy collapsed. The first instinct is for survival. Africa. Get back to Africa. Get back to Africa. You see? Get back to Africa, man. Let's get back to Africa. Remember, this is gone. Let's get back to Africa. That's their first inclination. Okay. I mean, why would they get involved in Nation of Islam? Why would our people out there, out in the streets, get involved in Nation of Islam? Right? Because they figured out we should be doing that too. I mean, we're still here, right? Nation of Islam's still going to be here. Why would you want to stay here? You understand? Why do you still want to stay here? That's Farrakhan's talking. Just think it through. Here it is, the economy collapse. I got to do something. Let's get back to Africa. Let's get to Nation of Islam. What do they there for? They hear the economy's collapse. They ain't got anything. What the hell are you looking at them for? You see what I'm saying? That didn't even come in their mind. Let's get out of here. Get back to Africa. And so that's why the four winds blow and Africa attacks them. Then they know that's off. That door is closed. And the only thing they got left is Nation of Islam. You get it? Because you look at it and say, why? And nobody ever asked that question. Why did they delay? I mean, damn, they got, well, because why would they think about Nation of Islam? Why would our people out on the street, most of them don't know anything about the Nation of Islam. They know about Farrakhan. But what does Nation of Islam have to offer them? They don't know anything about, they know false religion went down, right? But they really not up on board. Remember, they're getting flooded with all this information. And it's still not clear. Only one giving them, and it says those set in the darkness, that means the ones in the Nation of Islam. Right? The ones in there was Farrakhan. They saw the great light. Other people didn't see it. That's why the man had to go back. Remember he said he had to go back and get the other ones. Now you get the picture, brothers and sisters. You had to go, let me wash my hands. I'm messing around, look like I'm naked out here. Right? He had to go back and get the other ones because they at that point, the only choice was go back to Africa if we can get back there. And now it's got hit by them. They realize that's not an option. And so he got to go back and tell them, no. This is Islam. Then they come together. Great. See, when they realize that, they see it, and then they see the promise there, and Abraham would get their mind back. They didn't know about the Abrahamic covenant. They didn't know about all these things, and that's the seeing the great army. They have to have that first. But that's not going to be their first reaction. The first reaction is, that will be yours too. You hear people right now saying that. Let's go to Africa. Let's get out here and go to Africa. So now is it clear enough for you, brothers and sisters? That's why it happens like that. And so they have to be divested of that idea about Africa, because they'd be attacked by Africans. So they know that's not a choice. And then all the only information to be available to them now is the Nation of Islam. And once you get them out, they say, oh, that's the door out. That's the only door out. They realize that's the only door out. I can get me another camera, bro. This camera's and it's doing that in my hand and all this stuff. Let me see if I can switch cameras here, brothers and sisters, because I think it's still causing looking bad. I switch cameras here. See how this works out. Okay, that's better. That's better. Okay, hopefully that'll work. That's better. Yeah, I had over the camera on there. I should have switched it. Okay, that's better. Understand, brothers and sisters? See how clear I'm trying to make this for you? Our people are totally lost. Because American dream. And Farrakhan's pushing that. On top of that, right? They're trying to go all the way with separation, would finish us off. Aside from the fact that they would just destroy, we come just like Esau, we sell out our reward. And so then we lose God's help. And we totally lost. Either way you look at it. You understand, brothers and sisters? Hope you understand. Let me reiterate, right? I showed you this here. But all the people are negative, all are negative, because they're taken from this devil, this stuff. Which the devil don't belong to the devil either, because they stole everything they have. So we're taking more than we're supposed to have. That causes us to go negative. The more we take, the more negative we become. More negative comes, the more negative thoughts we have. Thoughts against ourselves, thoughts against our own people. You understand? Okay. So what's the solution? Master Muhammad is going to destroy this economy, so they can't give you anything. So that all suddenly you become positive overnight. Bam, it's like that. You understand? I'm positive, but you just don't have a mind yet. You got to have it in your mind. You get positive, but now you got the energy. But now you still got to have it in your mind. Don't have that back yet. When he destroys the economy, that doesn't give you energy. That's put you positive. Make you receptive to the angel mind, because you have to be positive, right, to get the angel. Because if you're negative, right now, you're not getting it. If you're negative, you can't get the angel. So you have to be positive first. And so once he destroys the economy, you turn positive. But now you need a mind. It's like, okay, now you got an engine, but you still need a steering wheel. You got power, but you still need an steering wheel. Otherwise, you're going to be running into stuff. Okay? So then you get your mind. Okay? But what's going to delay you getting your mind? I mean, you know, the Nation of Islam, they get theirs. They get theirs first. Remember, they get theirs first. Then they had to go out and get the rest. He comes in, the people sit in darkness, see the great light, they get theirs first. You know, other people, they ain't moving, they ain't fleeing anywhere. Because they think, oh, we go back to Africa. So they said they wait for the Africans to come and help them. Remember? Oh boy. With Obama and all the Africans here, remember, because they got visas to go back to Africa. They waited for them to come and help them. Hey man, come on. Can we go back to Africa with you? You get that? April, can we go back to Africa with you? Obama, let's get back down here. Go back to Africa with y'all. Think about it. It's the pause. They said, I don't want you, hate you. You okay? And then they attack us. You get it? That's what's going to happen, brothers and sisters. First they will say, can we go back out with y'all? Get the hell out of here. Economy's gone. People turning cannibals. Nothing here. We go back out with y'all? And they hate you. Yeah, you go. And then they attack you. Maybe suddenly, trick you, whatever, they will attack you. And then when they attack you, then you realize that option's off. Then you realize, remember, everybody's going to be exposed to who they are. At that point, you think they're your friend, you're going to find out they're your enemy. Like the devils, you're going to find. That's why you got tribulation, to make sure you have no emotional contact, attachment to them. Same thing with demons. They're going to be exposed. Everybody's be exposed. It says, the scripture, everyone's going to be exposed. Now the Africans exposed, that they want your friends. They see you in a bad condition. They see you vulnerable. You're the nation's, remember, you're Jacob. You're the one that they hate, that's going to inherit the kingdom. And now you're vulnerable. You're here, you don't have anything. You're vulnerable. You're divided. And they can just take you out, and then it's all over. And they say, well, get them. It tells you right there, you're going to attack us. Attack us and the devils as well. And that's why. Because you sat there and wait till they did it. You said, why would we sit there and wait till they do it? So you He went to the four winds. It says what? Son of man, prophesy to the four winds. That's what I'm doing right now. Prophesy to the four winds. I'm prophesying about them. Tell them what they're about to do. They wouldn't do it until he prophesies about them. That's what we are, brothers. This is clear enough. This is going to happen any time now, any day now. Because that's what you expect. You expect just before. Remember, first, Syria's got to go down. Right? They attack over the Middle East. That war's taking place. American Britain's kicked out. And then it says, son, prophesize. You got to be prophesizing to the four winds. That's one of the things you got to do. That's what I'm doing right now. Prophesying about those four winds. I never did that before. I just told you basically what they were, but I never really explained. Right? In fact, it wasn't until recently I told you that there was an enemy. And now I'm prophesying about those four winds. All these come together. That's my all these things about to happen. Prophesy about four. So the Son of Man prophesies those four winds. And that's what will make our people come together. I'm prophesying. I'm in the process of prophesying now. All this stuff's going to happen very soon. But it would not happen. Our people wouldn't come together until he prophesied about the four winds. So I'm doing that. Wouldn't come together after Syria's gone down. It's gone. That's gone. So what's next? Iran. Make its move. And soon I have to prophesy about the four winds. Okay? But he had to prophesy about the four winds before he takes control of the nation of Islam. You see all these things coming together, brothers and sisters? So that's the situation right here. I don't think I can make any simpler and clearer than that, brothers and sisters. So some of you will have a difficult understanding this because you still got negative, you're still thinking negative. All of you negative. Everyone out there is negative. I don't care if you study angel or not. Now, if you can't go in there and use that angel key, you're negative. And it says you would be negative until, right? Master Muhammad make his move, and then you become positive when the economy collapses. American dream is gone. That car, all that stuff is gone. That's what's holding you down. You have nothing. But now all you have is the energy that you're supposed to have. Turn positive just like that, bam. But it happened so suddenly. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. So I make it clear to you. All these things had happened. Now you see everything's in place. Now what's next? Right? Man's got to make his move. So the man, he's positive, but he's negative. Okay? Even the people that's worked with, they're net negative. They're net negative. Everybody says it, that's the case. I get less out than I put out. Teach, and everything else, and I'm getting anywhere near. Right? Push, check. That's the way it would be. And so they need some help. They won't get it from Master Muhammad. They may not like it initially, but initially they're not going to like it. Because you wake up, or you might, maybe in the morning, you may wake up one morning, or maybe before you go to sleep, or for lunch, or you're driving home, all of a sudden, total economic collapse, total. In the wintertime, you're cold freezing. I tell you, you're going to be the shock. Shock at how? You're going to be shocked at first. Because everything, all these conveniences that you got, that's not conveniences. It's stolen energy the devil's giving you, and you taking it, and now it's causing you to be negative. So you wait, oh, I got no electricity, got no money, no food, nothing. Shock. Some of you may not even come around at all. So initially it's going to be shock for everybody. Even the boys are studying, it's going to be initial shock for them also. Initial shock. Because you've never been like that before. That's worse than being homeless. These homeless can find food in the garbage can. Be a shock. No electricity, no lights. What happened in the nighttime? All of a sudden you can't see anything. What's going next? You're going to be in shock. Initially. You'll be confused. Because simultaneously with that, his false is going down. Yeah. The media, what they go? If there's any media at all, I mean, there's no electricity, you're going to hear it from the media, are you? Several times on the way, brothers and sisters. They're right about that. Right. But they wouldn't write about anything else. Okay, I'm just going to and back up and make sure I covered all the main points. Then I'm just going to go through. I don't think I'm going to. And I was going to spend some time, brothers and sisters, but I think about it. I think I made it clear enough. I think you got a lot to think about right there. You got a lot to think about right there. No weapon that's formed will formed against you. See, you're invulnerable. I mean, but you don't know it. You're out there in a thunderstorm, and you got an umbrella, but it's not open. It's right by your side. You got to just open it, and you don't know it. Everything's prepared for you. Food is prepared for you. The umbrella, all is prepared for you. You just don't know it because you don't have your mind. Once you get your mind, it's there. You will not go hungry during the tribulation. You will not, no weapon formed against you will prosper. Anybody speaks against you, we shut down. You just got to get your mind back. But you cling to the earth right now because your faith is not strong enough. And so I don't want nobody to go out there and get a divorce and run away from their family. I don't want nobody doing that because, right, because you don't have to worry because you're going to do it in a minute anyway. But you don't have to do it because the whole family, you're going to stay together. I want people to stay together. Right? If that was 10 years from ago, I was get on board with this Injil, help me out. If you can do it, get your divorce and work with everybody if you can handle that. But now we're talking about weeks, we're talking about days, hours. Everybody stick together. Because Master Muhammad is going to make that move. He's going to solve that problem for you. So then you stay together. I ain't trying to hurt anybody here. That's one of the reasons I don't want any followers. Because it's just negative. It's just more problems for me. I ain't asking anybody for any money. I ain't taking it. That's why I don't take any money. Not any of that stuff. I got to stay positive. And that's my job to turn you positive. I told you in the crystal, you got that first one that transformed, but then it caused all the rest to transform. Rasulullah had to be, that's why he's the firstborn amongst the dead. He had the first one to transform. That's the angel. That's the key. And now he's got to bring everybody else on board with that. I got to protect that. So I don't want your money. You can't get. That's why I don't let you know exactly where I'm at. So you can't send. Because some people are sending me money anyway. I had a problem with that a while back. Right? See, I don't want your money. I don't want anything. They ask for anybody anything. I don't want any followers. Because they're all going to be negative. It's just more problem for me. I just keep putting information out there. So when time comes, the more information, the easier it's going to be for you to make that transition. The easier. Because you're going to go to panic. You're going to be confused. You're going to go through all that. The point is, by me keeping information out there, that's going to minimize it. You see? And first the nation of Islam has to be transformed. So now you got 10,000, 20,000, whatever, out there with the angel. See, that'll help that transformation fast. So if it's just me at that time, that's why it happens like that. First me, bam, and then see. That's why the Lord whom you seek, that's why Elijah and Muhammad are praying away. Because now, if we're just me at that time, it would take much longer to get that job done under those circumstances. See? Remember, you see in both things there, he says, he gives the man his mind back, but then he leaves. And that's the same thing it tells the angel. Right? When time came, the lamb and elect, they left, and they left the others behind. It's the same story. I keep telling the same story, just different way of explaining it. Right? So he set those up, and they're not with Farrakhan. Otherwise, that'd be a problem. So it would be that much to transform them because once it happens, right? Farrakhan's disposed, exposed. Now, bam, then they transformed. In a twinkle of an eye. And now they're positive. And now it's 10,000, 20,000 of them. Of course, the transformation come faster. Because days had to be shortened. I'm making this clear enough for you, brothers and sisters. That's what I said. I make it clear and clear as we get to the. I mean, I don't think I make it much clearer than I am right now. It means this thing will happen any day now. Maybe it might happen while I'm more talking. That's what it is. Okay? So I try to put everything in perspective. Well, why? Well, why are they not fleeing? Because they think Africa's their friend. Africa's going to help them. And when Africans attack them, then they realize, then they see the eight nations of Islam. But in part because now you got 10, 20,000 angel warriors that's positive. Right? That's pointing the way. They're going to listen because they ain't got no. Remember, they're ready. They got the engines with steering wheel. They got 10,000 people that go steering wheels here. Oh, wow, man, thank you. That's why they come together fast. See the great army. Because now you got all these Nation of Islam. They're not talking about Nation of Islam, but see the great army, talking about all our people. But they have to be out there. And it happens that fast. You see how stuff falls into place, brothers and sisters? I couldn't talk about 20 years ago because they'll be prepared for it. Right now, they're so busy keeping their ass out of the fire, they ain't got time to be. They banned their pensions to me. But now they would have been given this information 20 years ago. But now it's time to get information. Make it so clear. It's time to get information right now. And it's not got a goddamn thing to do about it. It's too close. Okay? Now, have I put this picture close together? If I knit this whole thing together for you? Is that clear enough for you? But if you get negative thinking, I guess maybe not. But when you start thinking positive, you're going to make total clear. That's one of the problems I have. Because I have a hard time understanding how much I'm able to communicate, how well I'm communicating. Because I'm communicating, people who've got negative thoughts. They're going to see what I say in a negative way. They don't realize it, but they're going to see it in a negative way. Because they're still negative. And you might say, I ain't, you are. I already told you, if you can't open that angel's locked to anybody that's negative. I mean, that you cannot understand, you're not going to get it, you're not going to use that key. It's locked to that. That's what's locked. That's sealed. The only one who was able to do it was, so no one in heavens or earth. You say, well, how come Master Muhammad, right? Well, he's not totally positive, is he? He's half positive, half negative. I'm going to leave that one alone. That's a little deep for you. Oh, I shouldn't have even went there. But he wasn't able to do it either, was he? See? But he is positive and negative. He's positive and negative. Only the positive controls the negative, but he's still positive and negative. You gotta be all positive to break that seal. All positive. So that's another story altogether, brother. Says I'm not even go there. Not going there. See, I'm not opening the door to that now. I hope flood of thoughts is coming on that topic. I'll just leave it alone. I say it's a little part, right? Remember, that's why he's given control for the next 6,000 years. Because we're still in energy deprivation. Right? So you had to be half original. Move on, brothers and sisters. I'll be glad when you get positive and you start seeing the angel. See how powerful and beautiful it is, what it's saying, and start understanding math. Because once you start being positive and you start thinking mathematically, it's going to be like music playing in your brain all the time. Because that's where you're going to see the world in the mathematical way. You can see how beautiful it is. Because you don't see the beauty of it. Because you're still thinking negatively. This whole universe is so beautiful. The math is off the page. The mathematics. You see, look how I'm putting these things together mathematically. And they fit perfectly. And when you start thinking mathematically, it's like you was blind. All of a sudden now you see vivid colors. See, right now you're like colorblind. All you see is red and green, I guess. And all of a sudden now you see all these beautiful colors in there. Oh, wow. So when you start thinking mathematically, your thoughts going to be so beautiful. You're going to see the world so beautifully. You're going to see the whole universe so beautifully. Remember the other day I was telling about how you have two ways of thought? Well, if you live and you just die, what's the point of it? So you learn everything you did. See, that's the whole way of thinking. And I mean, what's wrong with thinking that way? So you only live so long, and you go through all this trouble, and as soon as you learn how life's all about, then you're dead. As soon as you learn how to take care of yourself, you're old and wrinkled. So what's the point of that? And that's true. From that point of perspective, you say, what's the point of it? I'm studying on my life, and the more I study, the older I get. And what's the point of it? Why even do it? I study and end up just dying and take that knowledge with me. What's the point of it? So that master life is over. See? But then when you understand that what you're doing is death, oh, death, where's that? Oh, see, where death was that? Oh, death, where's that sting? Oh, grave, where's that victory? We understand that you just upgrade yourself. Death is just upgrade. It's just upgrade. You die, you're like going to sleep, and you wake up renewed. We understand then you have a whole different attitude. A whole different attitude about life. Oh yeah, man. I went through all that. I lived 200-300 years, man. All that stuff. And then I died. Now I'm upgraded. And all that knowledge, now I got all that knowledge. 200 years worth of knowledge I got to move forward with. Then it makes, then you say, oh, I have a whole different idea. So maybe looking forward to death. Man, I want to upgrade again. I want to upgrade. You understand? It's just my perspective. And that comes to sealed Bible and unsealed Bible also. So once you start thinking positive, you can start thinking mathematically, whole point of view, whole perspective will change. It'd be like music in your brain. Like I said, and you have to, the sisters right now, I got problems with the sisters too. Like I said, let me talk to me. I was like, is there a point in somewhere? You take an hour to tell me something that could tell me in 5 minutes. Tell me all this particular. Is there a point in somewhere? Yeah, I'm stupid like the rest of y'all. Is there a point in somewhere? You know, and she put all the flowers, all the seasoning, all the stuff on it. Because somebody gave you a steak and just throw it in the frying pan, gave it to you, man. And you're going to season it, and you're going to see, and you're going to put some salt on it. Just, you say, man, what's that? You see, right there, tell you something wrong, because that's what, she's putting seasoning stuff on it. She's coloring it up. She's beautifying it for you. But right, you said energy deprivation right now, you ain't appreciate that, because I ain't got time for that, man. I got to go to work now. But when you get home and hereafter, they take 2 hours to explain a point that take 5 minutes. You be sitting there loving every bit of it, because her voice gonna be like music. It's not gonna be like music. It's gonna be music. Her voice will be musical, beautiful, and you'll be mesmerized just listen to her. She could talk about nothing for 2 hours. You be loving every bit of it. Like I saw this thing about some tigers, right? This male tiger, he was laying down in the female tiger, a bunch of them was eating on him. He was just happy as hell. They was biting on him. He was just so happy. You could just see he wasn't trying to get away. They were just biting his ass, a bunch of them, and he wasn't trying to get away. You have a whole different perspective. Yeah. If she gets to the point, right, why you tell me, why you tell me right away? Why don't you take time to explain it? Because you want to hear her talk. You want to hear her talk. Because she's going to be singing when she talks. Sis won't be talking, to be singing. Arabic is like a musical language anyway. You understand, brothers and sisters? You have a whole different perspective. See? You're going to appreciate, because now you said into that vase, so we all ignorant. All of us men. I'm telling you, I'm probably one of the worst. I'm probably one of the worst to deal with women. Probably the worst, so I can't blame none of you. I can't hold none of you brothers. I'm probably the worst because I'm a hermit to begin with. I'm impatient. I'm like, get to the point. Right? And so I have to contain myself, restrain myself. I ain't beating on nobody, nothing like that. I'm just saying, right? But I understand it, so I know how to deal with it. Right? I understand where it's coming from. See? So it's a whole different idea. A whole different perspective. And once you start thinking mathematically, your brain is you're going to see the world differently. Just like if you're blind, all of a sudden you open your eyes, you see, just think, I think Ray Charles, he became blind as he got older, right? I think Stevie was born blind. And just imagine if all of a sudden he could see. Ooh. I mean, he see his wife, see his children. I mean, his wife could be ugly as hell. He wouldn't know. As long as she's nice to him, get her, hopefully. So right now, and the angel's so beautiful. And the next book will be more beautiful than that one. I'm showing you how this stuff connects up, how pressure, how it's put together. And every time I say something, you can always go back and see how it fits in it perfectly. Not like that crap you hear on that broadcast. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. Well, you don't understand now. I guess I can only hope. But when your mind turns on and you start thinking mathematically, you'll be a whole different person. And the female, male, I hate to use that word female, but the interaction will be totally different. Totally different. And the women, I hate to use that again, we're always connected to like some men, even ladies, right? Laddies. That's that 6,000 years, this damn rule. Right? Well, I was going to say, I was going to say that, brothers and sisters, but anyway, the whole different reality. Oh, that's what I was going to say. And the women, for lack of a better word, right? They're going to have the upper hand. And hereafter, like I said, it was strength to build it. It's going to be beauty to enjoy it. They'll have upper hand, and you're going to love every bit of it. Like when you're a child, right? Like mama takes care of you, you love it. You love it. You're going to love every bit of it. But now you don't, because we're all negative and all this. It's from a whole different world. Make all things new. All things new. When they're going to take care of you, they're going to make you, oh, boy. Yeah. You move on, brothers and sisters. They said no, how do you say it? There's no heart or mind can imagine, even come close to what's the good thing's going to happen. You can't. Until you start thinking mathematically, then you start, oh, wow. Transform the twinkle of an eye. That's the problem. American dream. I don't think I can make that any simpler than that, brothers and sisters. That's where we are right now, Suleiman and our people. All negative. American dream. See in the background there? That's what we're going through right now. And we ain't forgetting a goddamn thing. I ain't. And they didn't free us because they lacked us. We forced it because, remember, we started getting energized in 1890s, 1860s. And so our pressure increased. That means, now, this is a little complicated here. They need discipline. They had to be taught discipline. They don't have it naturally. But they had the discipline that they got from the sealed Bible 500 years ago. Right? So that gave them enough discipline times pressure equals power, enough power to overcome us. Now, if they maintain that discipline, right, when we start energized, they would have more, they would still have power over us. Just on a different level. Okay? They still have power over us. And in a way, they still do what they just do now because it's a quality thing. Because they can still control our wealth. But the relationship will still remain the same. Okay? Even if they was able to go to hereafter, they would still control us in hereafter. They'd still be under their authority. Because if they maintain, because their pressure, remember, they maintain discipline because they increase the pressure too. They increase the energy just like we do. The problem is that they can't. See, because they're not disciplined they don't have natural discipline, and their discipline gets weaker and weaker because they need somebody to keep boosting it. They keep need a booster shot. That's what a prophet is.